Today on the Daily Dose, the National Interstate and Defense Highways Act of 1956. In 1956, there were 65 million cars on American highways, with a forecast of 90 million by 1975. Clearly, it was time for national action. Congress responded by passing the National Interstate and Defense Highways Act, which President Dwight D. Eisenhower signed into law on June 29, 1956, kicking off what would become the largest public works project in American history up to its time. The act provided a staggering sum of $51 billion to be spent by the states to build the interstate highway system by 1971, putting in place a 41,000-mile highway system that would change the nation's core freight transportation system from rail-based to truck-based, while allowing Americans the freedom to wander the country like never before. Once the economic hardships of World War II had ended, the United States enjoyed a period of economic prosperity that spanned the 1950s and 60s, which allowed Congress to fund the interstate highway system by diverting defense funding into building highways, thinly rationalized as a vital link between Air Force bases scattered around the country. 90% of interstate construction cost was funded by the federal government, while each state was required to pony up the remaining 10% through new taxes on fuel, automobiles, trucks, and tires. Comprised of a system of controlled access highways, even-numbered interstates travel east to west, with lower-numbered interstates traversing the southern and southwestern states, while the higher-numbered highways traverse the northern states of the country. Odd-numbered interstates travel north to south, with the lower-numbered interstates on the west coast, while the higher-numbered interstates traverse the east coast. Today, the American interstate highway system has grown only slightly since its first conception, providing a total of 46,876 miles for citizens and visitors alike to wander the American landscape. And there you have it, the National Interstate and Defense Highways Act of 1956. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, VE Day. Following 6 years of bloody warfare, the Allies' punishing air and ground offensive at long last broke the back of the Nazi war machine. Heavy air attacks gained superiority over the German Luftwaffe, while repeated attacks on German oil refineries stopped the Nazis' mechanized ground advances in all fronts of the war in Europe. In March and April of 1945, Germany was in endgame as the Soviets closed in on the German capital of Berlin. On April 30th, Hitler and some of his top aides committed suicide, all but cementing the final collapse of the once dominant Nazi regime. On May the 8th, after the Allies accepted Germany's unconditional surrender of its armed forces, Allied nations erupted in mass celebration as the war in Europe came to a close. More than 1 million people celebrated on city streets throughout Great Britain, while crowds amassed in London's Trafalgar Square and up the Mall to Buckingham Palace, where King George VI and Queen Elizabeth joined Prime Minister Winston Churchill on a palace balcony, whipping the crowds into a triumphant high note. The future Queen Elizabeth II and her sister Princess Margaret were allowed to wander incognito among the amassing crowds, taking in the frenzy of celebration like average women on the street. Coinciding with Harry Truman's 61st birthday, the sitting American president dedicated the victory to the memory of his predecessor, Franklin D. Roosevelt, who had died less than a month earlier from a catastrophic cerebral hemorrhage. As American cities erupted in celebration, by the end of the day, Truman confessed that the victory made it his most memorable birthday to date. In France, after years of Nazi occupation, the liberated French took to the streets in orderly jubilation, fully aware that better days were finally here to stay. While most celebrants felt the elation of victory in Europe, both Churchill and Truman tempered their citizens with the weighing truth that war against Japan had not yet been won. In his radio address on VE Day, Churchill told the British people that we may allow ourselves a brief period of rejoicing, but Japan remains unsubdued. In America, Truman's May 8th birthday broadcast said that the fall of the Nazis was a victory only halfway won. And there you have it, VE Day, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Kamikaze attacks of World War II. On June 20th, 1944, after losing over 400 carrier-based fighters during the two-day Battle of the Philippine Sea, not to mention losing its geographic defense line between Japan's oil fields in Southeast Asia and the Japanese Empire, Captain Motohara Okumura proposed kamikaze suicide tactics to his superior officers. Known as body attacks or tai-atari in Japanese, kamikaze planes were modified fighters loaded with high explosives intended to maximize damage on enemy naval vessels, with a particular emphasis on sinking Allied aircraft carriers. While the Japanese war machine suffered from diminished industrial capacity as well as inferior fighter planes compared to the American-built Grumman F-6F Hellcat and the Foyt F-4U Corsair, Japan's samurai bushido code of death before defeat made kamikaze attacks a favored go-to tactic in the months leading up to Japan's surrender. Meaning divine win or spirit win, Japan's kamikaze program accelerated after the October 25th sinking of the American aircraft carrier St. Louis, quickly expanding to over 2,000 flying bombs by the end of the year. An Allied naval defensive tactic known as Big Blue Blanket was quickly ushered into place, which established Allied air supremacy well away from the main carrier task force, utilizing a line of pick on kamikaze fighters, which allowed for improved coordination between fighter direction officers on board Allied aircraft carriers. Despite these defensive measures, however, by naval personnel, on the collateral side of things, 3,912 kamikaze pilots sacrificed their lives in what would prove to be a last-ditch Hail Mary before Japan's eventual surrender after the Allies dropped nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And there you have it, kamikaze attacks of World War II, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Spanish flu of 1918. Nearly everyone, at least once in their life, has experienced an infectious episode of common influenza. Flu symptoms include headaches, nausea, fever and chills, muscle ache, general malaise, and sinus congestion. Known simply as the flu, influenza is a recurrent infectious disease caused by RNA viruses of the orthomyxoviridae family of viral pathogens. Known as Spanish flu or La Gripa, in 1918, 3 waves of H1N1 spread throughout the world at a staggering pace. The majority of those afflicted by La Gripa recovered fully, but in some patients the disease worsened to pneumonia, against which modern medicine at the time had no viable defense. Victims of this lethal stage of infection developed a bluish cast to their faces, which would ultimately turn purple or brown. Once a victim's feet turned black, death was generally only hours away. Spanish flu invaded cities across the globe in an almost random fashion, hopscotching around the world without apparent logic or predictable demographic progression. Boston, Massachusetts; Freetown in Sierra Leone; Brest, France. In San Francisco, over 3,500 pneumonia cases were admitted to area hospitals, with over 900 fatalities. Everywhere in the United States, public gatherings were banned. Schools, theaters, churches, and businesses were shut down by public decree. Nearly everyone wore face masks, yet nothing seemed to arrest the spread of influenza. Considered the greatest single most demographic shock that mankind has ever experienced, in 2 years that Spanish flu ravaged the earth, 1/5 of the world's population became infected, with an estimated mortality of 50 to 100 million lives. In one devastating year, Spanish flu killed more people than Hitler, nuclear weapons, and all worldwide terrorist attacks combined. In the end, despite frantic efforts to unlock its etiology and devise an effective cure, Spanish flu disappeared from the human landscape as quickly as it had arrived. And there you have it, the Spanish flu of 1918, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, black blizzards and the Dust Bowl. Coinciding with the Great Depression of the 1930s, another worst hard time, The Dust Bowl was a period of severe dust storms that fiercely damaged the ecology and agriculture of the American and Canadian prairies, caused by a protracted drought and the failure by farmers to apply dryland farming techniques to prevent wind erosion. Despite near desert-like topography, in the decades following the Civil War, farmers flocked to the region under the false assumption that rain would follow the plow. The region prospered in the first 3 decades of the 20th century due to advances in farming such as the mechanized tractor, improved irrigation techniques, and an unprecedented period of abundant rainfall. From 1900 to 1920, the amount of farmland in the region doubled, and from 1925 to 1930, the amount of cultivated land nearly tripled. During these same periods, farmers employed techniques that depleted nutrient-rich topsoil that led to widespread erosion. Heavy plowing led to the eradication of deep-rooted grasses that held the prairies intact, followed by a severe drought that afflicted the region for the entirety of the 1930s. The heart of the Dust Bowl was comprised of an approximate 100 million acres, encompassing the panhandles of Texas and Oklahoma, western Kansas, and large swatches of eastern New Mexico and Colorado. As the drought intensified, lung-choking dust storms became known as black blizzards. The worst of these fell on April 14, 1935, when it hit Beaver, Oklahoma around 4 p.m., Boise City around 5:15, and Amarillo, Texas at 7:20. Avis Carlson was caught in the midst of this most deadly black blizzard. People caught in their own yards grope for their doorsteps. Cars come to a standstill, for no light in the world can penetrate this swirling murk. The nightmare is deepest during the storms, but on the occasional bright day and the usual gray day, we cannot shake from it. We live with the dust, we eat it, we sleep with it. We watch it strip us of possessions and the hope of possessions. Intense efforts were made to correct the problem, including crop rotations, contour plowing, and terracing. The Civilian Conservation Corps planted more than 200 million trees from Texas to Canada in an attempt to block the wind and hold the soil in place. Unable to pay mortgages or grow crops, the Dust Bowl forced tens of thousands of poverty-stricken families to abandon their farms. Known as Okies, these destitute people migrated en masse to California and other states, only to discover that the Great Depression had rendered these regions only mildly better than the conditions they were forced to flee. And there you have it, the Dust Bowl and black blizzards, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. On April 9, 1865, after 4 years of bloody warfare that cost the lives of 620,000 Americans, Confederate General-in-Chief Robert E. Lee and his Army of Northern Virginia officially surrendered to the Union Army of the Potomac under the commanding general of the United States. The surrender took place at the McLean House in Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia, after one of the final battles of the Civil War. Less than a week later, the American nation would shudder at the loss of one of its most historic and impactful leaders. On April 14, 1865, after a long day tending to the nation's business, the 16th American president and his wife Mary went to Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. to take in the wildly popular stage play comedy, Our American Cousin. Due to his national fame as a stage actor, Confederate sympathizer John Wilkes Booth maintained ready access to all parts of Ford's Theater, using his carte blanche access for the planned assassination of President Lincoln, Vice President Andrew Johnson, and Secretary of State William H. Seward. While Booth's co-conspirator Lewis Powell was tasked with killing Seward, George Atzerodt was tasked with killing the vice president. Arriving late to the theater with Major Henry Rathbone and his fiancée Clara Harris, the play was interrupted so that the orchestra could play Hail to the Chief as the packed house of some 1,700 theatergoers rose in applause. As the play resumed, Booth, who knew the play by heart, entered the Lincoln skybox from behind, timing his lone shot to coincide with one of the funniest lines of the play. As laughter pealed throughout the theater, Booth approached the president and shot him in the back of the head with a 6-inch single-shot Derringer. The bullet entered Lincoln's skull behind his left ear, passed through his brain, and came to rest near the front of his skull, fracturing both his orbital plates. Major Rathbone jumped from his seat and struggled with Booth, who dropped his derringer and drew a knife, stabbing Rathbone in his left forearm. Rathbone again grabbed at Booth just as the assassin jumped from the skybox to the stage. A 12-foot drop, but not before one of his spurs became entangled with the Treasury flag decorating the Lincoln skybox. Booth's fall to the stage was a painful one, landing him awkwardly on his left foot, but as he began to cross the stage, many in the audience thought he was part of the play and began to laugh. Before Booth fled into the night, most eyewitness accounts indicate that Booth held up his bloody knife and yelled "Sic semper tyrannis," which is Latin for "thus always to tyrants." With the help of 3 doctors in attendance that night, the comatose president was moved across the street to a first-floor bedroom in Taylor William Peterson's house. More physicians arrived to offer aid, but the 16th President of the United States left this earth the following day at 7:22 in the morning. Lincoln's death was mourned around the world. Hundreds of thousands attended his funeral procession through the streets of Washington, D.C. on April 19th, followed by a 1,700-mile train ride procession from New York to Lincoln's hometown of Springfield, Illinois, often passing trackside tributes in the form of bands, bonfires, and hymn singing. The hunt for the conspirators quickly became the largest in U.S. history, involving thousands of federal troops and countless civilians. Booth was cornered by the 16th New York Cavalry while the assassin was sleeping in a barn in Virginia. A lone soldier snuck up behind him and shot Booth in the back of the head, a just reprisal for what the assassin had done to the President of the United States. Many of Booth's co-conspirators were freed after lengthy trials, while Mary Surratt, Lewis Powell, David Harold, and George Atzerodt were hanged by the neck on June 30th, 1865. And there you have it, the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Bay of Pigs invasion. Covertly funded by the CIA, the 3-day Bay of Pigs invasion would prove to be a disaster for the Kennedy administration, going down as one of the most glaring failures in CIA history. In 1952, American ally General Fulgencio Batista led a coup against Cuban President Carlos Prio, forcing Prio to flee the island nation into exile in nearby Miami. The overthrow inspired Fidel Castro to form the 26 July movement, which would escalate into the Cuban Revolution of December 1958. Once in power, Castro nationalized all American business interests on the island, including banks, oil refineries, as well as sugar and coffee plantations, before severing previously close relations with the United States. In its place, Castro embraced relations with America's Cold War rival, the Soviet Union. In response, U.S. President Dwight D. Eisenhower allocated $13.1 million to the CIA in March 1960 for direct use against the Castro regime. The money helped to form a Cuban exile paramilitary group called Brigade 2506, an armed wing of the Democratic Revolutionary Front whose sole objective was the overthrow of Castro's increasingly communistic-backed regime. Aided by the CIA and strategic U.S. military personnel, the counter-revolutionary unit of 1,400 Cuban paramilitaries was trained in Guatemala. On April 17, 1961, the newly minted President John F. Kennedy allowed the invasion attempt to go forward. However, he stripped the mission of direct support of U.S. air and naval assets, which almost certainly doomed the invasion attempt to failure. 2 days earlier, 8 CIA-supplied B-26 bombers had attacked Cuban airfields, allowing the invasion force to land uncontested on a beach in Playa Girón in the Bay of Pigs, where it was soon overwhelmed by local Cuban militias. Within 3 days, the invaders had been defeated and thrown into Cuban prisons. The 3-day Bay of Pigs invasion would prove to be a disaster for the Kennedy administration, going down as one of the most glaring failures in CIA history. on September 12, 1962, many historians believe that Kennedy's "Let's Go to the Moon" speech was a belated attempt to deflect attention from his mistakes during the Bay of Pigs invasion, while his inept understanding about the geopolitical importance of Cuba would go on to spawn the Cuban Missile Crisis of October 1962, when the Soviet Union installed nuclear missile batteries on Cuba aimed directly at the United States, a mere 90 miles away. And there you have it, the Bay of Pigs invasion, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the General Slocum disaster of 1904. Built in Brooklyn in 1891, the sidewheel passenger steamship General Slocum clocked in at 264 feet, comprising 3 decks with a licensed capacity of 2,400 passengers. On June 15, 1904, the Slocum was chartered for $350 by the St. Mark's Evangelical Lutheran Church in the Little Germany district of Manhattan. Comprised of mainly women and children, the 1,400 passengers boarded the ship for a leisurely cruise to Locust Grove on Long Island Sound for an annual picnic. 30 minutes into the cruise, a fire broke out in the lamp room, quickly spreading to a paint locker filled with flammable liquids and a nearby cabin filled with gasoline. The ship's owners had made no effort to maintain or replace the Slocum's safety equipment, and when the crew freed fire hoses to fight the flames, the rotted canvas fell apart in their hands. Lifeboats were tied and in some cases wired and inaccessible, while survivors reported that life preservers fell apart in their hands. Desperate mothers placed life jackets on their children and tossed them into the river, only to watch in horror as their children sank in their rotted equipment. It was later discovered that most of the life preservers had been filled with cheap and less effective granulated cork, and then brought up to proper weight standards by the inclusion of iron bars. The life preservers had been manufactured in 1891 and had hung above deck unprotected from the elements for 13 years. Captain Van Schaik decided to continue his course rather than run the ship aground or stop at a nearby landing, which only fueled the flames with ongoing headwinds. Flammable paint also helped to spread the fire, and when desperate women jumped from the ship, their heavy woolen garments quickly dragged them underwater. Many more died when the burning decks collapsed, while others were battered by the still-turning paddle wheels when they attempted to escape the flames for the East River. By the time the Slocum sank in shallow water near North Brother Island, an estimated 1,021 people had either burned to death or drowned. Of the 321 survivors, only 5 of the 40 crew members had died. Reports indicated that Captain Van Schaik deserted ship as soon as it settled on the bottom, jumping into a nearby tugboat along with several of his crew. Eyewitnesses reported that his jacket was hardly even rumpled. Of the 8 people indicted by a federal grand jury in the aftermath of the tragedy, only Van Schaik would be convicted of criminal negligence. The neighborhood of Little Germany, which had been in decline for some time before the disaster, almost disappeared in the aftermath of the fire. And there you have it, the General Slocum tragedy of 1904, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Code Talkers of World War II. Pioneered by the Cherokee and Choctaw people during World War I, the Code Talkers of World War II were an elite group of Native Americans who played a key role in the Pacific, European, and North African theaters of war. Fighting with the United States Marine Corps, the estimated 500 Code Talkers' primary mission was to encrypt and decrypt vital battlefield communications using their native languages, which left their Nazi and Japanese adversaries unable to eavesdrop on Allied communications, troop movements, and offensive strategies. While the majority of World War II Code Talkers came from the Navajo Nation, they also included soldiers from the Lakota, Meskwaki, Mohawk, Comanche, Tlingit, Hopi, Cree, and Crow people. By way of example, a total of 14 Comanche Code Talkers took part in the D-Day invasion at Normandy, employing a vocabulary of over 100 code terms from their native language. A tank was defined as a turtle, while a bomber was a pregnant airplane. A machine gun was a sewing machine, while Adolf Hitler was a crazy white man. On June 6, 1944, 2 Comanche code talkers were embedded with each regiment that landed at Utah Beach, while their counterparts were assigned to the 4th Infantry Division headquarters, where they decrypted codes radioed from the beachhead. Many were wounded during the D-Day offensive known as Overlord, although thankfully none were killed. The Code Talkers Recognition Act of 2008 was signed into law by President George W. Bush on November 15th of that same year, honoring each surviving member with the Congressional Gold Medal. The Code Talkers' work was a key factor in the victories at Iwo Jima and Saipan, along with several other major battles in the Pacific Theater. Credited with saving the lives of thousands of Allied personnel, the Code Talkers' encryption techniques comprise the only military code never to have been broken. And there you have it, the Code Talkers of World War II, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Fall of Saigon. On Tuesday, April 29, 1975, the usually crowded streets of Saigon were empty except for military personnel and ambulances. The attack by North Vietnamese forces at Tan Son Nhat Airport the day before has left the city in a 24-hour lockdown. With communist forces pressing in on downtown Saigon, the order to evacuate American nationals and South Vietnamese sympathizers was given. The original plan was to bus the evacuees to Tan Son Nhat Airport until it too came under fire by the communist building offensive. Journalists filming the air attacks witnessed a North Vietnamese helicopter go down by the presidential palace. At least 10 people died in the crash. American Ambassador Graham Martin took personal control of the situation. Amidst tremendous confusion and a total breakdown in military protocol, a steady procession of helicopters began landing within the relative safety of the walled American Embassy compound. Frightened civilians were airlifted to the American aircraft carriers Hancock and Midway, waiting some 40 miles offshore, ferried by a dedicated task force of some 80 American helicopters. Many of the surviving evacuees recalled that the most unnerving part was waiting for a ride to safety, all the while hearing artillery fire in the near distance, which only amplified their fears that the airlift would suddenly come to an end should the communists overtake the city. Besides the 80 American helicopters shuttling people to safety, South Vietnamese helicopter pilots flew their families to safety aboard the carriers as well, but lacking the space on the flight decks to stow their aircraft, the pilots were forced to ditch in the ocean or have their ships pushed into the sea. In all, approximately 7,000 people, most of them Vietnamese, were airlifted to safety during the 12-hour operation known as Frequent Wind. Desperate Vietnamese who failed to make the cut stayed at the embassy gates well into the night, desperately appealing for a Hail Mary last-minute evacuation. But for them, there was to be no mercy from the impending communist takeover. As the last of the Marines took to the rooftop of the embassy in hopes of their own Hail Mary evacuation, North Vietnamese tanks and troop carriers rolled into the city. The last of the Marines were finally airlifted from the rooftop, just as the communists stormed the compound gate. And there you have it, the Fall of Saigon, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Lucky Lindy, the first man to cross the pond. Born in Detroit in 1902, Charles Lindbergh took up flying at the tender age of 20. A year later, he bought a surplus World War I Curtiss Jenny biplane and toured the country as a barnstorming stunt pilot. In 1924, he enrolled in the Army Air Service Flying School in Texas and graduated at the top of his class. He became an airmail pilot in 1926 and pioneered the route between St. Louis and Chicago. In 1926, French entrepreneur Raymond Ortegue reoffered a prize of $25,000 to the first aviator or aviators to fly nonstop across the Atlantic from New York to Paris. a flight of some 3,600 miles over open water. In response, Lindbergh convinced the St. Louis Chamber of Commerce to front the cost of the flight, setting a budget of $15,000 in support of Lindbergh's objective. Ryan Airlines Corporation of San Diego volunteered to build the Spirit of St. Louis, which proved to be little more than a single-engine gas tank with wings. The main fuel tank was placed in front of the cockpit, which cut off Lindbergh's forward vision other than the addition of a periscope. To cut down on weight, all non-essential instruments were removed, including the radio, gas gauges, night flying lights, navigation equipment, and a parachute. Bad weather delayed Lindbergh's transatlantic attempt for nearly a week, but on May 20th, 1927, the Spirit of St. Louis struggled to lift off from the muddy grass runway at Roosevelt Field, so overloaded with fuel that the plane barely cleared the telephone wires at the end of the runway. On May 21st, halfway across the pond, Lindbergh entered a fog bank as he struggled to stay awake, holding his eyelids open with his fingers. He later confessed that he hallucinated about ghosts passing through the cockpit. After 24 hours of flying, he spotted fishing boats and knew he was close to land. He called down to them which way to Ireland. When he landed at Le Bourget Aerodrome in Paris, Charles Lindbergh became an international celebrity, strengthening the notion that one man with the right amount of daring and ingenuity could have an enormous impact on the world. President Calvin Coolidge dispatched a warship to bring the hero home. Upon his arrival in New York, Lucky Lindy was given a ticker-tape parade before being presented with the Congressional Medal of Honor. And there you have it, Lucky Lindy, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, a shaky grand opening for the happiest place on Earth. Disneyland was the result of Walt Disney's vision to make a theme park that captured the illusionary wonders found in his movies, as well as a place where parents could have just as much fun as their children. Disney started planning his park in the 1940s, while his overriding theme had morphed several times before construction began in 1954. Originally, Disneyland was to be called Mickey Mouse Park, and if he had kept that vision for a mouse-centric experience, his final product would have been drastically different than the Disneyland we've come to know. Despite his evolving concepts for the park, in Disney's mind anyway, Disneyland had to be totally perfect, including no potential glimpses at buildings in the surrounding city of Anaheim that existed outside his theme park. In other words, Disney insisted that nothing should be allowed to break the magic and illusionary wonder he had set out to create. Disneyland opened on July 17, 1955, exactly 1 year and a day after construction first began. Opening day guests were by invitation only, including celebrities, members of the press, friends, family, and Disney VIPs. There was a total of around 11,000 invited guests, but the invitations themselves soon leaked to the outside world. Counterfeit tickets were sold illegally, and one man even set up a ladder and charged $5 a person for desperate would-be parkgoers to scale the fence. Over 28,000 people entered Disneyland that day, a number that both Disneyland and the city of Anaheim were completely unprepared for. Traffic was backed up for several miles outside the park, and the Disney parking lot soon reached capacity. Problems were magnified when a plumber strike turned off all the water to every drinking fountain on the unusually hot 100-plus degree day, while every Disneyland restaurant ran out of food and drinks within hours. The heat also made the freshly laid masonry asphalt turn spongy, making walking particularly treacherous for women in high heels. Several of the rides malfunctioned, and a gas leak prompted Adventureland, Frontierland, and Fantasyland to be evacuated. Despite these opening day glitches, Disneyland would open to the general public the following day, welcoming upwards of 50,000 visitors into the park, who had begun amassing at the main gates as early as 2 a.m. in the morning. Within its first 2 months of operations, Disneyland proved to be an overwhelming success, welcoming more than 1 million visitors to the happiest place on Earth.
We've made a bum out of Barnum today, but we've got to go.
I know, but I just want to say a word of thanks to all the artists, the workers, and everybody that helped make this dream come true.
Let's go into Fantasyland and have some fun.
Let's go.
Goodbye, folks.
And there you have it, a shaky grand opening for Disneyland. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the great San Francisco earthquake of 1906. On the morning of April 18, 1906, a massive 7.9 magnitude earthquake shook the city of San Francisco, California, delivering a punch 12,000 times more powerful than the bomb exploded over Hiroshima. While the quake lasted less than a minute, it managed to sever gas and water mains, which would soon devastate and burn down nearly 500 city blocks. The earthquake and subsequent fire killed an estimated 3,000 people and left half of the city's 400,000 residents homeless and destitute. To this day, the earthquake and subsequent inferno remains the greatest natural disaster suffered by a North American city. Around 9 a.m., someone living in the Hayes district kindled a fire to cook breakfast, not knowing their chimney had been compromised. Nicknamed the Ham and Eggs Fire, by noon, the resulting conflagration threatened the entire city. Ruptured gas mains quickly spread the fire into full pandemic, while ruptured water mains made it impossible for fire brigades to combat the spreading flames. Among the many landmarks lost was the Palace Hotel, built by Silver Kings Billy Ralston and William Sharon. Enrico Caruso, the famous singer, was staying at the hotel and was forced to flee for his life. Palace bartenders gave away expensive bottles of wine, knowing the hotel would soon burn to the ground. The worst casualties were south of Market, where Ralston and Sharon had used their money and bulldozers to reclaim usable land from the marshy shores of San Francisco Bay. The worst loss of life in the south of Market district was the collapse of the Valencia Hotel, where upwards of 80 people lost their lives. At 2:30 p.m., the last telegraph was sent from San Francisco before the last of the lines were severed by catastrophe.
2:30 p.m., the city's practically ruined by fire. It's within half a block of us. The core building is burned out entirely. The Examiner building just fell in a heap. There's fire all around us and in every direction. Destruction by earthquake. San Francisco's gone. Something frightful. They're blowing up standing buildings that are in the path of flames by dynamite. No water to fight the fire. It's awful. I want to get out of here or be blown up so I can go on to heaven.
While half the city lived in tents set up in open spaces and parks, it would take 4 years for the city to rebuild from one of the worst natural disasters the world has ever known. And there you have it, the great San Francisco earthquake of 1906, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Hoovervilles of the Great Depression. At the height of the Great Depression, when 1 in 4 eligible workers found themselves homeless and unemployed, hundreds of shantytown slums sprang up across the nation, housing hundreds of thousands of destitute Americans. Disillusioned citizens called them Hoovervilles, referring to the commonly held belief that Republican President Herbert Hoover was a do-nothing leader who passed responsibility for the rampant homeless epidemic onto local governments and charities. Homelessness was certainly present long before the Great Depression, making the condition a common sight in most American cities well before the Black Tuesday stock market crash of 1929. Most cities built municipal lodging houses for their homeless until the Great Depression exponentially increased demand for limited public housing. As a result, massive Hoovervilles formed around soup kitchens, usually trespassing on private lands, yet tolerated or ignored out of dire necessity. Some Hooverville residents possessed construction skills, allowing them to build their houses out of stone, but the vast majority resorted to building their residences out of wood from crates, cardboard, scraps of metal, or whatever materials they could find. When a Hooverville formed near the reservoir in New York Central Park, the residents were hastily evicted by the police. As the Depression wore on, however, public sentiment became more sympathetic, and in July 1931, A judge suspended the sentences of 22 unemployed men sleeping in Central Park, giving each of them $2 out of his own pocket. "We work hard to keep clean," one of the men said to the judge, "because that's important. I never lived like this before." In 1932, Democratic presidential candidate Franklin D. Roosevelt campaigned for the forgotten man at the bottom of the economic pyramid. After his election to the White House, at his direction, Congress passed a series of emergency measures known as the New Deal for the American people, forging a new government agency known as the Works Progress Administration, or WPA. The program would grow to employ 8.5 million people and spend over $11 billion as it transformed the nation's infrastructure by putting Americans back to work. And there you have it, Hoovervilles of the Great Depression, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Battle of Little Bighorn. Known by Plains Indians as the Battle of the Greasy Grass, the Battle of Little Bighorn was an armed engagement between combined forces of the Lakota, Northern Cheyenne, and Arapaho Indians against the 7th Cavalry Regiment of the United States Army. Part of the Great Sioux War of 1876, the battle took place along the Little Bighorn River within the Crow Indian Reservation of the Montana Territory. On June 26, the ensuing battle would prove to be an overwhelming victory for the Indians, as well as what would become known as Custer's Last Stand. Setting out on a spring campaign to engage the Indians anywhere they could be found, Colonel John Gibbon's 6 companies left Fort Ellis in western Montana Territory on March 30th, intending to patrol the Yellowstone River. Brigadier General George Crook's 10 companies moved north from Fort Fetterman in the Wyoming Territory on May 29th, marching toward the Powder River area, while Brigadier General Alfred Terry's 12 companies departed westward from Fort Abraham Lincoln in the Dakota Territory. Lieutenant Colonel George Custer's 12 companies and a Gatling gun detachment departed westward from Fort Abraham Lincoln on May 17th, accompanied by teamsters and packers with 150 wagons and a large contingent of pack mules. At sunrise on June 25th, Custer's scouts reported a massive pony herd near the Little Bighorn River, along with signs of an Indian village. Not wanting the Indians to flee before a fight, on the morning of June 26, Custer decided to attack without waiting for reinforcements. With an impending sense of doom, Custer's Crow Indian scout Half Yellowface prophetically warned Custer that "you and I are going home today by a road we do not know." Expecting only around 800 belligerent warriors, Major Marcus Reno was first to attack the village, until his line was overrun by upwards of 2,000 warriors led by Crazy Horse and Chief Gall. 29 troopers were killed during the retreat, while another 15 men went missing. As for Custer's bad day, the precise details are largely conjectural, since none of the American combatants would survive. Later pieced together by Indian accounts, Custer's force of 210 men had been engaged by the Lakota and Northern Cheyenne, about 3.5 miles to the north of Reno's fallback position. After the battle was over, troops came to recover the bodies, discovering that the dead soldiers had been stripped of their clothing and ritually mutilated. The dead were hastily buried where they fell, while Custer's body was discovered with 2 gunshot wounds, one to his left chest and the other to his left temple. Some Lakota oral histories assert that Custer committed suicide to avoid capture and subsequent torture, though this is usually discounted by historians since the wounds were inconsistent with his known right-handedness. And there you have it, the Battle of Little Bighorn, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Muhammad Ali. Born Cassius Clay on January 17, 1942, Muhammad Ali was an American professional boxer, activist, and philanthropist. Nicknamed the Greatest, he was widely regarded as one of the most significant and celebrated sports figures of the 20th century, and one of the greatest boxers of all time. Born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky, Ali began training as an amateur boxer at the tender age of 12. By the time he was 18, he won a gold medal in the light heavyweight division at the 1960 Summer Olympics, turning pro later that year. In 1964, 22-year-old Ali upset the 7-1 favorite Sonny Liston in a fight that stunned the boxing world. Just barely qualifying for the heavyweight division, Ali announced himself to the world as a first-rate trash talker in pre-fight interviews.
You want to lose your money, then bet on Sonny. They might be stopping it. That might be all, ladies and gentlemen. Get up there. Get up in the ring. Come here. Yeah, I'm the greatest thing that ever lived. I don't have a mark on my face, and I upset Sonny Liston, and I just turned 22 years old. I must be the greatest. I'm pretty. I'm a bad man. I shook up the world. I shook up the world. I shook up the world. You must listen to me.
I am the greatest.
Don't be rumble, float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Ah, rumble, young man, rumble. Hey, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna.
On April 28, 1967, citing his religious beliefs in opposition to the Vietnam War, Ali refused to be drafted into military service. He was arrested, found guilty of draft evasion, and stripped of his boxing titles. He spent the next 5 years in prison until he successfully appealed his case to the Supreme Court, which overturned his conviction in 1971. His refusal to fight an unjust war made him an icon of the counterculture generation opposed to the war in Southeast Asia. Muhammad Ali remains the only 3-time lineal champion of the heavyweight division, beating 21 heavyweight boxers to cement his place into the history books of sports. In his later years, Ali developed Parkinson's disease and was hospitalized on June 2, 2016, with what was first diagnosed as a respiratory illness. Although his condition was initially described as survival, he died the next day at age 74 due to underlying complications relating to septic shock. And there you have it, the life and times of Muhammad Ali, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Bonanza Kings. During the gold rush of 1849, only the most hardy of men crossed a rugged nation for untold riches waiting for them in California. When silver was discovered in current-day Virginia City, Nevada, only the hardiest of the 49ers made their way over the rugged terrain of the Sierra Nevada mountains in hope of striking it rich yet again. While Billy Ralston and his womanizing business partner William Sharon became the early dominant mine owners in the region, they would soon be unseated by 4 uneducated Irishmen who would collectively become known as the Bonanza Kings. While John Mackey and James Fair worked shoulder to shoulder with their miners, they partnered with San Francisco bartenders James Flood and William O'Brien, who opened their bar by pure chance next to the San Francisco Mining Exchange, where they captured insider knowledge about various silver mines when the traders came in for lunch. James Fair was the best miner of the group, and after the Consolidated Virginia Silver Mine exhausted what was commonly thought to be its last ounce of silver, Fair was convinced that the true motherlode of the Comstock lay much deeper than the Virginia City mine owners had plumbed. While Fair and Mackey started digging deeper in the mine, the bartenders quietly began buying up shares of Con Virginia stock as share prices plummeted from over $1,000 a share to under $50. Once the 4 Irishmen owned the lion's share of Con Virginia stock, they unearthed the largest single silver strike in world mining history, making the 4 immigrants some of the wealthiest men in the world. James Fair would go on to become a senator for the state of Nevada, unseating William Sharon as the two spent their millions to vie for power. Fair's wife would later divorce him on grounds of habitual adultery. He died at age 63, igniting a huge public scandal when his will mysteriously disappeared from the county clerk's office before any of the surviving children could read its contents. Soft-spoken and mild-mannered, William O'Brien became known as the Jolly Millionaire, freely confessing that he had neither taste nor talent for making money, prompting him to attribute his puzzling rise to affluence as an act of grasping onto rapidly ascending kites and simply holding on for dear life. After his death at age 52, a veritable conga line of women claimed to be the dead millionaire's wife, clogging the court system as they laid claims on his estate. James Flood would go on to build ever larger mansions around Northern California, including his Nob Hill home comprised of 42 rooms. Odd as it may seem, it was not the house itself that enthralled the citizens of San Francisco, but the block-long fence that surrounded the property. Known today as Flood's Brass Rail, its wealthy landlord employed a man full-time to polish the brass in much the same way that Flood had once maintained his rail at the Auction Lunch Saloon. While John Mackey preferred a simple life in San Francisco, his socially climbing wife set up lavish homes in London and Paris. Marie Mackey solidified her entrance into Parisian society by hosting a party for Ulysses S. Grant, while the ex-Civil War general was on his post-war world tour. To further her growing fame, Ludovic Halevi, a popular French novelist, published L'Abbé Constantine, a book about a fabulously rich American woman who tires of her life in Paris and moves to a rural mansion. The book became a mainstay for young Americans learning French, and the main character, Madame Scott, was clearly drawn from that of Marie Mackey. And there you have it, the Bonanza Kings, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Martin Luther King Jr.'s final speech. On Wednesday, April 3, 1968, the community of Memphis, Tennessee spent the day under siege by strong winds and violent thunderstorms. After a bomb threat had delayed his flight from Atlanta, Martin Luther King Jr. and his contemporaries from the Southern Christian Leadership Conference checked in at the Lorraine Hotel in advance of a sanitation workers' rally at the Mason Temple that night, followed by a planned protest march the following Monday. Doc, as he was affectionately known to his colleagues, checked into his usual room at the Lorraine, room 306, with his habitual roommate Ralph Abernathy at his side. Out on the rain-soaked streets, the Memphis police set up a dragnet around the hotel, doing what they could to protect the famed Nobel laureate and civil rights legend from untold threats by white racists intent on silencing MLK's message of nonviolent protest. Barely installed in room 306, 2 officers from the Memphis Sheriff's Department arrived to serve Dr. King with an injunction issued by the Fifth Circuit Court of Tennessee, indicating that next Monday's planned sanitation workers' march had been banned. Combined with the bomb threat, Doc asked Abernathy and Jesse Jackson to stand in for him at the Mason Temple that night, while he turned in early for some much-needed sleep. Hours later, Doc awakened to the sound of his hotel room phone, and when he answered it, Abernathy informed him that the overcapacity crowd at the temple refused to take no for an answer regarding a morale-boosting speech by the civil rights legend. In response, Doc dressed in a suit and cabbed over to the church for what would become his final speech before his life was unjustly ended the following day.
What we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. So just as I say we aren't going to let any dogs or water hoses turn us around, we aren't going to let any injunction turn us around. Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really does give a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
The next day, stealing off with Abernathy for lunch at one of MLK's favorite fried catfish joints, Doc confessed to his friend that he hadn't prepared for last night's monumental speech, but rather he let the Holy Spirit guide his thoughts and words. 6 hours later, while departing the Lorraine Hotel for a planned dinner at a local reverend's home, Doc received the worst injustice when an assassin's bullet found its mark. And there you have it, MLK's final speech and the passing of a civil rights icon. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the American baby boom. Like many industrialized Western nations, in the early 20th century, the United States experienced a gradual decline in its birth rate as more Americans moved off farms and into cities. Following victory in World War II, the United States experienced an explosion in its birth rate, adding on average 4.24 million new babies to the population every year between 1946 and 1964. Known as baby boomers, the steady rise in youthful population was the result of a strong post-war economy, allowing American families to feel confident that they could support a larger number of children. Boomers also influenced the economy as a core marketing demographic for products tied to their age group, from toys to records. After 15 years of economic uncertainty brought about by the Great Depression, followed by the economic drain caused by 4 years of American involvement in the war, soldiers who had survived World War II returned home weary of adventure, with a unified desire to settle down into family life with their sweethearts. Combined with educational benefits provided by the GI Bill, access to good jobs and affordable housing, the boom was on almost the moment GIs hit American soil. While some couples rushed to wed and conceive children before soldiers shipped out to war, the real spike in marriages occurred after the war, when 2.2 million couples tied the knot in 1946 alone. With marriage came babies, and by the end of that same year, over 350,000 had been born. By the end of the 18-year-long baby boom period, 76.4 million lives had been added to the American landscape, constituting 40% of the population, which at the time stood at around 192 million. When baby boomers came of age in the 1960s and early 1970s, they began to question norms and values of their parents' generation, including an unjust war in Southeast Asia, civil rights for African Americans, and gender equality for women. The free love hippie movement joined hands with the psychedelic drug movement, fueled by Ken Kesey and the Merry Pranksters on the West Coast, while Timothy Leary became the acid guru on the East Coast of America. After Les Paul invented the electric guitar, amplified rock and roll ran in direct conflict with the gentle dance tunes favored by the wartime parents of the baby boom generation. Today, now that boomers have in effect become their parents, an estimated 73 million baby boomers have reached or are approaching retirement age, placing added stressors on the nation's Social Security pension system, healthcare costs, and senior living expenses, making baby boomers the largest gray wave in American history. And there you have it, the American baby boom, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the bonus expeditionary forces of 1932. In 1924, 5 years before the stock market crash of 1929 and the subsequent decade-long Great Depression, Congress enacted the World War Adjusted Compensation Act, which awarded World War I veterans a certificate of payment not to be redeemed until 1948. When the Great Depression stripped many of these veterans of jobs and a roof over their heads, approximately 43,000 veterans and their families descended upon Washington, D.C. to demonstrate for early payment of their certificates. Known as bonus marchers or the bonus expeditionary forces, the protesters established a Hooverville or shanty town along the banks of the Anacostia River in central Washington.
I came to Washington to get my bonus, and I'm going to wait for it till I get it if I have to wait till 1945.
What that brought you to Washington?
I want to beat the Undertaker, spend the money before the Undertaker gets it. I know who's made this country worth living in. It's just you fellas. Look, makes me so damn mad a whole lot of people speak of you as tramps. By God, they didn't speak of you as tramps in 1917 and 18. No.
While many Americans unfairly blamed President Herbert Hoover for worsening the Great Depression through inadequate economic policy, on July 28th, he further tanked his reputation by ordering the bonus marchers forcefully removed from government land. Army Chief of Staff General Douglas MacArthur and his subordinate understudies George S. Patton and Dwight D. Eisenhower led a contingent of 500 infantrymen, 500 cavalrymen, 6 M1917 light tanks, and 800 policemen into the bonus marchers' Hooverville, unleashing tear gas and firearms when the protesters refused to leave their encampment. Just as the veterans had endured mustard gas attacks in the trenches of Europe, this time the gassing would be delivered by their own countrymen. 2 veterans would die the next day from gunshot wounds received by overzealous police officers, while a total of 1,017 veterans and their wives and children would be injured. Once the bonus marchers were successfully routed from their encampment, their dwellings and personal belongings were summarily burned to the ground. After news of the violence spread throughout the country, Americans were largely horrified by the violent treatment applied to these once heroic veterans of World War I, further eroding Hoover's image as a compassionate leader. 3 months later, he would be voted out of office when Franklin D. Roosevelt captured 57.4% of the popular vote, carrying 42 states and nearly 88% of the electoral vote. And there you have it, the bonus expeditionary forces of 1932, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Space Shuttle program. Christened by NASA as the Space Transportation System, or STS, the Space Shuttle project was taken from a 1969 proposed conception for a system of partially reusable low Earth orbit spacecraft. The first of 4 orbital test flights occurred in 1981, leading to the first operational flights beginning in 1982. 5 Space Shuttle orbiters were built and flown on a total of 135 missions from 1981 to 2011, including 2 flight failures which resulted in the deaths of 14 astronauts. The Space Shuttle missions launched numerous satellites, interplanetary probes, and the Hubble Space Telescope, as well as the construction and servicing of the International Space Station. The shuttle fleet's total mission time was 1,322 days, 19 hours, 21 minutes, and 23 seconds. The primary components that made shuttle flights a reality included the shuttle itself with 3 Rocketdyne main engines, a pair of recoverable solid rocket boosters, and the expendable external center tank containing liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Once its external launch engines were discarded in low Earth orbit, the shuttle relied on its orbital maneuvering system engines to navigate the vacuum of space, as well as to execute its deorbit burn for re-entry into Earth's atmosphere for a landing at Florida's Kennedy Space Center or the Rogers Dry Lake Bed at Edwards Air Force Base in California. If weather conditions required the shuttle to land at Edwards, the orbiter was flown back to Kennedy Space Center on the shuttle carrier aircraft, a specially modified Boeing 747. The first orbiter, Enterprise, was built in 1976 and used exclusively as an approach and landing test vehicle with no orbital capabilities. The 4 fully operational orbiters were the Columbia, Challenger, Discovery, and Atlantis, of which 2 were lost to mission accidents. The first was the Challenger on January 28, 1986, when an inexpensive O-ring seal failed at liftoff in the right solid rocket booster, which was not designed to handle the unusually cold conditions that existed at launch time. The breakup cost the lives of 7 astronauts. The second was the Columbia disaster of February 1, 2003, when the ship suffered a structural failure upon re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. 7 more astronauts died when a piece of foam insulation broke off the shuttle's external tank during liftoff, damaging the left wing of the orbiter. Upon re-entry, the damaged left wing heat shield allowed hot atmospheric gases to penetrate and compromise the left wing's internal structure, causing the craft to break apart upon re-entry. A 5th operational orbiter, the Endeavour, was built in 1991 to replace the Challenger. Among the most notable astronauts to fly on a space shuttle mission was John Glenn, the first American to orbit the Earth in 1962. And there you have it, the Space Shuttle program, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Alan Shepard, the first American in space. A graduate of the Naval Academy at Annapolis, Alan Shepard saw action in the Navy during World War II, becoming a naval aviator in 1946 and a test pilot in 1950. Selected as one of the original Mercury 7 astronauts in 1959, Shepard proved to be the definition of the right stuff when he piloted his Mercury Redstone 3 rocket into space on May 5, 1961. Before ascending up to the capsule, Shepard paused to admire his massive rocket, later recalling that he suddenly realized he would never see the beast again. Flight delays rolled on for more than 4 hours until he finally asked for a bathroom break. Denied by the flight director, Shepard was encouraged by ground personnel to simply let it go. He later recalled that he was completely dry by liftoff due to the wicking nature of his cotton undergarments and the capsule's environment of 100% oxygen. Named Freedom 7 by Shepard himself, his 15-minute flight would take him 150 miles up into space, where he was able to fully control the pitch, roll, and yaw of his spacecraft. Upon his return to Earth, Shepard became an instant national celebrity, flying into space a mere 3 weeks after Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin became the first man in space. Designated as the commander of the first crewed Gemini flight, he was grounded in 1963 due to Meniere's disease, an inner ear condition that causes extreme bouts of dizziness and nausea. After the ailment was surgically corrected in 1969, Shepard commanded Apollo 14, becoming the fifth and oldest man to walk on the moon. One of the crew had smuggled the head of a 6-iron in one of their utility pockets of their spacesuits, and when Shepard attached the head to a shaft-like piece of the lunar lander, he took 4 one-handed swings on the moon due to the restrictive nature of his spacesuit. While the record for the longest golf shot on Earth is held by Mike Austin at 515 yards, when Shepard finally connected on his final shot, it is estimated that the ball traveled upwards of 1 mile, or 1,760 yards, through the moon's reduced gravitational pull. On the moon, anyway, we're gonna need a bigger course. And there you have it, Alan Shepard, the first American in space. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the U-2 spy plane incident, May 1st, 1960. At 6:20 in the morning, Sunday, May 1st, 1960, Francis Gary Powers taxied onto the runway at Peshawar Air Base in Pakistan. Engineered to fly at 70,000 feet with a range of 7,000 miles, Powers flew his U-2 spy plane into Soviet airspace for his 28th mission. Flying in radio silence, Powers was scheduled to pass over the Hindu Kush range of the Himalayas into the southern USSR, passing over a 2,900-mile swatch of Soviet territory, a tense 9-hour flight into enemy terrain. Over Sverdlovsk, he felt a violent shudder of his aircraft just as he lost control as the plane leaned into a spin, parachuted into Soviet territory, where he was swiftly made a prisoner of war. Initially, U.S. authorities acknowledged the incident as a loss of a civilian weather research aircraft operated by NASA, but were forced to admit the mission's true purpose when a few days later the Soviet government produced the captured pilot and parts of the U-2 plane, including photographs of Soviet military bases taken during the mission. Powers was convicted of espionage and sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment plus 7 years of hard labor, but was released 2 years later on February 10, 1962, during a prisoner exchange for Soviet officer Rudolf Abel. Abel had been arrested by the FBI in 1957 on charges of conspiracy in the United States. The incident occurred during the presidency of Dwight D. Eisenhower and the premiership of Nikita Khrushchev, around 2 weeks before the scheduled opening of an East-West summit in Paris. It caused great embarrassment to the United States and prompted a marked deterioration in the relations with the Soviet Union, already strained by the early days of the Cold War. As a result of the spy plane incident and the attempted cover-up by the American government, the four-power Paris summit was not completed. At the beginning of the talks on May 16th, there was still hope that the two sides could come together even after the events that had taken place on May 1st. But Eisenhower refused to acknowledge or apologize for the incident, and Khrushchev left the summit one day after it began. And there you have it, the U-2 spy plane incident explained on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the passing of FDR. Serving an unprecedented 4 terms in office, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt had guided the American nation through the darkest days of the Great Depression, as well as through the majority of World War II.
It is my resolve and yours to build up our armed defenses.
On April 12, 1945, in what would become the final days of the war, FDR passed away at his retreat in Warm Springs, Georgia, leaving Vice President Harry S. Truman in charge of a nation deep in conflict. Roosevelt sat in his living room with his 2 cousins and Lucy Mercer, the later having resumed an extramarital affair with the president. While artist Elizabeth Shalmatoff painted his portrait, at 1 p.m. the president suddenly complained of a terrific pain in the back of his head, collapsing moments later into an unconscious heap, the victim of a massive cerebral aneurysm. Back at the White House, after Eleanor Roosevelt was given the news, she met with Vice President Truman, who had not yet been told. A calm and collected Eleanor said, "Harry, the president is dead," to which he replied, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Eleanor replied, "Harry, is there anything we can do for you? For you are the one in trouble now." Overseas, American servicemen and women were made numb by the news, for the majority of the young fighters had known no other president for the entirety of their lives. As FDR's funeral train rolled across the southern countryside, people thronged for a last farewell to their wartime president. In Washington, D.C., FDR's mortal remains were paraded in honor to the Capitol, where he was to lay in state. After the formal national ceremonies were over, he was buried in his hometown of Hyde Park, New York. Following the only 4-term presidency in American history, Congress passed the 22nd Amendment, which limited a sitting president to no more than 2 terms. The amendment was passed on February 27, 1951. And there you have it, the passing of FDR, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the D-Day invasion at Normandy. Codenamed Operation Overlord, but often referred to as D-Day, the June 6, 1944 invasion of 5 Normandy beachheads would prove to be the largest seaborne invasion in the history of human warfare. Confident that an Allied invasion attempt of Nazi-occupied Europe would come somewhere in the western seafronts facing Great Britain, from 1942 to 1944, Hitler built a coastal defense and fortification system known as the Atlantic Wall, which spanned 1,600 miles of coastline from Belgium to the northern border of Spain. In the months leading up to the invasion, the Allies conducted a substantial military deception plan known as Operation Bodyguard, designed to mislead the Germans as to the date and location of the main Allied landings. While the original D-Day invasion was set for June the 5th, bad weather forced General Dwight D. Eisenhower to delay the operation by 24 hours, which nearly triggered a further delay of 2 weeks, since the invasion planners had strict requirements that coincided with the phase of the moon and subsequent high tides associated with a full moon, conditions that aligned on only 2 days per month. The amphibious landings were preceded by extensive aerial and naval bombardment, followed by the landing of 24,000 airborne troops shortly after midnight on June 6. Allied infantry and armored divisions began landing on the coast of France at 6:30 that same morning, spanning a 50-mile swatch of Normandy beachheads known as Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno, and Sword. The men landed under heavy fire from Nazi gun emplacements overlooking the beachheads, which were strewn with landmines and metal tripods to further slow the Allied troop advances. Comprised of 8 Allied navies, the invasion fleet was made up of 6,939 vessels, including 1,213 warships, 4,126 landing craft, 736 ancillary craft, and 864 merchant vessels. Around 156,000 Allied soldiers and paratroopers landed at Normandy on June the 6th, while a total of 1.5 million troops would flood into Europe via the Normandy beachheads by the end of the week. 10,500 Allied troops would be killed, wounded, missing, or made prisoner of war on that first invasion day, while the Germans would suffer a nearly equal number of losses. And there you have it, Operation Overlord. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Johnstown Flood of 1889. On May 30th, 1889, a violent storm rolled through Johnstown, Pennsylvania, about 60 miles east of Pittsburgh. The next morning, there was minor flooding in the streets, but 15 miles above the city in the Allegheny Mountains, trouble was brewing at a 450-acre man-made lake owned by the exclusive New South Fork Fishing and Hunting Club. The club had hastily rebuilt a 50-year-old dam to create the lake for its club members, which was patronized by Gilded Age tycoons such as Andrew Carnegie, Henry Clay Frick, and Andrew Mellon. Despite repeated concerns voiced by local engineers, club members had done nothing to maintain the dam. At about 3:15 in the afternoon of May 31st, the dam gave way, releasing over 20 million tons of water as it drained the lake over the next 45 minutes of raging disaster. The water roared down the mountainside at speeds upwards of 40 miles an hour, carrying away trees, telephone poles, and anything in its path. The wall of water slammed into Johnstown just before 4 p.m., washing away people and livestock, while destroying 1,500 homes and businesses. In a devastating 10-minute assault, the entire city was uprooted and destroyed. The official death toll was 2,209 unlucky people. Makeshift morgues were set up around the city, but hundreds of the missing were never found, while a third of the recovered bodies were never identified. Word of the disaster soon reached the outside world, as relief workers quickly came to the aid of the battered survivors. The first order of business was to rebuild the rail lines so that food, clothing, and tents could reach the city. It was the first crisis handled by Clara Barton and her newly formed American Red Cross. She and her cadre of volunteer nurses would render aid and solace to the community of Johnstown for the next 5 months to come, helping to establish the American Red Cross as the premier disaster relief agency in the United States. While newspapers began to point fingers at the South Fork Club's failure to maintain the dam, in the end, club members were never held legally responsible. And there you have it, the Johnstown Flood of 1889. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Mount St. Helens eruption. In the spring of 1980, Mount St. Helens stood as one of the most majestic peaks in the Cascade Mountains of Washington state. In a region rich in natural beauty and an abundance of wildlife, the Mount St. Helens volcano started to rumble back to life after 120 years of dormancy. For weeks, the ground shook almost daily, leaving geologists stymied over what would happen next. The answer came on May 18th, when a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked the mountain with a disconcerting punch. Within 10 seconds, the volcano's north face collapsed in the largest landslide in recorded history. Millions of tons of magma burst into the sky, followed by a pyroclastic flow of searing gas and rock, flattening forests as it swept down the mountain. 4 miles beneath the erupting summit, Spirit Lake was overtaken by debris, lifting its waterline by more than 200 feet. The eruption spewed toxic gases miles into the air. The northern slope of the mountain became buried in several feet of ash, snuffing out nearly all life in its path. 57 people died in the eruption, including loggers, scientists, campers, and one unlucky reporter. Some of the dead were found upwards of 13 miles away from the volcano, in areas previously considered safe from a major eruption. The drifting ash continued throughout the day, disrupting air traffic for hundreds of miles in every direction of what became known as the blowdown zone. On the ground, trees and wildlife were incinerated by hot ash and rock in a 200 square mile radius around the volcano, turning a once verdant landscape into charred, moon-like desolation. More than 100 species of birds were eradicated from the region, along with deer and elk, black bears, wolverines, cougars, and bobcats. 40 years later, the region has experienced a gradual return to life, while the mountain itself has seen nearly 1,300 feet of her summit permanently removed. The once majestic mountain peak now sports a gaping crater a mile wide and 2,000 feet deep, making Mount St. Helens eruption the largest and most destructive volcanic catastrophe in North America in well over a century. And there you have it, the Mount St. Helens eruption, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the end of Prohibition. Ratified by Congress on January 29, 1919, the National Prohibition Act gave state and local authorities the right to enforce the prohibition of alcohol. The temperance movement had been growing during the first 2 decades of the 20th century, under the common rallying cry that the consumption of alcohol was the primary cause of most crime in America. But as the 1920s unfolded, Prohibition had an opposite effect. Prohibition opened lucrative doors for organized crime, where the production and distribution of alcohol became the mainstay of their business model. Prohibition proved difficult and expensive to enforce. As the 20s roared on, repeal groups gained an uncanny amount of support. After the stock market crash of 1929, the push to legalize alcohol was seen as a financial stimulus to the economy. Democratic presidential candidate Franklin D. Roosevelt quickly used it to his advantage against incumbent Herbert Hoover.
I call definite attention to the fact that just as soon as the Democratic platform pledge is enacted into a law modifying the Volstead Act,
After winning the White House, FDR repealed the 18th Amendment within 30 days of taking office, and on March 22, 1933, FDR signed the Beer and Wine Revenue Act, legalizing the sale of alcohol, provided the content was under 3.2%. The act would be followed by the 21st Amendment, which was ratified by the states on May 5, 1933, making Prohibition a thing of the past. And there you have it, the end of Prohibition, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the great New York City blackout of 1977. July 13, 1977, in the middle of a brutal heat wave that descended over the greater New York City area. At around 8 p.m., severe thunderstorms pelted the region until lightning struck a major power line in Westchester County, which increased demand on the surrounding power grids. An hour later, the shifting power load forced a domino-effect blackout in all 5 boroughs of the city. At first, there was a sense of calm. Surgery moved outside at Brooklyn Jewish Hospital to utilize car batteries as backup power. But the tired, the poor, and the huddled masses soon became restless, agitated, and violent in the sweltering July night. New York City in 1977 was very much a place on edge. Son of Sam was stalking, while the fabric of the cash-strapped city was coming apart. The blackout proved to be a tipping point in the poverty-stricken neighborhoods of the boroughs. Arson and looting quickly ruled the night, while the response by the NYPD was weakened by layoffs and low morale. Even so, more than 12,000 police took to the streets that night, instead of the usual 2,500 officers on a normal night of patrol. One policeman suffered a gunshot wound while 550 others were injured. 40 firemen were injured fighting more than 1,037 fires. For the first time in city history, the state police was called in to help restore order and calm. Looting and vandalism ravaged 31 neighborhoods, including Crown Heights, where 75 stores on a 5-block stretch were largely destroyed. Before the lights came back on, 1,616 stores would be damaged in the looting and rioting. After 25 hours of unrest, Con Edison finally restored power to most of the city. Over the course of the blackout, more than 4,500 looters and arsonists were arrested, while an estimated $300 million in damage was done during the rioting, or approximately $1.3 billion in today's money. And there you have it, the great New York City blackout of 1977. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Galloping Gertie. Connecting Tacoma with the quaint seaside village of Gig Harbor, the first Tacoma Narrows Bridge was built from September 1938 until its grand opening on July 1, 1940. Throughout its brief yet cursed lifespan, it stood as the world's third longest suspension bridge by main span, dwarfed only by the Golden Gate in San Francisco and the George Washington Bridge in New York City. From the moment the deck was completed, the main span began to move vertically in windy conditions, prompting construction workers to nickname the bridge Galloping Gertie. Despite several damping measures added by project engineers, the bridge's main span finally gave way in 40-mile-an-hour winds on the morning of November 7, 1940, as the deck oscillated in an alternating twisting motion that gradually increased in amplitude until the deck simply tore itself apart. The bridge's untimely demise has had a lasting impact on science and engineering, and while many physics books wrongly categorize the event as elementary forced resonance, the true cause was aeroelastic flutter that was self-exciting and unbounded for any constant and sustained winds above 35 miles an hour. Ultimately, the disastrous bridge collapse boosted research into bridge aerodynamics and aeroelasticity, which profoundly influenced the designs of all future long-span bridges built anywhere around the world. After the disaster, the still standing towers and cables were dismantled and sold as scrap metal, while efforts to replace the bridge were delayed by the American entry into World War II. In 1950, a new Tacoma Narrows Bridge was opened on the same location, utilizing the original bridge's tower pedestals and cable anchorages. The portion of the bridge that fell into the water continues to serve as an artificial reef. And there you have it, Galloping Gertie, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the resignation of Richard Milhous Nixon. Born into a poor family in Southern California, Richard Nixon would go on to graduate from Duke University School of Law, followed by a succession of political offices, including congressman and later senator from California, followed by 8 years as vice president under President Dwight D. Eisenhower. Elected into office as the 37th president in 1969, Nixon's 5-year presidency saw the conclusion of U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War, détente with the Soviet Union and China, and the establishment of the Environmental Protection Agency, as well as presiding over the Apollo 11 moon landing. During his second term in office, Nixon's presidency would disintegrate under the Watergate scandal, which stemmed from the Nixon administration's repeated attempts to cover up its involvement in the failed break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate office complex in Washington, D.C. After the 5 break-in perpetrators were arrested, 2 reporters from the Washington Post and the U.S. Justice Department connected the cash found on the men at the time of the break-in to Nixon's re-election campaign committee, a clear violation of campaign funding law. During his resultant impeachment hearings in the House of Representatives, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Nixon was mandated to release his Oval Office tapes to government investigators, which would later reveal Nixon's direct attempts to cover up activities that took place after the Watergate break-in, while attempting to use federal officials to derail the investigation against him. On August 9, 1974, in the face of almost certain impeachment and removal from office, Richard Nixon became the only sitting president to resign from office.
We leave proud of the people who have stood by us and worked for us and served this country. We want you to be proud of what you've done. We want you to continue to serve in government if that is your wish. Always give your best. Never get discouraged. Never be petty. Always remember, others may hate you. But those who hate you don't win unless you hate them. And then you destroy yourself.
Just think how much you're going to be missing. You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore.
And there you have it, the resignation of Richard Milhous Nixon, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Cold War. In 1959, Fidel Castro seized control of the island nation of Cuba, a mere 90 miles from the American mainland. Shortly after the coup, Castro declared Cuba a communist nation and began forging a tight relationship with the Soviet Union. Concerned about the proliferation of communism, in April of 1961, the U.S.-backed Bay of Pigs invasion proved to be an enormous disaster, further straining Cold War tensions between the Soviet Union and the United States. In response, in 1962, the Cubans and Soviets began secretly building nuclear missile sites on Cuba, which would offer the Soviet Union an unprecedented first-strike capability against the Americans. On October 15th, U.S. intelligence personnel discovered the existence of Russian nukes on Cuba, prompting President John F. Kennedy to mandate a naval blockade against any Soviet ship approaching the island nation. On October 22nd, Kennedy announced the threat to the nation, causing widespread panic across North America. After the Soviets refused to acknowledge the existence of any missiles on Cuba, the United States began to initiate the early stages of an invasion plan. On October 25th, the Soviets challenged the blockade for the first time, eventually turning away from Cuba in the face of superior U.S. naval strength and determination. On that same day, Adlai Stevenson, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, confronted the Soviets in the UN General Assembly, revealing U-2 spy plane photographs which forced the Soviets to admit that the missile bases existed. The crisis finally ended on October 28, when JFK and Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev reached a secret agreement which called for the removal of Soviet missiles on Cuba in exchange for the removal of U.S. missiles in Turkey, which posed an equal geographic threat to Russia and her Eastern Bloc satellites. To this day, the Cuban Missile Crisis is regarded as the closest the United States has ever come to nuclear war, as well as a defining moment in the Cold War's ongoing threat of mutually assured destruction. And there you have it, the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Cold War, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the 13 virtues of Ben Franklin. Through an extensive study of the world's major religions and various moral codes, founding father Ben Franklin came up with a list of 13 main virtues to which he felt that everyone should strive to live by. Once established, Franklin dedicated himself to building up these virtues in himself, developing self-editing charts to record his daily progress, ensuring that his results were always one of upward improvement. Once he had mastered a given virtue, he then moved on to focus on the next in line in his ongoing push for self-excellence. Franklin's first virtue was temperance, where he proclaimed, "Eat not to dullness, drink not to elevation." Although in his later years, Franklin became quite a prodigious consumer of alcohol. His second virtue was silence, where he advised, "Speak not but what may benefit others or yourself, and avoid trifling conversations." Third was order, so that all a person's belongings had their rightful place, and each part of one's business had its time. Fourth was resolution, where he encouraged people to perform without fail whatever that person resolved to do. Fifth was frugality, which suggested that a person should make no expense but to do good to others, while sixth was industry, where people should lose no time and always be employed in something useful. 7 was sincerity without hurtful deceit. "Think innocently and justly," he wrote, "and if you speak, speak accordingly." 8 was justice, where he encouraged his colonial brethren to wrong no other man, while 9 was moderation in all things, and 10 was cleanliness, both in body, clothing, and home. Tranquility made up his number 11, where he encouraged readers to be not disturbed by trifles or by accidents common or unavoidable. Chastity made up his number 12, where he wrote to rarely use sex but for health or offspring, while Franklin's last virtue was humility, where he encouraged people to imitate Jesus and Socrates. And there you have it, the 13 virtues of Ben Franklin, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Rough Riders of the Spanish-American War. After the Spanish sunk the USS Maine during the Cuban War of Independence and conjointly the Spanish-American War of 1898, President William McKinley put out an urgent call for an elite force of volunteers to chase the Spanish out of the Caribbean. Because of the hot and humid conditions native to Cuba, an odd assortment of patriotic volunteers was selected from the hot climate states of Arizona, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Texas, consisting of cowboys, gold prospectors, hunters, gamblers, Native Americans, and Ivy Leaguers from the East Coast. Army Doctor Leonard Wood led what would become known as the Rough Riders, while Assistant Secretary of the Navy Theodore Roosevelt served as second in command. After forming up at the now famous Menger Hotel bar in San Antonio, Texas, on May 29, 1898, 1,060 Rough Riders and 1,259 horses and mules set out by train for Tampa, Florida, where they would soon board the steamship Yucatan for the short ride to Cuba. Due to intense political pressures from Washington to speed up the engagement, only 8 of the 12 companies made the trip, leaving most of their horses and mules behind. They arrived in Cuba virtually horseless, forcing cavalrymen to march long distance through hot, humid, and dense jungle conditions. By the time the expedition was over, however, nearly a fourth of the Rough Riders would be lost to malaria and yellow fever, creating a double vacuum of lost fighting strength and deteriorating morale. Of the 3 major engagements fought by the Rough Riders, the Battle of San Juan Hill was the crowning achievement of the war. Before the charge, Roosevelt taunted some reluctant non-Rough Rider soldiers not to leave him alone in a charge up the hill, drawing his sidearm and aiming it at the group, insisting that if they failed to charge with his Rough Riders, he would shoot them dead on the spot. In response, the Rough Riders chanted in jest, "Oh, he always does, he always does," prompting the hesitant soldiers to fall in line for the assault up the hill. Astride his favorite horse named Texas, Roosevelt then led the charge up San Juan Hill, while his regiment of Rough Riders followed up without hesitation. Despite heavy casualties inflicted by high-ground Spanish troops, San Juan Heights would be taken within the hour. 2 weeks later, the 3-month-long Spanish-American War would be over. And there you have it, Teddy Roosevelt and the Rough Riders, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Ernie Pyle, America's eyewitness to war. Unquestionably the most famous and beloved American war correspondent of World War II, Ernie Pyle's distinctive folksy writing style brought the horrors of war into living rooms throughout the United States. Embedded with frontline troops in the European theater of operations from 1942 to 1944, Pyle wrote about ordinary dog-faced infantry soldiers, which he called the underdogs of World War II. Through his heroic reporting, Pyle became friends with enlisted men and officers alike, as well as war leaders such as Omar Bradley and Dwight D. Eisenhower. After returning stateside to shake off a severe case of battle fatigue, Pyle returned to the trenches in 1945, this time in the Pacific Theater of Operations. Reinforcing his status as the dog-faced GI's best friend, Pyle wrote a column from Italy in 1944, proposing that soldiers in combat should get fight pay, just as airmen receive flight pay. In May 1944, Congress passed a law that became known as the Ernie Pyle Bill, authorizing 50% extra pay for combat service. syndicated in over 400 daily and 300 weekly newspapers. His most famous column was the death of Captain Wascow, when he was reporting from Anzio during the invasion of Italy. "I don't know who that first dead man was," he wrote. "You feel small in the presence of dead men, and ashamed at being alive, and you don't ask silly questions." He further wrote that as dead soldiers were brought down a mountain from the front lines, one of them that was laid out in the dim moonlight was much beloved Captain Henry Wascow of the 36th Infantry Division. Pyle wrote, "Then a soldier came and stood beside the officer and bent over, and he too spoke to the dead captain, not in a whisper but awfully tenderly, and he said, 'I sure am sorry, sir.' Then the first man squatted down, and he reached down and took the dead man's hand, and he sat there for a full 5 minutes, holding the dead hand in his own and looking intently into the dead face, and he never uttered a sound all the time he sat there. And finally he put the hand down, and then he reached up and gently straightened the points of the captain's shirt collar, and then he sort of rearranged the tattered edges of the uniform around the wound, and then he got up and walked away down the road in the moonlight, all alone." When Pyle was killed during the Battle of Okinawa, April 14, 1945, President Harry S. Truman said of the gutsy reporter, "No man in this war has so well told the story of the American fighting man as American fighting men wanted it told. He deserves the gratitude of all his countrymen." Pyle's wife Jerry would die later that same year from complications of influenza. And there you have it, Ernie Pyle, America's eyewitness to war, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Ford Motor Company lays an egg. In light of the 2020 clairvoyance of hindsight, Ford's Edsel was a good idea at a bad time. When planning began in 1955, demand for cars in the low to medium price range was booming, and Ford was hoping to fill the niche between their Ford and Mercury lines. But when the Edsel hit the streets in 1957, economic recession had stymied consumer confidence. At least 5 other upscale brands, DeSoto, Hudson, Nash, Packard, and Studebaker, would close their doors as buyer preferences shifted toward less expensive cars like the Volkswagen Beetle, which gained momentum thanks to its cuteness, dirt-cheap pricing, and extraordinary fuel economy.
And now we'd like to show you how the Ford Motor Company has opened the gateway to a whole new world, a new vista of motoring pleasure with the 58 Edsel. Won't you come in?
Perhaps one of the biggest hurdles the Edsel encountered during its development was its name. Some of the rejected ones were Mongoose Civique, Turcotinga, and Utopian Turtletop. The name Edsel was adopted against the wishes of the Ford family, but at the insistence of board chairman Ernie Breach. Intended as an homage to Edsel B. Ford, the son of Henry Ford and president of the company between 1919 and 1943, as well as the father of the company's current president, Henry Ford II. It was at best an awkward name for an automobile, and clearly lacked the romance, intrigue, and elegance traditionally associated with automobile marketing in the 1950s. Besides its ill-fitted name, Edsel's styling was thought to be controversial at best, and just plain ugly at worst. For instance, the front vertical grille was frequently compared to a freshly landed wide-mouthed bass, as it gulped for air through its now waterless gills. In 1959, with sales plummeting, Ford modified the grille to be less controversial, but the damage had already been done in the eyes of the car-buying public. Edsel would live on through 1960, but only to fulfill existing contracts. In today's overheated collector car market, the Edsel stands as one of the most desirable and much-loved examples of the 1950s outrageous automotive styling. As for Ford Motor Company, its mistake would cost the organization some $250 million, which in today's money would equal $6.5 billion. And there you have it. Ford Motor Company lays an egg. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Trail of Tears. amid increasing pressures by European settlers in the southeast United States to remove Native Americans from lands east of the Mississippi, President Andrew Jackson gained congressional passage of the Indian Removal Act in 1830, which kicked off a series of forced relocations of Native Americans that collectively became known as the Trail of Tears. First came the removal of the Choctaw people in 1831, followed by the Seminoles in 1832, the Creeks in 1834, the Chickasaws in 1837, and the Cherokee Nation in 1838. Of the 16,543 Cherokees that were relocated in 38, scholars now believe that approximately 2,000 to 8,000 perished along their route into modern-day Oklahoma. Known collectively as the Five Civilized Tribes, all told, some 60,000 Native Americans and black slaves that lived among the tribes were forced to relocate out of the American Southeast, causing many to die from exposure, disease, and starvation along the 2,200 miles of land and sea routes established by the federal government. While the U.S. government at first acknowledged that 400 Native Americans had perished during these forced marches, scholars soon revised that number upwards to 4,000, although many historians today suggest that the Cherokee migration alone killed 1/4 to 1/3 of her people when they were forced to march 10 miles a day in knee-deep snow. By 1837, some 46,000 Native Americans had been removed from their homelands, opening up 25 million acres for resettlement by predominantly European immigrants. People at the time of the Trail of Tears migrations knew what the federal government was doing was wrong, maybe even illegal in light of previously signed treaties with the southeastern Indians, yet under the uniquely American belief in manifest destiny and American exceptionalism, most white Americans looked away in the name of progress, expansion, and a greed-inspired thirst for land ownership. And there you have it, the Trail of Tears, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Robert Wadlow, the tallest man on Earth. Born in Alton, Illinois on February 22, 1918, Robert Pershing Wadlow would grow up to suffer from a pituitary condition that caused him to grow ceaselessly because of a continuous overproduction of growth hormone. A shy and cheerful lad, Robert Wadlow surpassed his father's 6-foot height by age 8, topping out at 6 feet 11 by age 12, while reaching a height of 8 feet 4 inches by the time he graduated high school in 1936. At his tallest eminence, his shoe size clocked in at 40. Wherever Robert went, he attracted cameras and crowds, and after high school he took a job as a field representative for St. Louis's International Shoe Company, traveling from town to town and shoe store to shoe store, where people flocked for a look at the world's tallest man. Except for a short stint with the Barnum and Bailey Circus, where he objected at being thrown in with the circus's freak show crowd, Robert Wadlow never felt sorry or ashamed about his condition. In fact, he said that people should utilize their handicaps instead of fussing about them. "Look at me," he went on to say. "I'm nearly 9 feet tall and I'm getting along all right." On the 4th of July, 1940, during a professional appearance at the Manistee National Forest Festival in the lower peninsula of Michigan, a faulty leg brace irritated his ankle, leading to a septic infection. He was treated with a blood transfusion and surgery, but his condition worsened due to an autoimmune disorder, and he died in his sleep on July 15th at the tender age of 22. His coffin measured 10 feet 9 inches in length and weighed in at over 1,000 pounds. Requiring 12 pallbearers and 8 assistants to carry the giant to his final resting place at Oakwood Cemetery, Alton, Illinois. Today, Robert Wadlow's pituitary condition remains 100% preventable. And there you have it, Robert Wadlow, the tallest man on Earth, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Louis Zamperini survives the unimaginable. Born in 1917, Louis Zamperini was a tough kid out of Torrance, California. A smoker by age 5, Louis was always getting into fights, while his favorite trick was stealing beer from bootleggers. When the chief of police and his high school principal tried to redirect the misguided youth into track and field after a shaky start due to his long history of smoking, in 1934, Louis broke the world interscholastic mile record of 4 minutes 21 seconds, a record that would stand for the next 2 decades. Soon afterwards, the Torrance Tornado, as he was nicknamed, qualified for the 1936 Olympic Games, taking 8th place in the 5,000-meter race, but only after he ran the last quarter mile in just 56 seconds. The feat prompted a face-to-face meeting with Adolf Hitler, just 3 years before Nazi troops would blitzkrieg their way into Poland. After war broke out, Louis left USC and joined the Army Air Corps in the Pacific Theater, earning the nickname Lucky Louie after cheating death multiple times as a bombardier until his luck ran out on May 27, 1943. On a search and rescue mission 800 miles from land, his B-24 went down at sea, killing 8 crew members but sparing Louis, the pilot Russell Phillips, and tail gunner Francis McNamara. The survivors floated in a life raft for 27 days, surviving on albatross meat and small fish, including the livers of small sharks they caught by hand. On the 27th day at sea, their luck turned south yet again, when they were spotted by Japanese fighters. The 3 men were strafed in a 30-minute assault, but thinking the castaways were dead, the Japanese finally left them alone. Miraculously, all 3 men had made it through the attack without a scratch. 6 days later, McNamara passed away on their 33rd day adrift, and as bad luck would have it, on their 47th day, having drifted some 2,000 miles to the Marshall Islands, they were made prisoners of war by the Japanese. Louis weighed just 65 pounds, and after being transferred to Execution Island, so named because most prisoners of war that were taken there were executed by decapitation with a samurai sword, Louis and other Allied prisoners were abused daily and kept on a starvation diet. On 3 occasions, Louis was subjected to medical experiments, but after 47 days on Execution Island, Louis was transferred to a prisoner of war camp, where he and others were horribly tortured by Mutsuhiro Watanabe, aka the Bird, an experience so horrifying that Louis still could not bring himself to talk about his experiences, even 50 years after the war. After the Japanese tried to use his Olympic fame in a propaganda radio broadcast, Louis refused and was reassigned to a labor camp. Out of spite, the Japanese transferred the Bird to Louis's camp, where the torture would begin anew. Freed at war's end, Louis married a Miami socialite and began drinking heavily as a way to chase the Bird and his memories of torture from his mind. With his marriage on the rocks, after his wife converted to Christ, Louis followed his wife's lead and converted as well.
I made my confession of faith in Christ. I knew I'd forgiven them. I knew it. I knew I was through getting drunk, I was through smoking, and I had a whole new life now.
And there you have it. The Torrance Tornado survives the unimaginable. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, United Airlines Flight 629. On November 1st, 1955, United Airlines Flight 629, also known as the mainliner Denver, boarded 39 passengers and 5 crew members for its scheduled flight from Denver Stapleton Field for stops in Portland and Seattle. At 7:03 p.m., less than 11 minutes into the flight, controllers at Stapleton lost the flight from their radar scopes, noting a large bright flash in the distant night sky, somewhere over Longmont, Colorado. When investigators arrived at the scene of the crash, no survivors could be found amongst the strewn wreckage. One of the deceased passengers was Daisy Graham, and within days, investigators arrested her son, John Gilbert Graham, for the mass murder of the passengers and crew of Flight 629. By planning a dynamite time bomb in his mother's checked luggage, John Graham was hoping to cash in on a life insurance policy he had purchased in the airport terminal just prior to his mother's departure. The face value of the policy was a mere $37,500, which in today's money would equal around $360,000, the going price, it seemed, for the lives of 44 innocent victims. As the backstory unfolded, investigators would learn that John's mother, Daisy, had given him up for adoption when her second husband and John's father died from pneumonia. Daisy's third husband died shortly after their marriage began, allowing the widow to open a successful restaurant when she inherited his money. While Daisy never made any attempts to collect her abandoned son from the orphanage, John and his mother reunited when he was 22 years old. In 1955, the same year as the plane crash, a suspicious gas explosion burned Daisy's restaurant to the ground, leading investigators to discover that John Graham had pocketed that insurance money as well. 18 months after the downing of Flight 629, John Gilbert Graham would be executed for the mass murder of all those aboard the ill-fated flight. And there you have it, the downing of Flight 629, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, direct dial telephone service goes nationwide. For anyone born after the baby boom generation, any memory or knowledge about rotary dial landline telephones is most likely limited to old movies or the occasional sighting of such an arcane device in a museum or exhibition. At the time of its first introduction, however, the advent of the rotary dial telephone was considered by most Americans in the 1950s as a giant leap forward in American technology and ingenuity. Up until late 1951, to make a phone call out of your home or office required an operator who would physically connect your call by temporary cable connections on a switchboard, which meant that total call volume for a given town was limited to the size and number of switchboards and operators in use. Truly private calls were out of the question, since American families generally had only one telephone per household stationed in a common area, and there was always the possibility that a nosy operator was listening in on your call. That all began to change when on November 10, 1951, Englewood, New Jersey Mayor M. Leslie Denning used a rotary phone to dial a just-introduced 3-digit area code, followed by a 7-digit number for Mayor Frank Osborne's office in Alameda, California. 18 seconds later, the two mayors were talking to each other without the intercession of an operator or a switchboard. Today, now that smartphones and 5G wireless rule the airways, many communications analysts believe that the landline telephone will soon follow the rotary dial phone into landfills near you. And there you have it. Direct dial telephone service goes nationwide. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Albert Schatz, the biggest loser in scientific discovery. After Alexander Fleming's discovery of penicillin in 1928, the world of science and medicine still had no defense against gram-negative bacterias, responsible for the likes of tuberculosis, bubonic plague, cholera, typhoid fever, and other penicillin-resistant diseases. Albert Schatz ended that deficiency in 1943, working as a postgraduate assistant under the supervision of Selman Waxman, who led the Soil Microbiology Department at Rutgers College of Agriculture. In search of a gram-negative antibiotic, Schatz followed a hunch that became the most important microbiological breakthrough of the 20th century. After Schatz discovered the first 2 strains of the gram-negative antibiotic streptomycin, Waxman immediately saw the potential of Schatz's discovery. He took full control of all clinical trials, making the 23-year-old understudy sign an agreement which ceded all patent and royalty rights to Rutgers. Waxman would go on to take full credit for the discovery of streptomycin, as well as a Nobel Prize in 1952, never once in his life accrediting Schatz as the true source of the breakthrough. When Schatz discovered that Waxman was receiving a royalty for streptomycin, to the tune of $3.8 million in today's money, Schatz sued Waxman and Rutgers and won an out-of-court settlement for $120,000 and 3% of the royalties for several years to follow. But the move ruined his career in academia, forcing him to accept teaching roles in a small agriculture college in Pennsylvania. His papers were routinely rejected by leading science journals, and when he wrote his account of what really happened regarding the discovery of streptomycin, the only journal willing to publish his account was the Pakistan Dental Review. 20 years after Waxman's death, the American Society for Microbiology invited Schatz to address their annual meeting on the 50th anniversary of streptomycin's discovery, ironically bestowing him with the Society's highest honor, the Selman A. Waxman Medal. Life sometimes can be enormously unfair. And there you have it, Albert Schatz, the biggest loser in scientific discovery. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, conquering the Hudson. Following a mounting tidal wave of traffic demand, it took 3 years and 7 months to complete the center tube of the Lincoln Tunnel, which connected Weehawken, New Jersey with Midtown Manhattan. Built during the lean years of the Great Depression, sandhogs, as the courageous workers were known, had to undergo stringent physical testing to make sure that their hearts and lungs could endure the long compression and decompression chamber cycles required for constructing a tunnel 10 stories underwater. A deep-diving compression and decompression cycle, which allowed sandhogs to work only a half an hour in the morning and a half an hour at night. Hundreds of huge iron rings, each weighing 21 tons, were assembled and bolstered together on site, which formed the 31-foot diameter outer lining of the tunnel, co-owned and co-financed by New Jersey and New York respectively. While one crew worked from the Jersey side, another crew proceeded toward them from the New York side, an engineering feat of considerable skill in terms of common depth and ultimate alignment. Using a hydraulic shield ring at the head of the bore, workers pushed the silt out of the way in 36-inch forward increments before piecing and bolting the next inner ring together in place. When the two sides finally came together on August 3, 1935, the two opposing tunnel segments aligned with each other within 1/4 of an inch. Engineers played with a number of different ventilation systems, finally landing on a structure of 32 ventilation buildings, of which 15 would draw fresh air into the tunnels, while 17 blew dirty air out. On December 22, 1937, the first mechanically ventilated underwater tunnel would open to the world. A second north tube was opened in 1945, delayed substantially by wartime materiel shortages, while a third south tube was opened in 1957. Built at a cost of $240 million, or roughly $4.5 billion in today's currency. The 1.5-mile-long tunnel network sees an average of 113,000 vehicles pass through its undersea network each and every day, making the Lincoln Tunnel one of the busiest passages in the world. And there you have it. The Lincoln Tunnel conquers the Hudson. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, mask slackers and the Spanish flu of 1918. While the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918 extracted a far greater mortality than the coronavirus pandemic of 2020, an estimated 50 to 100 million lives worldwide, health officials in 1918 grappled with the same mass slacker behaviors widely experienced in 2020. Much like COVID lockdowns, the Spanish flu saw the same closures of schools, businesses, and theaters, while public health officials encouraged people to cough or sneeze into a handkerchief, a practice that didn't completely catch on until after the pandemic was over. In Philadelphia, streetcar signs warned that spitting spread death, while the New York City Health Department even advised people not to kiss except through a handkerchief. In western states, some cities adopted mandatory mask ordinances, posing the argument that wearing one was a patriotic duty. In October of 1918, the San Francisco Chronicle ran a public service announcement which said that the man or woman or child who will not wear a mask now is a dangerous slacker, which was a direct reference to the type of World War I slacker who refused to fight or help out in the war effort. One sign in California went so far as to threaten jail time for any and all mask slackers who refused to comply. For the most part, Americans in the western United States complied with the original mask order, but when a second spike in cases hit in January 1919, leading San Francisco officials to implement a second masking order, the mandate was met with increasing resistance. At the behest of the Surgeon General's office, newspapers around the country published a cartoon of a man hacking in public that warned, "Coughs and sneezes spread diseases as dangerous as poison gas shells," another direct reference between fighting the flu and fighting the First World War. The value of fresh air through open windows cannot be overemphasized. Surgeon General Rupert Blue wrote to the American people, "When crowding is unavoidable, as in streetcars, care should be taken to keep the face so turned as to not inhale directly the air breathed out by another person." Today, while pandemics are far from new to humanity, the one certainty, it appears, is that human behavior, both then and now, is the primary vector that guarantees the spread of a newly arrived pathogen into a worldwide health disaster. And there you have it, mask slackers and the Spanish flu of 1918. Today on the Daily Dose. Today in the Daily Dose, the Battle of the Bulge. Called the greatest American battle of the war by Winston Churchill, the Battle of the Bulge in the Ardennes region of Belgium was Hitler's last major offensive in World War II against the Western Front. Lasting 6 brutal weeks in raw winter conditions from December 16, 1944 to January 25, 1945, some 30 German divisions attacked battle-weary American troops across 85 miles of densely wooded forest. When the Nazis' unexpected offensive swept into the Ardennes, the Allied line buckled and pulled back in the appearance of a large herniated bulge, which gave the battle its everlasting name. The formerly serene region of Ardennes was hacked to pieces by brutal fighting against the German advance at St. Vith, Elsenborn Ridge, Hoovervilles, and Bastogne, leading U.S. Army soldier Charlie Sanderson to write of the event, "Did you ever see land when a tornado's come through? Did you ever see trees and stuff twisted and broken off? The whole friggin' forest was like that." Belgian townspeople put away their Allied flags and brought out their swastikas, not knowing which side would ultimately win the battle. Hitler's mid-December blitzkrieg banked heavily on the strategic nature of bad weather, subjecting American troops to freezing rain, thick fog, deep snowdrift, and record-breaking low temperatures, resulting in more than 15,000 cold injuries, such as trench foot, pneumonia, and frostbite. I was from Buffalo. I thought I knew cold reflects Baseball Hall of Famer and World War II veteran Warren Spahn, but I didn't really know cold until the Battle of the Bulge. Supreme Allied Commander Dwight D. Eisenhower and George S. Patton Jr. led the American offensive to restore the weakened front, sending in 230,000 soldiers and airborne units into Bastogne, where the Germans had surrounded thousands of Allied troops. When the Germans sent a message demanding the surrender of the 101st Airborne Division on December 22, 1944, they got a one-word answer from its commander, Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe, and that word was nuts. 3 days later, Patton's Third Army finally arrived to push back the German line and rescue the surrounded troops. Germany's failure to divide American forces embedded in the Ardennes paved the way to victory for the Allies, but only at an egregiously high price. 1 million plus Allied troops fought in the Battle of the Bulge, with approximately 19,000 soldiers killed in action, 47,500 wounded, and 23,000 plus missing and forever unaccounted for. The Germans suffered almost matching losses, making the Battle of the Bulge one of the bloodiest events of the war. Today on the Daily Dose, the Battle of Guadalcanal. When Japanese troops swept onto Guadalcanal in June of 1942, followed by American Marines 2 months later, intent on removing the enemy from the island, few people outside of Polynesia had ever heard of this 2,000 square mile speck of jungle in the Solomon Islands. Over the next 6 months, Guadalcanal and its neighboring islands would prove to be a critical turning point between the Allies and their Japanese adversaries during World War II. Surprised by the Allies' offensive, the Japanese made determined attempts between August and November to retake the airfield they had begun to build on Guadalcanal. The campaign would involve 3 major land battles fought in dense jungle conditions, 7 pivotal naval battles, 5 nighttime surface actions and 2 carrier battles, and almost daily aerial dogfights that lasted until early November, when the Japanese made their last-ditch attempt to land enough troops on Guadalcanal to retake their geographically strategic yet uncompleted airbase. In December, the Japanese surrendered their efforts to retake the island, evacuating the last of their remaining forces on February 7, 1943. The Battle of Guadalcanal followed the successful Allied defensive actions at the Battle of the Coral Sea and the Battle of Midway in May and June of 1942. Along with the battles of Milne Bay and Bunagona, the Guadalcanal campaign marked the Allies' transition from defensive operations to offensive superiority, effectively seizing the strategic initiative in the Pacific theater of operations. While the Japanese were clearly in a defensive rather than an expansionary mode after their losses at Guam and Okinawa, the Japanese would finally surrender on September 2, 1945, after the Americans dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima on August 6th, followed 3 days later with a second nuclear detonation at Nagasaki. Today on the Daily Dose, Amelia Earhart flies the pond. Born into a wealthy family in Atchison, Kansas, on July 24, 1897, Amelia Earhart developed a passion for adventure at an early age, steadily gaining flying experience from her 20s onward until her disappearance in 1937 during a Pacific Ocean flight from Lae, New Guinea to Howland Island. Nicknamed Lady Lindy after Charles Lindbergh's 1927 solo flight across the Atlantic, the following year, Earhart became the first woman to fly the Atlantic with pilot Vilmer Stoltz and co-pilot and flight mechanic Lewis Gordon, departing from Trepassey Harbor, Newfoundland, in a Fokker F-7B, landing near Buryport, South Wales 20 hours and 40 minutes later. Since most of the flight was on instruments and Earhart had no training yet for that type of flying, when asked by a reporter if she helped fly the plane, she answered, "Stoltz did all the flying, had to. I was just baggage, like a sack of potatoes. Maybe someday I'll try it alone." She did just that 5 years to the day after Lucky Lindy's flight across the pond, flying from Newfoundland to Ireland in just under 15 hours. On the morning of May 20th, 1932, 34-year-old Earhart set off from Harbor Grace with a copy of the Telegraph Journal newspaper given to her by a reporter to confirm the date of her flight in a Lockheed Vega 5B. After contending with strong northerly winds, icy conditions, and mechanical problems, Earhart landed in a pasture in Culmore, Northern Ireland. The landing was witnessed by Cecil King and T. Sawyers, and when a farmhand asked, "Have you flown far?" Earhart replied, "From America." And there you have it. Amelia Earhart flies the pond. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, World War I mustard gas joins the fight against cancer. When the Germans introduced the horrors of chemical warfare to the battlefields of the First World War, one of their favorite go-to agents was the devastating sulfur-based cytotoxic chemical known as mustard gas. Although banned by the Geneva Protocol of 1925, the outbreak of World War II caused concerns from the Allied nations that Germany would yet again revert to chemical weapons. The Allies' concerns led to further study, which discovered that mustard gas, or nitrogen mustard, appeared to be an effective treatment against cancer. As a result, 2 pharmacologists from the Yale School of Medicine were commissioned by the U.S. Department of Defense to investigate potential therapeutic applications of chemical warfare agents. Louis Goodman and Alfred Gilman observed that mustard gas was too volatile an agent to be suitable for laboratory experiments. But when they exchanged a nitrogen molecule for sulfur, they discovered a more stable compound in nitrogen mustard. A year into the start of their research, a German air attack at the Americans' 15th Air Force supply port of Bari, Italy, led to the exposure and death of 1,000 port workers. When a secret cargo of mustard gas bombs released their deadly contents when they exploded on the SS John Harvey. Dr. Stuart Francis Alexander, an expert on chemical warfare, was subsequently deployed to investigate the aftermath, and upon autopsy of the victims, he discovered that a profound lymphoid and myeloid suppression had occurred after exposure to mustard gas. After their initial anti-cancer discovery, Goodman and Gilman set up an experimental animal model where they established lymphomas in mice, treating the cancers effectively with mustard agents. Next, in collaboration with thoracic surgeon Gustav Lindskog, they injected mustine, the first prototype nitrogen mustard chemotherapy agent, into a patient with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, observing a profound reduction in the patient's tumor masses. After the first clinical trials for the newly discovered chemotherapy agent was reported in 1946, chemotherapy has become one of the primary cancer treatment options throughout the modern world. And there you have it. World War I mustard gas joins the fight against cancer. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Pony Express. By the 1850s, thousands of American pioneers had settled west of the Rocky Mountains, making communication between family and friends back east a burdensome proposition at best. Before the Pony Express was brought into service, sending a letter to the 49ers in San Francisco took up to 8 weeks by ship, which meant a reply letter to the sender would not reach the eastern U.S. until 4 or more months had elapsed. When the Pony Express started its groundbreaking service, the communication lag time, provided a person could afford such a luxury, would drop from 8 weeks to 10 days. It all started on April 3, 1860, when 2 riders simultaneously embarked on a mirror-like mission, one from Sacramento heading east, the other from St. Joseph, Missouri heading west, carrying mail across the dangerous terrain of the American West. With riders weighing no more than 120 pounds, the first westbound rider made it to Sacramento in 10 days, while the first eastbound rider made it to St. Joseph in 11 and a half. Following the Oregon and California trails, the key to speedy delivery was a system of hundreds of way stations, where a total of 500 fresh horses and 80 riders could be continuously swapped out along the 1,800-mile route, one heading to Utah, while the other went to California. Pony Express riders wore red shirts with blue pants, carrying a mail bag no greater than 20 pounds. Way stations were placed every 10 to 15 miles for Pony Express riders to mount a fresh horse, while the riders themselves were swapped out every 75 to 100 miles, dependent upon terrain. Sending mail by Pony Express was a rich man's option only, since a half-ounce letter cost $5 to mail, or roughly $150 in today's money. 2 months after the Pony Express began, telegraph lines connecting the east and west coasts began to stitch their way across the American landscape. Heading west from Nebraska was the Pacific Telegraph Company, while the Overland's Telegraph Company built lines east from California until the lines joined up on October 24, 1861. On that same day, the first transcontinental telegraph service issued its first dits and dots, spelling an end 2 days later to a brief, yet much romanticized period of rough-riding mailmen. And there you have it, the Pony Express. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Poor Richard's Almanac. Almanacs were wildly popular in colonial America, offering a mixture of seasonal weather forecasts, practical household hints, puzzles, and other amusements. At the age of 27, Franklin published his first Poor Richard's Almanac in 1732, growing his brand in popularity for the next 25 years, primarily because of its extensive use of wordplay, as well as some of the witty phrases coined in each year's edition, many of which have become a part of the American vernacular. Franklin adopted the pseudonym of Poor Richard for his fictional author Richard Saunders, and each of his yearly almanacs contained a calendar, weather forecasts, poems, sayings, as well as astronomical and astrological information, including the occasional mathematical exercise. Poor Richard's Almanac is chiefly remembered, however, for being a repository of Franklin's many aphorisms and proverbs, many of which live on in American English today. No Pain, No Gain is a spin-off of Franklin's There Are No Gains Without Pains. Diligence is the mother of good luck. Keep thy shop, and thy shop will keep thee. Fools make feasts, and wise men eat them. To be humble to pride dines on vanity and sups on contempt. It is ill manners to silence a fool and cruelty to let him go on. The wise man draws more advantage from his enemies than the fool from his friends. He that lives upon hope will die fasting. Hear no ill of a friend, nor speak any of an enemy. Necessity never made a good bargain. Published without interruption from 1732 to 1758, Franklin's Almanac sold exceptionally well during its long print run, reaching an annual printing of 10,000 copies a year, making Poor Richard's Almanac one of the first bestsellers in American history. And there you have it, Poor Richard's Almanac, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Imperial Japanese Navy bombs America. On September 9, 1942, submarine I-25 of the Imperial Japanese Navy surfaced 33 miles off the coast of Oregon, directly abeam of the Cape Blanco lighthouse. As his seaplane was being unpacked and assembled from its hold in front of the conning tower, pilot Nobuo Fujita placed a strand of his hair into a small wooden box. "If I were to die and my body could not be recovered," he recalled after the war, "these remains would be sent back to my wife." When his plane was assembled and on its catapult, Fujita tucked his 400-year-old family samurai sword against the inner sidewall of his cockpit, a tradition he began in flight school. While Fujita would rather have dropped his ordnance on nearby Fort Stevens, his orders were to drop his incendiary bombs into dense Oregon forest, causing an anticipated runaway fire near the small lumbering town of Brookings. With 520 thermite pellets housed in each of his two bombs, Japanese war planners hoped that the resultant 2,700-degree heat from the twin detonations would match the September 1936 fire that destroyed 287,000 acres of Oregon forest, while burning the coastal town of Bandon to the ground. The tactic was also intended to scare the Americans, forcing the U.S. Navy to divert war assets away from the Solomon Islands in defense of the western United States. After catapulting from the submarine's midget flight deck and flying a good ways inland near Mount Emily, Fujita ordered his weapons officer, Soichi Okuda, to drop the first bomb, followed by a second release a mile or so away. The detonations caused multiple clusters of fires, but thanks to the watchful eye of forest fire spotters and a godsend blanket of rain, the fires were quickly extinguished by the combined hand of man and Mother Nature. 20 years after the war, a group of JCs from the Junior Chamber of Commerce in Brookings, Oregon, invited Fujita and his wife to visit, where Fujita made history as the first and last Japanese fighter to reach American soil. And on May 24, 1962, after Oregon Governor Mark Hatfield and President John F. Kennedy approved the goodwill visit, Fujita and his wife Ayako closed another chapter, from one of the bloodiest periods in world history. And there you have it. Nobuo Fujita bombs America. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. After years of economic decline and a rising awareness by average Joe Russians that the Soviet political elites ate caviar in their dakas, while average Joe stood hungry in food lines, the Soviet Union's ironclad grip over her citizens began to crumble by the late 1980s. Fully aware of the failing state of the Soviet economy, in 1985, General Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev began to usher in reforms that would move his nation from strict Marxist-Leninist communism to social democracy. Sensing change in the Soviets' core ideology after 40 years of budget-draining Cold War, U.S. President Ronald Reagan called out Gorbachev during a 1987 speech near the Berlin Wall that divided communist East Berlin from democratic West Berlin.
Behind me stands a wall that encircles the free sectors of this city, part of a vast system of barriers that divides the entire continent of Europe. General Secretary Gorbachev, if you seek peace, if you seek prosperity for the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, if you seek liberalization, come here to this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
2 years later, on the 9th of November 1987, East German politician Günter Schabowski inadvertently triggered the fall of the Berlin Wall when at a live press conference he read a draft bill just passed by the East German government which eased restrictions on the rights of citizens to immigrate to the West. When asked by reporters when these more lenient measures would take effect, Schabowski answered immediately. Known by Germans as Der Mauer, when the news broke, people amassed on both sides of the Berlin Wall, celebrating the end of their divided city for the first time in 26 years. Early breach attempts to the wall met with only mild resistance from border guards, which ushered in a full reunion as people freely crossed through Checkpoint Charlie. The following morning, after Berliners had chipped away at the wall for souvenirs, the wall came down in earnest when excavators were brought in to officially bring the wall to its highly anticipated end. And there you have it, Ronald Reagan's landmark speech, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the air traffic controller strike of 1981. Since its formation in 1968, PATCO, or the Professional Air Traffic Controllers Organization, had a long history of sick-out protests against the rigid edicts placed upon them by the controller's employer, the Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA. The sick-outs caused major delays at airports across the United States and abroad, yet by existing federal law, the government union was unable to strike. While PATCO had endorsed Democratic Party candidates since its inception, in 1980, the union refused to back President Jimmy Carter due to ongoing poor labor relations with the FAA, instead backing GOP presidential candidate Ronald Reagan. When contract negotiations began in February of 1981 between PATCO and the FAA, citing safety concerns, PATCO called for a reduced 32-hour work week, a $10,000 pay increase, and a better retirement package than the one they currently enjoyed. When the FAA refused to budge on a shortened work week, at 7 a.m. on August 3, 1981, the union declared a strike. Despite supporting Reagan in 1980, Reagan declared the striking federal workers a peril to national safety, ordering them back to work under the terms of the Taft-Hartley Act. With only 1,300 of the nearly 13,000 controllers responding to Reagan's order, on August 5th, 2 days after the strike began, the president fired 11,345 striking federal controllers.
Let me read the solemn oath taken by each of these employees in the sworn affidavit when they accepted their jobs. I am not participating in any strike against the government of the United States or any agency thereof, and I will not so participate while an employee of the government of the United States or any agency thereof. It is for this reason that I must tell those who fail to report for duty this morning they are in violation of the law, and if they do not report for work within 48 hours, they have forfeited their jobs and will be terminated. End of statement.
The mass firings left a huge shortage of certified controllers, forcing airlines to dramatically cut back on the number of flights the system could handle, further prompting the FAA to move supervisors and military controllers into control towers across the nation. While the FAA initially claimed that staffing levels would be restored within 2 years, in reality, it took 10 before pre-strike staffing levels were finally achieved. And there you have it, the Patco strike of 1981. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Battle of Midway. 6 months after the heavy loss of American servicemen and naval assets inflicted by Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto became convinced that the Imperial Japanese Navy now enjoyed a numerical advantage over the Americans. Hoping to replicate the success of the Pearl Harbor attacks, Yamamoto sought to annihilate the remaining U.S. Pacific Fleet through means of a surprise attack on American naval assets at Midway Island. After a diversionary attack by a smaller Japanese force on the Aleutian Islands off the coast of Alaska, Yamamoto engaged in a three-pronged attack on Midway. First came air attacks on the island from fighter planes launched by the aircraft carriers Akagi, Kaga, Hiru, and Soru, followed by a naval and infantry invasion of the island. The third phase, after expected reinforcements from Pearl Harbor had been brought in by the Americans, Yamamoto would then lead his own fleet to Midway after waiting patiently 600 miles to the west. Thanks to U.S. Navy codebreakers, Japan's planned attack was known by the Americans several weeks in advance of Japan's offensive. After a failed counterattack by American B-17 bombers on June 3, 1942, the Japanese air attack of June 4th inflicted severe damage to the U.S. base on Midway, which prompted retaliatory airstrikes by U.S. Devastator torpedo bombers against the 4 Japanese carriers. While Japanese Zero fighters shot down the first wave of American fighters, the second wave hit pay dirt against the Akagi, Kaga, and Soru. After the losses, Japan's surviving carrier Hiru launched 2 attacks on the USS Yorktown aircraft carrier, which had to be abandoned yet remained afloat. After the loss of the Yorktown, U.S. dive bombers took out the Hiru, putting an end to any hopes for a victory in favor of Japan. In the end, the U.S. victory in the Battle of Midway ended Japan's expansionary aspirations in the Pacific, forcing them into a defensive posture until their surrender on September 2nd, 1945. And there you have it, the Battle of Midway, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, a bad day for rock and roll at the Altamont Music Festival. After the 3-day music festival at Woodstock, Rolling Stones lead singer Mick Jagger began obsessing about a similar music event in San Francisco, including a film documentary of the event, soon nicknamed Woodstock West.
We are doing a free concert in San Francisco on December 6th.
Knowing the city lacked the infrastructure for such a mass invasion of stoned-out concert-goers, San Francisco officials quickly shut down the notion, forcing the Stones to sign a financially bad deal to host the event at Sears Point Raceway in Sonoma. Pulling out of the deal just 2 days before the previously announced event, roadies moved the stage and sound system 80 miles southeast to Altamont Speedway near Livermore, California. Due to Jagger's long-standing dislike of police, at the behest of the Grateful Dead, the Stones hired the Hells Angels motorcycle gang for concert ground security, paying them $500 in beer to cover the event. When the concert kicked off on December 6, 1969, to an overcapacity crowd of more than 300,000 people, the Angels turned violent almost the moment they arrived, beating back concertgoers with sawed-off pool cues, metal pipes, and motorcycle chains. To make matters worse, a batch of bad acid had circulated widely throughout the concert grounds, increasing conflicts between stoners and the openly violent Hells Angels. The concert included sets by Santana, Jefferson Airplane, the Flying Burrito Brothers, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, the Grateful Dead, and the Rolling Stones. Although the Dead backed out after the Angels' unmitigated violence became amplified under the worsening effects of alcohol and drugs. Even the lead singer of Jefferson Airplane, Marty Balin, was knocked unconscious when he tried to stop fights from breaking out between the Angels and concertgoers pressing in on the stage.
Hey man, I'd like to mention that the Hells Angels just smashed Marty Balin in the face and knocked him out for a bit. I'd like to thank you for that.
Having already been involved in a fight with the Angels, when the Stones took the stage after dark, teenager Meredith Hunter tried to scale a speaker cabinet for a better view of the band's rendition of Under My Thumb. When he was quickly knocked off the cabinet by Hells Angels, Hunter drew a gun and threatened his aggressors, prompting Angel Alan Passero to draw a knife and stab the teen no less than 4 times. Hunter died at the scene, and while Passero was put on trial for first-degree murder, after footage surfaced of Hunter drawing his gun, Passero was acquitted on grounds of self-defense. And there you have it. A bad day for rock and roll at the Altamont Music Festival. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, a big week for the Allied Air War in Europe. When military aviation came of age during the interwar years between World War I and World War II, a group of air war leaders and strategists known as the Bomber Mafia developed bombardment tactics and aircraft that would forever change the face of warfare. Before any planned considerations for an invasion of northern France could be considered, the Luftwaffe, or German Air Force, had to be destroyed, both in the air and on the ground. All parties agreed that Operation Overlord, as the D-Day invasion had been codenamed, would suffer an egregious loss of life should the Luftwaffe maintain its ability to strafe Allied combatants as they made their way ashore. As a result, Allied air war leaders stuck it to the Nazis during Operation Argument, or what has commonly become known as Big Week. With the arrival of the P-51 Mustang into the skies over Europe, long-range heavy bombers like the B-17 Flying Fortress and the B-24 Liberator now enjoyed fighter protection all the way to and beyond the IP, or initial point, which is the point in a mission when bomb groups tighten their formations to better defend against German fighter attacks. During Big Week missions flown from February 20th through the 25th, 1944, 8th Air Force Commander General Jimmy Doolittle overcame Germany's reluctance to engage Allied fighters by attacking key aircraft factories that the Luftwaffe could not afford to lose. In addition, Allied fighters were ordered to abandon the bombers with the primary goal of shooting down enemy fighters. In effect, the primary purpose of the bombing missions was to bring up the Luftwaffe, while the real role of the Allied bombers was to be used and sacrificed as bait. During Big Week, the Americans flew missions against airframe and assembly plants over numerous German cities, including Regensburg, Schweinfurt, and Steyr, dropping roughly 10,000 tons of bombs. The 8th Air Force, flying out of England, delivered 3,000 sorties at a loss of 97 fortresses and 40 liberators, with another 20 heavy bombers scrapped due to damage. Each downed aircraft would cost the Allies 10 to 11 men. the much smaller yet still forming 15th Air Force, flying out of 21 air bases in southeastern Italy, would fly 500 sorties, losing 90 heavy bombers, while the British RAF Bomber Command lost 131 bombers during their nightly raids over Germany. While the number of U.S. aircrew kills on German fighters is most likely wildly exaggerated in the heat of battle, nearly 500 reported kills, Big Week was considered a significant contributor to the Allies' official pronouncement of air superiority over the Luftwaffe in March of 1944. And there you have it, a big week for the Allied air war in Europe. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Iran hostage crisis. During the Iranian Revolution of 1979, violent protests by Muslim college students forced the Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, to flee his homeland for the United States, where he was admitted on compassionate grounds for cancer treatment at the New York Hospital Cornell Medical Center. On February 1, 1979, after 15 years in exile, Shiite religious leader Ayatollah Khomeini was returned to power by jubilant Iranian revolutionaries, eager to see the return of Islamic Sharia law. Believing that the United States was meddling in Iranian affairs, including perceived attempts to undermine the Iranian Revolution, on November 4, 1979, members of the Muslim student followers of the Imam's line stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking 52 American diplomats and citizens hostage for the next 444 days of forced captivity. While President Jimmy Carter froze billions of Iranian assets in the United States, his inability to act decisively during the Iran hostage crisis heavily contributed to his landslide loss to Ronald Reagan in the presidential election of 1980. In September 1980, after the Iraqi military invaded Iran, the start of the Iran-Iraq War hastened the Iranians to the negotiation table with the Americans. Mere hours after Ronald Reagan was sworn into office, the newly minted president signed the Algiers Accords, which repatriated the hostages back to the United States the following day. Since the release of the hostages, Iran and the United States continue to have no formal diplomatic relations, other than puppet diplomacy between Pakistan, who serves as Iran's protecting power, while Switzerland serves as the United States' protective power in Iran. And there you have it, the Iran hostage crisis. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Summer of Love. Egged on by the Beat Generation poets and novelists of the 1950s, a group that flourished in the North Beach community of San Francisco, the Summer of Love hippie movement sprang to life after the Human Be-In held in Golden Gate Park on January 14, 1967, when acid guru Timothy Leary coined the phrase, "Turn on, tune in, and drop out." By the summer of 1967, more than 100,000 like-minded flower children migrated from around the country to the Haight-Ashbury district of San Francisco, vibing on hippie music, psychedelic drugs, anti-war sentiment, and an overwhelming spirit of free love. After Les Paul invented the electric guitar, the baby boom generation of the 1960s gravitated toward amplified rock and roll music, which was in direct conflict to the gentle swing-era dance tunes of their parents' generation. Flower children embraced a heavy mistrust of the government and the capitalistic ways of their parents, forming non-consumerist communal groups like the Diggers, who established a free store and a free medical clinic, while psychedelic drug groups like novelist Ken Kesey and the Merry Pranksters through acid tests intended to unvalve the minds of the once staid, largely suburban, middle-class youth. In the spring of 1967, the Council for the Summer of Love was created by the communal groups The Family Dog, The Diggers, The Straight Theater, and the hippie newspaper The San Francisco Oracle, who sought to alleviate some of the problems anticipated from the influx of hippies expected to descend on Haight-Ashbury as the summer bore down. The council lent support to the Diggers Free Clinic before organizing housing, food, sanitation, and links to local churches and social groups. When spring break came around, thousands of high school and college students descended on the Haight, causing alarm among San Francisco authorities. But once school ended for the summer, the onslaught pressed into high gear. Radical journalist Hunter S. Thompson called the Haight Hashberry in an article in the New York Times Magazine, which further inspired more hippies to migrate west to San Francisco. Music festivals further ignited the Summer of Love, including the Fantasy Fair and Magic Mountain Music Festival, as well as the Monterey Pop Festival, which drew hippies to the electrified sounds of The Who, The Grateful Dead, The Animals, Jefferson Airplane, Jimi Hendrix, and Janis Joplin. After the mass departure of hippies at the end of the summer, a mock Summer of Love funeral was held by organizer Mary Casper, who issued a call to arms for all departed hippies, encouraging them to bring the revolution to wherever they called home. As Grateful Dead guitarist Bob Weir commented, Haight-Ashbury was a ghetto of bohemians who wanted to do anything, and we did, but I don't think it has happened again since. Yes, there was LSD, but Haight-Ashbury was not about drugs. It was about exploration, finding new ways of expression, and being aware of one's existence. And there you have it, the Summer of Love, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the history of Veterans Day. When World War I ended in 1918, at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, Armistice Day, as Veterans Day was originally known, was first celebrated on the first anniversary of the conclusion of the war to end all wars. While Memorial Day celebrates American servicemen who sacrificed everything for their country, Veterans Day, or Remembrance Day as it is known in many other countries, pays tribute to all veterans, both living and deceased, who served their country honorably during times of war and peace. In America, the nation's first unknown soldier was laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery on Armistice Day, 1921. Since that first memorial, other unknown soldiers from America's wars have been interred in the memorial, and it's become tradition for the president or one of his representatives to lay a wreath on the tomb every November 11th. In 1926, 8 years after the end of the First World War, Congress passed a resolution calling for an annual observance of Armistice Day to honor the veterans who fought so hard for the nation's freedom and peace. The idea caught on, and by 1938, the day was marked by so many ceremonies and parades that Congress made Armistice Day a legal holiday. After World War II and the Korean War, Americans wanted to open up the holiday, not just for World War I veterans, but for all veterans who served their country with courage and honor. In 1954, President Dwight D. Eisenhower officially changed the name of the holiday from Armistice Day to Veterans Day, while in 1968, Congress passed the Uniform Holidays Act, which moved the celebration of Veterans Day to the fourth Monday in October. The law went into effect in 1971 until President Gerald Ford returned Veterans Day to November 11th due to the historical significance of the date. As of 2018, the United States was home to 18.2 million living veterans who served during at least one war. During America's involvement in her last 4 wars, 16 million Americans served during World War II, with just under 500,000 still alive as of 2018. Just under 6 million veterans served during the Korean War, with some 2 million still alive, while approximately 2.7 million served during the Vietnam War, with 610,000 still alive as of 2019. Most recently, 3 million veterans have served in support of the war on terrorism, making American veterans an ongoing vital asset to the nation's safety and security, both at home and abroad. Hoorah! Hoo-yah! Hoo-ah! And there you have it, the history of Veterans Day. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Andrew Carnegie, the story of a self-made man. Born in 1835, Dunfermline, Scotland, Andrew Carnegie was the son of an impoverished weaver family who emigrated to western Pennsylvania in 1848 in search of a better life. At the tender age of 12, Andrew displayed his budding work ethic by taking a job as a bobbin boy, working 12 hours a day, 6 days a week for the Anchor Cotton Mills Company, earning the staggering wage of $1.20 a week, or $35 in today's currency. In 1849, after becoming an accomplished telegraph operator, Andrew's budding passion for education and reading was given a boost by Colonel James Anderson, who gave the young lad access to his personal library of over 400 volumes of books. The young prodigy was so grateful for the colonel's generosity, obliging Carnegie to make a personal resolution that if his future endeavors ever made him a rich man, he would give back to society so that other poor boys could follow in his footsteps as a self-made man. By the age of 24, Carnegie landed a job as the superintendent of the Western Division of the Pennsylvania Railroad, which gave him the financial wherewithal to invest in growing companies. In 1864, Carnegie was one of the early investors in the Columbia Oil Company, which yielded over $1 million in cash dividends in 1 year alone. The demand for iron weapons during the Civil War led Carnegie into the steel industry, which elevated him to industrialist stature by 1885. One of his two great innovations as a steel magnate was the adoption of the Bessemer process, which allowed the high carbon content of lesser-grade pig iron to be forged into high-grade steel. As a result of his innovation, steel prices plummeted, making his Bessemer steel the go-to source for the construction of rail lines, skyscrapers, and bridges. As a result, Carnegie Steel became the largest producer of steel in America, outputting more than 2,000 tons of high-grade steel per day. After selling Carnegie Steel to J.P. Morgan in 1901 for a whopping $304 million, Andrew Carnegie dedicated the last 18 years of his life to philanthropy, giving away over 90% of his wealth. With a net worth pegged at nearly $70 billion in today's currency, his contributions include Carnegie Hall in New York City and the Peace Palace or International Court of Justice in The Hague. He also founded the Carnegie Corporation of New York, which supported educational causes in the U.S. and later the world, as well as the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, the Carnegie Institution for Science, and the Carnegie Trust for the Universities of Scotland. He also created the Carnegie Hero Fund, which provided financial assistance and recognition for Americans and Canadians who had performed extraordinary acts of heroism in civilian life, while also founding Carnegie Mellon University and the Carnegie Museums of Pittsburgh. And there you have it, Andrew Carnegie, a self-made man of the Gilded Age. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Transcontinental Railroad. After the nation's first steam locomotive made its appearance in 1830, the East Coast of America added 9,000 miles of railroad track over the next 2 decades, linking city upon city as far west as Nebraska. Once gold was discovered in California, followed by the silver lode in Virginia City, Nevada, political will combined with the spirit of American entrepreneurship to build the first transcontinental railroad. In 1860, a young engineer named Theodore Judah identified the infamous Donner Pass in Northern California as the best location to transit through the formidable Sierra Nevada mountains. And by 1861, Judah had enlisted a group of investors in Sacramento to form the Central Pacific Railroad Company. After President Lincoln signed the Pacific Railroad Act in 1862, over the next 7 years, the Central Pacific and Union Pacific Railroad Companies would race toward each other from Sacramento on the one side to Omaha, Nebraska on the other. Each company would receive 6,400 acres of land, later doubled to 12,800 acres, and $48,000 in government bonds for every mile of track laid. In the West, the Central Pacific was dominated by the Big Four, which comprised ambitious entrepreneurs Charles Crocker, Leland Stanford, Collis Huntington, and Mark Hopkins, each man lacking any prior experience with railroads, engineering, or construction. Disillusioned with his partners, Judah planned to recruit new investors to buy them out, but he caught yellow fever while transiting the Isthmus of Panama and died in November of 1863. Meanwhile, in Omaha, Dr. Thomas Durant illegally captured controlling interest in the Union Pacific Railroad Company, giving him authoritarian rule over the company's forward progress. Once construction began, the company suffered horrific attacks on its workers by Native Americans, including the Sioux, Arapaho, and Cheyenne tribes. Despite these setbacks, the Union Pacific laid tracks across the plains with relative ease, while the Central Pacific struggled through the inhospitable terrain of the Sierras. Ramshackle settlements popped up wherever the railroad went, turning into hotbeds of drinking, gambling, prostitution, and violence, forever cementing the mythology of the Wild West. Built primarily by Chinese and Irish immigrants, the two competing companies would join rails at Promontory Summit, Utah, just north of the Great Salt Lake, some 690 track miles east of Sacramento and 1,086 miles west of Omaha. On May 10, 1869, the Central Pacific and Union Pacific Railroad companies held their Golden Spike ceremony, when Leland Stanford took the first swing at a 17.6 karat gold spike that connected the two opposing approaches of railroad track. Thomas Durant took the second swing and missed, due in large part to a raging hangover from a celebratory party the night before. Today on the Daily Dose, the Woodstock Music and Arts Festival. While the Diggers' mock funeral marked the symbolic end of the Summer of Love, in a larger sense, the Woodstock Music and Arts Festival in the summer of 1969 ushered out the peace and love hippie movement of the 1960s.
The Woodstock Music and Art Fair, the 3-day Aquarian exposition at White Lake and Bethel, New York, will give you uncomplicated, unhurried, calm days of peace and music. Friday, August 15th, you'll hear stars such as Joan Baez, Arlo Guthrie, Tim Hardin, Richie Havens, Ravi Shankar, and many others. Saturday, August 16th, Canned Heat, Creedence Clearwater Revival, Grateful Dead, Janis Joplin, Jefferson Airplane, and The Who. Sunday, August 17th, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Santana, Jimi Hendrix, Johnny Winter, and that's not all.
Staged on Max Yasker's dairy farm in Bethel, New York, some 40 miles southwest of the small village of Woodstock, the 3-day event kicked off on August 15th, 1969, headlining 32 major acts to an overcapacity crowd of counterculture attendees.
This is the largest group of people ever assembled in one place. The important thing that you've proven to the world is that 500,000 kids, and I call you kids because I have children older than you are, 500,000 young people can get together and have 3 days of fun and music, and have nothing but fun and music, and I God bless you for it.
Financed by New York City entrepreneurs Joel Rosenman and John Roberts, Woodstock was promoted by Michael Lane and Artie Cornfield, who co-organized the heavily attended Miami Pop Festival the previous year. In April of 1969, Creedence Clearwater Revival became the first major act to sign a contract for the event, agreeing to play for $10,000 or roughly $70,000 in today's currency. While Woodstock was first conceived as a profit-making venture, it soon became a free concert when circumstances prevented organizers from installing fences or ticket booths before opening day. The influx of concert-goers quickly overwhelmed the small town of Bethel, while creating a massive traffic jam that shut down the New York State Thruway.
Can you dig that? New York State Thruway is closed, man.
Originally planned for 50,000 people, Woodstock saw 450 to 500,000 attendees crowd onto Yasker's farm, forcing many to struggle against bad weather, food shortages, and poor sanitation. Despite these critical setbacks, the festival was remarkably peaceful, recording 2 fatalities, neither to violence, and 2 births. By the time Jimi Hendrix took to the stage as the final act at Woodstock, the crowds had thinned considerably to an estimated 200,000 people, making Woodstock one of the most quintessential moments in rock and roll history. And there you have it, a high-water event for the 1960s. Today in the Daily Dose. Today in the Daily Dose, the last men on the moon.
The eyes of the world now look into space, to the moon, and to the planets beyond.
After John F. Kennedy's now famous Let's Go to the Moon speech, 1/5 of humanity watched Neil Armstrong walk on the lunar surface. But after multiple Apollo flights would follow Armstrong's achievement, the world, along with American politicians engaged in an expensive war in Southeast Asia, seemed to lose interest in the technological wonders of putting men on the moon and returning them safely back to Earth. When budget cuts came down from Washington, NASA was forced to cancel its last 3 missions, making Apollo 17 the last time men would walk on the moon. The 12-day mission in December of 1972 included Commander Gene Cernan, Module Pilot Jack Schmitt, and Command Module Pilot Ronald Evans. And while the crew has been written up in history books and acknowledged by the space and scientific communities, none have received the public recognition they so rightly deserved. Apollo 17 broke multiple records, including 3 days on the lunar surface, with moonwalks lasting up to 8 hours at a crack. After landing in the Taurus-Littrow Valley, they deployed scientific instruments while collecting a treasure trove of lunar samples for scientists to study back on Earth. Apollo 17 was the first mission to have no one on board who had been a test pilot, and also marked the first night launch in U.S. human spaceflight history. While the 3 unused Apollo spacecraft were later repurposed in the Skylab and Apollo-Soyuz program, Apollo 17 marked the last launch of a Saturn V rocket. Now that Americans have a growing interest in returning to the moon before conquering a landing on Mars, a hearty salute to the nearly 400,000 men and women who made the Apollo moon landings a high-water mark in human achievement. And there you have it. The last men on the moon. Today in the Daily Dose. Today in the Daily Dose, the Huey's role in the Vietnam helicopter war. For most American combat personnel who served in Vietnam, the classic image of the helicopter war was the Huey Bell UH-1D. The Huey was ready to back troops up, insert or extract them from hot zones, or rush the wounded to field hospitals. While 11 different types of helicopters were deployed during the Vietnam War, the Huey became an indispensable asset in the jungle war against the Viet Cong, since its vertical takeoff and landing capabilities allowed soldiers to be rushed into dense jungles, valleys, or hilltops. Their ability to swiftly insert or extract troops from jungle battlefields became standard practice for war in Southeast Asia, while the Huey's ability to evacuate the wounded and swiftly convey them to medical facilities proved to be the difference between life and death for tens of thousands of casualties. First introduced in 1959, the Huey was built by Bell Helicopter to meet a 1952 U.S. Army requirement for a medical evacuation and utility helicopter for an increasingly likely conflict in Southeast Asia. The Huey was the first turbine-powered helicopter built for the U.S. military, with more than 16,000 produced since 1960. while over 7,000 were deployed during the Vietnam War. Crewed by 1 to 4 servicemen, the Huey has a maximum takeoff weight of 9,500 pounds, with a flight capacity of 14 troops or 6 occupied stretchers. Packed with a maximum airspeed of 135 miles an hour, the Huey offers a range of 315 miles at a cruising speed of 125 miles an hour, with a service ceiling of 19,390 feet, dependent on factors such as weight and air temperature. The Huey also touts a dizzying rate of climb of 1,755 feet per minute. When communist-manned 12.7mm ground-based machine guns came on scene, known by American helicopter crews as 51 calibers, Hueys were mounted with a counter-arsenal of heavy machine guns until the M60 became the standard helicopter door armament on most Vietnam-era slicks, which first employed a swivel mount on top of a fixed pintle mount. As the war progressed, door gunners employed bungee cords to suspend and retain their M60s, which allowed for increased firing angles, as well as easier and faster accessibility. A total of 1,925 Hueys were lost in combat, while an additional 1,380 were lost in operational accidents, making the Bell UH-1D Huey one of the most critical assets over the jungles of Southeast Asia. And there you have it, the Huey's vital role in the Vietnam War. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Buffalo Soldiers. Originally members of the all-black 10th Cavalry Regiment of the United States Army, the group that would later become known as Buffalo Soldiers formed on September 21, 1866, at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. The nickname Buffalo Soldiers was given to the black cavalry by Native American tribes who fought against them in the Indian Wars, which became synonymous with all the African American regiments formed during and after 1866, including the 9th and 10th Cavalry Regiments and the 24th, 25th, and 2nd 38th Infantry Regiments. Buffalo Soldiers would see action in the Indian Wars, the Johnson County Land War of 1892, and the Spanish-American War of 1898, including the infamous Battle of San Juan Hill in Cuba. While the 9th and 10th Cavalry Regiments were mostly disbanded by the start of World War II, the 92nd Infantry Division, known as the Buffalo Division, saw combat during the Italian campaign, while the 93rd and 25th Infantry Regiments saw combat in the Pacific Theater of Operations. Separately, independent black artillery, tank, and tank destroyer battalions, as well as quartermaster and support battalions, also served in World War II, each outfit carrying out the traditions of Buffalo Soldiers. Despite official resistance and administrative barriers, black airmen were trained and played a key role in the air war in Europe, gaining a reputation for skill and bravery beyond compare. In early 1945, after heavy losses during the Battle of the Bulge, American forces in Europe experienced a shortage of ready combat troops, which eventually relaxed the embargo on black soldiers in combat. By war's end, a total of 909,000 black Americans would participate in the Second World War. In 1948, President Harry S. Truman signed Executive Order 9981, which desegregated the military and marked the first federal legislation that went against the societal norms implemented through Jim Crow laws. During the Korean War, black and white troops operated in integrated units for the first time, while the Buffalo Soldiers' 24th Infantry Regiment was the last segregated unit to engage in combat, until the 24th was deactivated in 1951. On December 12th of that same year, the last Buffalo Soldier units, the 27th and 28th Cavalry, were disbanded, marking the close of the proud legacy of Buffalo Soldiers for a full 85 years of American military history. Today on the Daily Dose, the history of Thanksgiving. Shared by societies throughout antiquity, harvest festivals have traditionally been a time when people came together with a sense of thanksgiving, both for the bounties of harvest and the absence of natural calamities that frequently threaten the survivability of a society heavily reliant on the land. The first Thanksgiving in America occurred in late October 1621, when 90 Native Americans and 53 Pilgrims gathered at Plymouth to celebrate 3 days of autumnal Thanksgiving, offering up communal prayers of thankfulness, highlighted by a feast of the year's harvested abundance. After the Pilgrims' first harvest celebration, from then onward, Thanksgiving would be celebrated intermittently until President George Washington issued his Thanksgiving Proclamation of 1789, following a request by Congress. President Thomas Jefferson chose not to observe the holiday, which remained an intermittent celebration until 1863, when President Abraham Lincoln proclaimed the last Thursday in November to be a national day of, in his words, thanksgiving and praise to our beneficent Father who dwelleth in the heaven. On June 28, 1870, President Ulysses S. Grant signed into law the Holidays Act that made Thanksgiving a yearly appointed federal holiday in the District of Columbia, which was further expanded to the nation in 1885, when Congress made Thanksgiving a federal paid holiday. Under President Franklin D. Roosevelt, the date was changed during the years 1939 to 1941 amid significant controversy, until FDR signed into law in 1942 a proclamation that forever cemented Thanksgiving to the fourth Thursday in November, once and for all bypassing the discretion and whimsy of sitting American presidents. And there you have it, the history of Thanksgiving, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Erie Canal. First proposed in the 1780s and then reproposed in 1807, a survey was authorized, funded, and executed in 1808, despite heavy opposition to the crazy notion of building a 363-mile man-made waterway connecting the Great Lakes to the Atlantic Ocean. Nicknamed Clinton's Folly or Clinton's Big Ditch, New York Governor DeWitt Clinton's 10-year dogged campaign to build such a waterway finally overcame his opponents, including Presidents Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who both considered the project preposterous. For a nation just 41 years old, when digging finally began in 1817, the construction of the Erie Canal proved to be the first monumental feat in early large-scale American engineering, an event which ushered in the industrial age in America. Dug entirely by hand, the Erie Canal includes 34 numbered locks beginning at Black Rock Lock and ending downstream at Troy Federal Lock, for a total elevation difference of 565 feet. Clocking in at 40 feet wide and 4 feet deep, the Erie Canal was largely built by Irish immigrants who worked 14-hour days and earned 80 cents a day in some of the most hazardous working conditions the nation's labor pool faced at the time. The construction would go on for 8 years, and despite the long time span, the project would be completed on time, in advance, and under budget. Bands played and cannons boomed when Clinton opened the canal in 1825, and he was soon vindicated when the Erie Canal became an immediate success. Goods and people were able to travel faster and easier, dropping drayage costs by as much as 95%. The tolls collected soon paid the state of New York back for the canal's $7 million construction cost, proving DeWitt's skeptics flat out wrong in a matter of months. The Erie Canal's peak year was 1855, when some 33,000 commercial passages took place, although since that high water time period, commercial traffic continued a yearly and steady decline, finally coming to an end in 1994, when the last commercial ship Day Peckinpah was officially retired. Today, the Erie Canal is mostly enjoyed by recreational watercraft, yet its vital role in the robust economic development of the eastern and midwestern regions of the United States is forever cemented in the annals of American history. And there you have it, the Erie Canal. Today in the Daily Dose. Today in the Daily Dose, Ben Franklin's Postal Service spawns an American Revolution. By the still tender age of 31, Ben Franklin had already built a prosperous business as a printer, shopkeeper, and publisher of the Pennsylvania Gazette, not to mention the author of the wildly successful Poor Richard's Almanac. In 1737, he was appointed postmaster of Philadelphia, after British authorities removed his predecessor for failing to submit financial reports. Being a local postmaster didn't come with much pay, but it did allow Franklin to mail his newspaper to readers at no cost, making the Pennsylvania Gazette one of the colony's most successful publications. Comparable to how politicians and celebrities rely on platforms such as Twitter, Franklin used the mail for self-promotion of his many achievements, making the Founding Father one of the world's most admired Americans. Due to his meticulous record-keeping, Franklin was asked by his British overlords to manage Britain's colonial mail service from 1753 to 1774, allowing Franklin to supercharge a primitive courier system connecting the 13 fragmented colonies into an efficiency-driven organization that sped deliveries between Philadelphia and New York City to a mere 24 hours. Franklin's travels along the post roads of colonial America would inspire his revolutionary vision for how a new nation could thrive independently of Britain. But not even Franklin could imagine the pivotal role his postal service would bring to the American Revolution. By the early 1770s, Franklin's fellow patriots had organized underground communication networks, the Committees of Correspondence, followed by the Constitutional Post, that allowed the Founding Fathers to talk treason behind the backs of their British rulers. In 1775, 3 months after the battles of Lexington and Concord, and well before the Declaration of Independence was even signed, the Continental Congress turned the Constitutional Post into the Post Office of the United States, whose operations became the first, and for many average Americans, the most significant function of the newly formed government. James Madison and other Founding Fathers understood how the Post could support a fledgling democracy, delivering inexpensive newspapers and political pamphlets that shed light on British tax bills designed to pay back Britain after her defense of the colonies during the French and Indian Wars. Put simply, Franklin's efficient management of the world's first social media platform allowed like-minded Americans to join forces in their common desire for independence. And there you have it. Franklin's Postal Service spawns an American Revolution. Today on the Daily Dose. Today in the Daily Dose, the Yalta Conference and the fate of post-war Europe. Known as the Crimea Conference, or more popularly the Yalta Conference, the big three Allied leaders came together at a palace in the Black Sea resort town of Yalta to determine the post-war fate of Europe. Arriving on the 4th of February, 1945, and lasting for the next 7 days, U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, and Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin met at Levadia Palace to shape a post-war peace that represented not just a collective security order, but a plan to give self-determination to the liberated peoples of post-Nazi occupied Europe. Marking the third wartime meeting between the big three, by the time of the Yalta Conference, the Allies had liberated all of France and Belgium, with fighting now closing in on the western border of Germany, while in the east, Soviet forces were less than 40 miles from Berlin, having already pushed the Germans out of Poland, Romania, and Bulgaria. During the talks, Stalin agreed to enter the Pacific War against Japan within 3 months after the fall of Germany, and since the Russians had suffered egregious losses to German aggression in both world wars, the group agreed that Poland, Romania, and Bulgaria, the historical corridors for forces attempting to invade Russia, would remain in the Soviet sphere as a security buffer for a war-weary Soviet nation. The conference further set the boundaries for post-war occupation zones in Germany including one for each 3 principal Allied nations attending the conference, along with a 4th zone for France, whose leader Charles de Gaulle was snubbed from the meeting, a diplomatic slight that caused a deep and lasting resentment in the French leader. Despite the fact that Berlin resided in the Soviet zone, the city was further divided into 4 zones of occupation, again by the principal Allied nations. A declaration of liberated Europe was also created by the Big Three, which encouraged the people of Europe to create democratic institutions of their own design and to hold free elections for governments responsive to the will of the people. And there you have it, the Yalta Conference and the fate of post-war Europe. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, America enters World War II. As more than 2,000 American soldiers and sailors lay dead among the burned ruins of Pearl Harbor's battleships, planes, and airfields, President Franklin D. Roosevelt knew that there could be but one response.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Less than 24 hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor, President Roosevelt addressed a joint session of Congress, delivering an impassioned oratorical display that demanded a declaration of war against Japan.
The unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
Within an hour after his speech, Roosevelt had his declaration of war. 3 days later, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States, who in turn declared war on all Axis powers. Across the nation, young men poured into recruiting stations, eager to stick it to the enemy. Hollywood became a contributing propaganda arm, stirring the fires of patriotism with movies promoting the war effort.
Don't kid yourself. The doc says I'm in perfect shape.
That's the stuff, Harry. Stick around. I'll be right with you.
You mean you're joining up?
Well, sure. They can't keep me out now. Next!
Women joined the workforce, famously led by Rosie the Riveter. By early 1942, America implemented a rationing system, everything from rubber to gasoline, butter and bread. Leisure time was slashed dramatically as a nation came together to build the machines necessary for an Allied victory.
We are now in this war. We're all in it, all the way. Every single man, woman, and child is a partner in the most tremendous undertaking of our American history.
On December 8, 1941, the United States joined a war that by its very breadth and scope would cost the lives of 60 million people, while ultimately excising a gruesome evil. At war's end, 4 long years later, life in America and around the world would never be the same. And there you have it. America enters World War II. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Battle of the Somme. Considered the most bloody battle of World War I, the Battle of the Somme was fought by the armies of the British Empire and the French Third Republic against the German Empire, lasting from the 1st of July to November 18th, 1916. While the French and British had committed themselves to an offensive along the banks of the Somme River in France, the Allies agreed upon a strategy for a combined offensive against the Central Powers in early 1916 by the French, Russian, British, and Italian armies, with the Somme offensive comprising the Franco-British contribution in the push to crush the Boche and thereby shorten the war. Prior to the first offensive, the Allies launched a week-long heavy artillery bombardment which saw more than 1.75 million shells hurled at a 15-mile German front north of the Somme River, which aimed to cut the barbed wire guarding German defenses, at the same time destroying the enemy's entrenched positions. When ground fighting began on July the 1st, the German Second Army suffered a crushing defeat against the French and the British, yet the victory came with egregious losses to Allied personnel. The British alone suffered 57,470 casualties, including 19,240 killed in action, making it the single most disastrous day in British military history. The battle was further notable for the importance of air power, as well as the first appearance of the armored tank in 20th century mechanized warfare. The battle would rage on for nearly 5 long months, yet by October, bad weather stymied all hopes of an Allied victory, with Allied soldiers struggling to cross muddy terrain under fearsome attacks by German artillery and fighter planes. The Allies made their final advance in mid-November, attacking German positions along the Ancre River Valley, until the arrival of true winter shut down the Allies' offensive on November 18th, ending a fearsome battle of attrition along the banks of the Somme, at least until the following spring. Over the 141-day offensive, the Allies had advanced just 7 miles, failing completely in their fight to break the German line. While the battle was intended to hasten victory over German aggression, the stalemate would see more than 3 million men fight in the Battle of the Somme, with over 1 million wounded or killed in action, making the Battle of the Somme one of the deadliest conflicts in recorded human history. And there you have it, the Battle of the Somme. Today on the Daily Dose, Today in the Daily Dose, how Detroit outbuilt her enemies during World War II. When Allied troops landed at Normandy during the D-Day invasions of France, the invasion force included 50,000 vehicles of all types, well over 5,000 ships, and more than twice that number in airplanes. While many factors led up to victory, in both theaters of war, one key element was the ability of American industry to outbuild Germany and Japan in the largest mechanized war the world has ever seen. Detroit automakers played a key role in the Allies' victory when they switched from building cars to building the machinery of modern warfare. For example, Ford's enormous Willow Run plant produced a total of 8,685 B-24 heavy bombers, outputting 1 plane per hour by early 1945. Due to the use of interchangeable parts, Willys Overland, Ford, and Bantam produced more than 1.3 million Jeeps, or Blitz buggies as they were affectionately known. Just before his death in 1945, famed war correspondent Ernie Pyle wrote of the Jeep, "Good Lord, I don't think we could continue the war without the Jeep. It does everything, it goes everywhere. It's as faithful as a dog, as strong as a mule, and as agile as a goat." Detroit also provided the war effort with a steady supply of tanks from Chrysler's enormous Detroit Arsenal tank plant, including 3,352 M3 tanks and 17,947 M4 Sherman Series tanks, or approximately 36% of the total 49,234 Sherman tanks built for the war effort. General Motors also joined the fight by constructing 21,000 amphibious landing craft known as duck boats, costing the U.S. government $10,800 for each amphibious vehicle rolling off GM's assembly lines. GM also produced an arsenal of other war materiel, including nearly 120 million artillery shells, over 39 million cartridge casings, 206,000 aircraft engines, 13,000 Navy fighter planes, 854,000 transport trucks, and nearly 2 million machine guns. With the fate of the free world at stake, Detroit and its surrounding industrial communities played heavily into America's quest to outbuild Hitler and Hirohito, allowing American industrial might to play a starring role in the Allies' eventual victories over Nazi and Japanese aggression. And there you have it. Detroit outbuilds her enemies. Today in the Daily Dose. Today in the Daily Dose, Kit Carson, a trailblazer to the American West. Born in December of 1809, Kit Carson left his Missouri home at the tender age of 16, becoming a mountain man and fur trapper in the untamed American West. In the 1830s, he accompanied Ewing Young on an expedition into Mexican California, before heading into the Rocky Mountains on repeated fur-trapping expeditions, where he lived among and married into the Arapaho and Cheyenne tribes. In the 1840s, Carson achieved national fame when he was hired as a guide by John Fremont, who mapped the Oregon Trail to assist and encourage pioneers on their journey west. Under Fremont's command, Carson participated in the conquest of California from Mexico at the beginning of the Mexican-American War, again rising to national acclaim when he walked 15 miles barefoot to fetch reinforcements from San Diego after the disastrous Battle of San Pasqual. During the 1850s, Carson was appointed as an Indian agent to the Ute and Jacqueria Apaches, and when the Civil War broke out, he helped eliminate a Confederate threat in New Mexico. Carson also led forces during the Indian Wars, suppressing the Navajo, Mescalero Apache, Kiowa, and Comanche tribes by destroying their food sources. Later, he was breveted a brigadier general and took command of Fort Garland, Colorado, until declining health forced him to retire from military life. After his death in 1868 from an aortic aneurysm, during the late 19th century, Kit Carson became a legendary symbol of America's frontier experience, after he was canonized in countless dime store novels and Hollywood movies. In more recent years, Carson has also become a symbol of the American nation's gross mistreatment of its indigenous peoples. And there you have it, Kit Carson and the American frontier, today in the Daily Dose. Today in the Daily Dose, the burning ghost town of Centralia, Pennsylvania. There's a small town in eastern Pennsylvania that looks like it's been hit by an apocalypse, and in truth, it has. The town of Centralia was abandoned after an underground coal mine fire forced citizens to flee for good, when in 1962, city planners turned an old strip mine into a dump site before setting an enormous collection of trash on fire. As bad luck would have it, the fire spread to an unsealed opening leading into an adjacent underground coal mine, igniting a massive seam of coal that has been burning ever since. Burning 300 feet below the surface, the fire now stretches some 7.5 miles and burns underneath an area of 9.3 square miles. Authorities believe that the fire has enough fuel to burn for another 220 years. The accidental coal fire continued to rage unchecked into the 1980s, issuing giant plumes of smoke and deadly carbon monoxide gases billowing from fissures in the ground. The local highway, now known as Graffiti Highway, cracked and collapsed, petrifying nearby trees that surround each active vent. After estimating the cost of extinguishing the fire, over $1.3 billion in today's currency, state and federal authorities opted to razz the town and relocate its residents. 1,000 Centralians accepted government relocation money and fled, leaving just 5 residents to live on in the abandoned town, despite the fact that all its uninhabited dwellings and infrastructure have long since been torn down. All real estate in the town was claimed under eminent domain in 1992 and later condemned by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Centralia today is visited mainly by curious tourists, adding their artwork to an ever-expanding graffiti highway, which is reminiscent of the Cadillac Ranch west of Amarillo, Texas, where 10 half-buried Cadillacs were once thought to be abstract art, but have now officially fallen to the tag or spray can. While smoke still bellows from fissures in dense woodland areas, the abandoned roads that once made up Centralia no longer issue dense columns of smoke. Even the smoke from the surrounding woods has lessened over time, but it can still be seen on cold winter days, when warm subterranean smoke bellows up into freezing cold air. And there you have it. Centralia, Pennsylvania burns with subterranean fires. Today on the Daily Dose, get your nerd on with. Today in the Daily Dose, Woodrow Wilson hallucinates at the Paris Peace Conference. During the Spanish pandemic of 1918, like other presidents before and since his administration, U.S. President Woodrow Wilson attempted to downplay the disease as the deadly pathogen spread to every corner of the globe. Citing key evidence from Wilson's papers, presidential historian Tevi Troy called Wilson the worst U.S. president in terms of handling a disaster. Troy writes in his book entitled Shall We Wake the President? 2 Centuries of Disaster Management from the Oval Office. The federal response to the influenza outbreak in 1918 can best be described as neglectful. Hundreds of thousands of Americans died without President Wilson saying anything or mobilizing non-military components of the U.S. government to help the civilian population. In April of 1919, while sailing to the Big Four peace talks in Paris, Wilson and many of his staff contracted Spanish flu, including Wilson's daughter Margaret, several members of his Secret Service detachment, Wilson's stenographer, and his chief usher. While the Big Four were trying to resolve questions concerning German reparations, the creation of the League of Nations, and the threat of Bolshevism, Wilson's hallucinatory response to the flu and its associated high fever severely jeopardized the outcome of the talks. As the president's illness worsened, key aides became alarmed when the normally predictable Wilson began to blurt out unexpected orders. On one occasion, the president created a scene over pieces of furniture that had suddenly disappeared in his suite room, even though nothing about the furnishings had been moved. The president further became convinced that he was surrounded by French spies. We could but surmise that something queer was happening in his mind, Chief Usher Irwin Hoover later recalled. One thing was certain, Hoover goes on, Wilson was never the same after his little spell of sickness. Wilson's shift in mentation would forever impact the outcome of the Paris Peace Conference and ultimately the Treaty of Versailles. For while Wilson's initial stance was that the winners of World War I should go easy on Germany to facilitate a lasting peace, after coming down with influenza, Wilson conceded to the other world leaders' demands, setting the stage for a settlement so harsh and onerous to Germans that it became the leading rallying call for a revitalized German nationalism, the rise of Adolf Hitler, and the advent of World War II. And there you have it. Spanish flu destroys a sitting president's mind. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, NASA picks the right stuff. On October 4th, 1957, the USSR scored the first victory of the space race when they successfully launched the world's first artificial satellite into low Earth orbit. In response to Russia's Sputnik launch, the United States formed NASA, which dedicated itself to beating the Soviets in the pursuit of manned spaceflight. In January 1959, NASA began screening the records of 508 military test pilots before choosing 110 candidates. The candidates were arbitrarily split into 3 groups, but due to an overwhelming volunteer rate, one of the groups was randomly eliminated. After a battery of written tests, interviews, and medical history reviews, 32 candidates traveled to Lovelace Clinic in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where they underwent exhaustive medical and psychological testing, but the group proved to be so fit that only one man was eliminated. The remaining 31 candidates then traveled to Wright Aeromedical Laboratory in Dayton, Ohio, where they underwent the most grueling part of the selection process. For 6 days and 3 nights, the men were subjected to various tortures that tested their tolerance to physical and psychological stress, spending hours in freezing pressure chambers that simulated 65,000 feet of altitude, followed by heat chambers that reached temperatures of 130 degrees Fahrenheit. From these 31 candidates, NASA selected 7 men who would become known as the Mercury 7. On April 9, 1959, NASA introduced America's first astronauts to the world, consisting of Scott Carpenter, Gordo Cooper, John Glenn, Gus Grissom, Wally Schirra, Alan Shepard, and Deke Slayton.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we are introducing to you and to the world these 7 men who have been selected to begin training for orbital space flight.
I don't think any of us could really go on with something like this if we didn't have pretty good backing at home, really. My wife's attitude toward this has been the same as it has been all along through all my flying, that if it's what I want to do and she's behind it and the kids are too, 100%.
I have no problems at home. My family's in complete agreement.
And there you have it. NASA finds the right stuff. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Joseph McCarthy. During the early nervous days of the Cold War, Republican Senator Joseph McCarthy fueled the anti-communist Red Scare movement by alleging that numerous communist and Soviet sympathizers had infiltrated the federal government, universities, and the arts at large. After winning a U.S. Senate seat from his home state of Wisconsin, McCarthy's first 3 years in the Senate were undistinguished until he rose to national fame in 1950, when he asserted in his now infamous Enemies Within speech that he had a list of members of the Communist Party and members of a communist spy ring employed by the State Department. He would later broaden his finger-pointing to include the administration of President Harry S. Truman, the Voice of America, political opponents, suspected homosexuals, and many A-list names in literature and Hollywood, including Langston Hughes and Dorothy Parker, Charlie Chaplin, Orson Welles, Leonard Bernstein, Pete Seeger, Burl Ives, and Lena Horne. Known as McCarthyism, Joseph McCarthy used his seat on the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, where some of McCarthy's most publicized Red Scare accusations took place. His downfall would come in the autumn of 1953, during the 36-day Army McCarthy hearings, when McCarthy's committee began its ill-fated inquiry into the Army Signal Corps laboratory at Fort Monmouth. Broadcasted via the Big Three news networks, public opinion began to see McCarthy as bullying, reckless, and dishonest, while many Republican lawmakers began to see McCarthy as a liability to the party. On the 30th day of the Army McCarthy hearing, after McCarthy challenged the Army's chief legal counsel, Joseph Nye Welch, to investigate a Boston lawyer named Fred Fisher, Welch had finally had enough of McCarthy's ruthless badgering and unfounded finger-pointing.
Let us not assassinate this lad further, Senator. You've done enough. Have you no sense of decency, sir? At long last, have you left no sense of decency?
On December 2, 1954, the Senate voted to censure and later condemn McCarthy in a 67-22 landslide vote. Among the charges against McCarthy was that he had used his committee authority as a lynching party, making the committee into an unwitting handmaiden and an involuntary agent and attorneys-in-fact of the Communist Party. 3 years later, Joseph McCarthy would die from alcoholism at just 48 years of age. And there you have it, Joseph McCarthy, today in the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Bataan Death March of World War II. In early 1942, the Japanese bombed Manila after it had been declared an open city, forcing a humiliated Douglas MacArthur to escape the Philippines before his 80,000 American and Filipino troops surrendered at Bataan. While the Japanese were woefully unprepared for such a massive surrender, some 50,000 wounded, disease-ridden, and starving Allied prisoners began a disorganized, ill-supplied march through blazing heat to inadequate prison camps 100 miles to the north, kicking off the Bataan Death March, which would last for several brutal days to come. To the Japanese, the ancient samurai code of Bushido emphasized death before dishonor, which meant that even before the march began, Japanese soldiers who oversaw the prisoners considered them subhuman and largely worthless. As a result, Japanese soldiers beat Allied prisoners brutally, chopping off fingers to get West Point rings, murdering any man caught with Japanese currency. The men walked in 105-degree heat without water, forcing prisoners to run into carabao wallows, pushing aside the surface scum for a desperate drink of water. The move would prove to be lethal in many ways, since their swallows of tainted water onboarded bacteria such as dysentery and cholera. To fall back or fall out of line was to die beneath Japanese bayonets, bullets, or swords. Strength and perseverance was a prisoner's only path to survival, and when the Japanese hit a given prisoner, his only recourse was to immediately retake his feet. Anyone who failed to get up was killed on the spot. Men helped their weakened comrades to keep their feet and stumble onwards toward the camps. The death toll would have been much higher if not for the brave Filipinos along the route, who attempted to give the prisoners water and sugar when the Japanese weren't looking. Those who were caught were instantly executed. The movement of Bataan prisoners to camps in the north began on April 9, 1942, and lasted for several days to come. Exact death toll numbers can only be estimated, with likely figures in a range from 5,650 to 18,000 lives. By the end of the war, being a prisoner in the Imperial Japanese Army would prove to be 17.5 times more lethal than fighting them. While Allied prisoners held by the Germans saw an approximate 4% death rate during the course of the war, those in Japanese custody saw a pronounced jump in mortality figures to 27%. And there you have it, the Bataan Death March of World War II. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Greensboro Forum makes civil rights history. When 4 black college students refused to vacate a whites-only lunch counter in Greensboro, North Carolina, the civil rights sit-in movement of 1960 would spread across the South like wildfire, elevating the civil rights movement to a new level of national awareness. Influenced heavily by Mahatma Gandhi's nonviolent protest philosophy, Ezell Blair Jr., David Richmond, Franklin McCain, and Joseph McNeil refused to vacate a Woolworth lunch counter after they were refused service for the color of their skin. All 4 were students from the nearby North Carolina Agricultural and Technical College, while their activist agenda was further inspired by the Freedom Riders, who tested the clout of the Supreme Court's recent decision banning segregation on interstate bus travel. Other underlying motivation came from the brutal 1955 murder of Emmett Till, who had allegedly whistled at a white woman in a Mississippi store. Assisted by local white businessman Ralph Jones, on February 1, 1960, the 4 students sat down at the lunch counter at Woolworth's, where the official policy was to refuse service to anyone but whites. When the 4 young men refused to leave, police were called to the scene, but were unable to take any action due to the complete lack of provocation on the part of the 4 students. By that time, Johns had alerted local media, who arrived in full force to cover the events on television. The 4 stayed until the store closed for the night, returning the next day with more student activists from other local colleges. By February 5th, some 300 students had joined the protest at Woolworth's, paralyzing the lunch counter and other downtown businesses. Heavy television coverage of the Greensboro sit-ins sparked a sit-in movement that spread rapidly to college towns throughout the South and then up into the north, as young blacks and whites joined in various forms of peaceful protest against segregationist policies, including libraries, beaches, hotels, and other whites-only establishments. While white pushback was frequently contentious, by the end of March, the movement had spread to 55 cities in 13 states, forcing previously segregated enterprises to quietly integrate by the summer of 1960. Today, the former Greensboro Woolworths, where the first sit-in took place, now houses the International Civil Rights Center and Museum, which features a restored version of the lunch counter where the Greensboro Four first sat, while part of the original lunch counter is now on display at the Smithsonian National Museum of American History. And there you have it. The Greensboro Four moves civil rights to a national stage. Today on the Daily Dose, get your nerd on. Today on the Daily Dose, how NASA sold the moon to a skeptical nation. NASA's ability to market manned spaceflight became as essential to American support and funding as the astronauts and equipment that got them there.
The eyes of the world now look into space, to the moon, and to the planets beyond.
The idea that Americans wanted to go to the moon was so audacious that NASA had to market the excitement and upside of space travel to skeptics in Congress and the population at large, since to land men on the moon would cost 4% of the national budget for a full decade to come. To gain public support for such a bold endeavor, NASA set out to market the moon with everything in its toolbox. The amount of detail NASA provided for each mission was monumental, including an abundance of photographs both on the ground and deep into space. NASA ultimately growing mass interest and support for the space program to a fevered pitch by the time Apollo 11 was scheduled to fly. Before the first historic landing on the moon, NASA provided an almost 300-page press kit for journalists, allowing different types of media to pick and choose what they wanted to talk about, be it a focus on the spacecraft itself or biographies of the men tucked inside them. How an astronaut went to the bathroom or ate in space was readily shared in every detail, further galvanizing its audience to the wonders of manned spaceflight. NASA also encouraged consumer companies to amplify the excitement.
But the astronauts do some things you do. In space, they drank Tang. Tang, chosen for the Gemini astronauts. Have a blast. Have some Tang.
And here's a new way to help keep you in shape for the space age. New Post Count-Off, the cereal you can count on. Post Count-Off is made with nutritious oats. You can count on it.
Public opinion surveys from the 1960s showed that most Americans readily approved of putting men on the moon. However, after the high-water moment of Neil Armstrong's first steps on the lunar surface, considered by most to be a victory for human achievement, interest and support began to evaporate rapidly, and when Congress pulled funding for the last 3 planned Apollo spaceflights, Apollo 17 would become the last time men successfully set foot on the moon. And there you have it. NASA sells the moon to a skeptical nation. Today on the Daily Dose. Today in the Daily Dose, the Mariel boat lift of 1980. After roughly 10,000 Cubans attempted to gain asylum by taking refuge on the grounds of the Peruvian embassy in Havana, Fidel Castro formally announced that any Cubans wishing to emigrate to the United States were now free to go. In response, beginning on April 15, 1980, Cuban Americans living in southeast Florida arranged a flotilla of some 1,700 small boats to ferry the latest Cuban refugees across the 90-mile stretch of open water that separated Mariel Harbor from Miami, quickly overwhelming the Coast Guard, shoreline dock capacity, and immigration officials. Of the 125,000 refugees who fled Cuba during the 5.5-month exodus, 27 died as a result of unseaworthy or overloaded vessels. including 14 lives on one small boat that capsized and sank on May 17th. Forever known as Mariolitos, the wave of immigrants created political headaches for U.S. President Jimmy Carter when his administration failed to develop a consistent response to the mass wave of new arrivals. While the Cuban economy ultimately suffered a serious downturn after the Mariel boat lift, it was later learned that Castro had intentionally forced addicts, prostitutes, criminals, the mentally ill and unproductive slackers onto the flotilla at Mariel Harbor, effectively flushing Cuba's toilet onto the United States, as Castro boasted after his decision to allow the boat lift. Of the 125,000 refugees, in 1985, the Sun Sentinel newspaper estimated that 16 to 20,000 of the newly arrived immigrants had criminal backgrounds in Cuba, forcing Miami's police force to substantially accelerate the hiring of new police officers to combat the city's dramatic increase in crime and homicide rates. And there you have it, the Mariel boat lift of 1980. Today in the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Blue Baby Operation. On November 29, 1944, scores of Johns Hopkins surgeons and medical students crammed into the two-level observation gallery overlooking the Halstead Operating Room Theater. For the next 4.5 hours, they looked on as surgeons performed the first Blue Baby operation on a tiny and quite sickly 18-month-old named Eileen Saxon, who suffered from a condition known as tetralogy of Fallot, which prevents blood from reaching the lungs for proper reoxygenation. The resultant congenital defect gives a distinctive blue cast to every part of the baby's body, and before the groundbreaking surgery taking place in the OR below, the congenital defect always resulted in death. The assembled team in the OR included lead surgeon Alfred Blaylock, a 1922 Johns Hopkins School of Medicine graduate, Blaylock's indispensable technician Vivian Thomas, chief surgical resident William Longmire, and 24-year-old surgical intern Denton Cooley, who would later go on to become one of the world's premier cardiac surgeons. Pediatric cardiologist Helen Taussig was also in the room, who together with Blaylock co-invented the shunt that hopefully would correct baby Saxon's lethal condition. Taussig had originally theorized that patients suffering from tetralogy of Fallot fail to have their patent ductus close off after a newborn starts to breathe on their own, which means their circulating blood fails to adequately reach the lungs. With their synthetic shunt in hand, Blaylock created an artificial ductus in baby Saxon by joining and shunting the patient's subclavian and pulmonary arteries. After the shunt was successfully sutured in place and the cross clamps removed from the shunted arteries, Dr. Taussig erupted in a litany of verbal excitement, exclaiming, "Alfred Blaylock, you damn son of a bitch genius of a man, baby Eileen's pinking up like a glorious sunrise." While Blaylock was originally ridiculed by his colleagues for trying something far too brazen and untried, Michael Edenburn, Blue Baby patient number 44, attested to the technique's effectiveness when the 76-year-old businessman returned to Johns Hopkins for a visit, reporting that "My doctors tell me my blood chemistry is that of a very healthy 25-year-old. Along with saving thousands of innocent young lives, Blaylock's pioneering procedure stands to this day as the precursor to modern cardiac surgery. And there you have it, the Blue Baby procedure. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Mexican-American War. In the 1840s, America was still a fairly young country, and its people and politicians were hungry for westward expansion. President James K. Polk was especially eager to acquire more territory. His belief in manifest destiny, the idea that the United States had an inherent obligation to expand westward across the North American continent, further incentivized American pioneers to migrate west. Pioneer motivations were many, including spreading religious dogma, to striking it rich in business or simply setting out for a fresh start. The rush for westward expansion didn't sit well with Mexico, who was already bitter about losing Texas to the U.S. after Texas won its independence from Mexico in 1836. President Polk wanted California and New Mexico as well, and after he offered $30 million to Mexico for a possible land transfer, Mexico refused to sell. In light of his belief in manifest destiny, Polk refused to take no for an answer, sending in troops to occupy a disputed area of the Texas-Mexico border. When American and Mexican troops clashed over the issue, Polk seized the moment to declare war on Mexico on May 13, 1846. While the two-year conflict would see 21 major battles, Kit Carson participated in the conquest of California from Mexico, rising yet again to national acclaim when he walked 15 miles barefoot to fetch reinforcements from San Diego after the disastrous Battle of San Pascual. Ultimately, Mexico proved ill-prepared for war due to messy internal politics and a woefully undertrained army. After 2 years of fighting, Mexico was defeated, and in the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, Mexico ceded a third of her territory to the U.S. Ceded lands included modern-day Utah, California, Nevada, Arizona, and Texas, making the land transfer the largest single territorial expansion in the history of the United States. The war further helped to solidify the reputations of many U.S. generals, including future President Zachary Taylor, as well as Civil War titans Robert E. Lee and Ulysses S. Grant. And there you have it, the Mexican-American War, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the New York City draft riots of 1863. After President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation went into effect on January 1, 1863, which shifted the emphasis of the Civil War from preserving the Union to the freedom of Black Americans, working-class, mainly Irish and German men became increasingly concerned that freed blacks would compete for a limited supply of jobs. To bring tensions to a head, on July 11, 1863, facing a dire shortage of manpower in the fight against the Confederacy, Lincoln's government enacted a lottery draft, which allowed wealthy men to avoid conscription by paying a fee of $300, or roughly $6,200 in today's currency, forcing the onus of military service to fall heavily on poor working-class men. For the first 24 hours after the draft was enacted, New York City remained suspiciously quiet until rioting broke out on the morning of July 13th. The eruption of unmitigated violence would quickly morph from a draft-related riot to an all-out race war of unparalleled scope in the history of the United States. Thousands of white workers attacked military and government buildings, at first becoming increasingly violent only toward people who tried to stop them, including an insufficient number of policemen and soldiers that city leaders mustered to oppose the rioters. Before militia and volunteer troops could be brought in after the Battle of Gettysburg, angry mobs looted stores and destroyed numerous buildings, including 2 Protestant churches, the homes of various abolitionists or emancipation sympathizers, and an untold number of black-occupied homes. In one notorious example, a mob of several thousand people, some armed with clubs and bats, stormed the Colored Orphan Asylum on 5th Avenue near 42nd Street, a 4-story building which housed more than 200 children. The rioters took bedding, food, clothing, and other goods and set fire to the orphanage, but stopped short of assaulting the children. By far the worst violence was reserved for African American men, a number of whom were lynched or beaten to death with shocking brutality. In all, The published death toll of the New York City draft riots was 119 people, though other estimates of the actual number of people killed may have been as high as 1,100 lives. In addition to the death toll, the riots caused millions of dollars in property damage and made some 3,000 black residents homeless, many of whom fled the city for good. The New York draft riots remain the deadliest in American history, surpassing the 1967 Detroit riots and the 1992 LA riots in both lives lost and property destroyed, making the draft riots of 1863 one of the darkest episodes in the ongoing story of America. And there you have it, the New York City draft riots. Today in the Daily Dose. Today in the Daily Dose, the Manhattan Project. Cloaked in deep secrecy during World War II, the Manhattan Project was a joint research and development project between the United States, Canada, and Great Britain, with the goal of developing the world's first nuclear bomb. Led by Major General Leslie Groves of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and nuclear physicist Robert Oppenheimer, the director of the Los Alamos Laboratory in New Mexico. The project began modestly in 1939, but quickly grew to employ more than 130,000 people at its peak operation. 90% of the project's cost, nearly $24 billion in today's currency, was spent on building factories for the production of fissile material, while less than 10% went to the actual development and production of nuclear bombs. Research took place at more than 30 sites across the U.S., England, and Canada, yet despite its massive scope and reach, the Manhattan Project remained top secret throughout its 7-year lifespan. 2 types of atomic bombs were developed concurrently, including the relatively simple gun-type fission bomb and the more complex implosion-type bomb. The first gun-type bomb, known as Thin Man, proved impractical for use with plutonium, so the project moved on to a second gun-type bomb known as Little Boy, despite the complexities of enriching its uranium-235 isotope. Nearly all of the program's uranium enrichment occurred at the Clinton Engineering Works at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, which included electromagnetic, gaseous, and thermal enrichment techniques. A concurrent plutonium enrichment process was carried out at the Metallurgical Laboratory at the University of Chicago, which designed the X-10 graphic reactor at Oak Ridge, with additional reactors at the Hanford enrichment site in Washington State. These efforts would result in the first plutonium implosion-type bomb, codenamed Fat Man, which was further refined and developed at Los Alamos. The first nuclear device ever detonated was an implosion-type bomb codenamed Trinity, which was detonated on July 16, 1945, at New Mexico's Alamogordo Bombing and Gunnery Range. A month later, Little Boy and Fat Man bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki respectively, which would ultimately result in Japan's unconditional surrender on August 15, 1945, just 4 days before a third nuclear bomb was scheduled for detonation over a third major Japanese city. The Manhattan Project would formally end in 1946 after its final nuclear detonation test at Bikini Atoll, known as Operation Crossroads. In January 1947, the Manhattan Project would be replaced by the creation of the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission. And there you have it, the Manhattan Project, today on the Daily Dose. Today in the Daily Dose, Jim Crow laws in the segregated South. Named after a black minstrel show character, Jim Crow laws were a collection of mostly Southern state and local statutes that legalized racial segregation, which were implemented shortly after the end of the Civil War and lasted until the civil rights protests and federal legislation of the 1960s. The laws were intended to marginalize African Americans by suppressing their right to vote, limiting their access to good-paying jobs, while excluding access to higher education. Those who attempted to shirk the laws often faced arrest, fines, jail time, violence, and even death. In 1896, the first legal attempt to repeal Jim Crow laws was upheld in the case of Plessy v. Ferguson, in which the U.S. Supreme Court laid out its separate but equal doctrine, affirming racial segregation in public facilities, including the coaches of interstate trains and buses. Facilities for African Americans were routinely inferior and underfunded compared to facilities maintained exclusively for whites. While the laws as a whole institutionalized economic, educational, and social disadvantages for African Americans living in the South, segregation was also adhered to in the U.S. military, while in 1913, Southern Democratic President Woodrow Wilson initiated national segregation policies in federal workplaces. Southern statutes continued to impose poll taxes on Black Americans, attempting to suppress them from voting in local, state, and national elections. In 1954, segregation of state-funded public schools was declared unconstitutional by the U.S. Supreme Court under Chief Justice Earl Warren in the landmark case Brown v. Board of Education. Yet most Southern states dragged their feet for years before integration was finally achieved, against great backlash from white Southerners. In 1964, the Warren Court continued to rule against Jim Crow laws in other cases such as Heart of Atlanta Motel, Inc. v. United States. The last vestiges of Jim Crow laws came to an end when they were overruled by the Civil Rights Act of 1964, followed by the Voting Rights Act of 1965, bringing to an end white America's long and stained history of racial suppression against Black Americans. And there you have it, Jim Crow laws in the segregated South. Today in the Daily Dose. Today in the Daily Dose, the Cobra's role in the Vietnam War. Early experience in Vietnam persuaded the U.S. Army that the Bell UH-1 transport Huey needed an air escort, prompting Bell Helicopter to step in with the company-funded Model 209 gunship development of the Huey. The new helicopter retained the dynamic systems of the UH-1 Huey models, but married these to an exceptionally slim fuselage that seated just 2 crew members in tandem, with the weapon officer below and forward of the pilot for the best possible field of vision. The Huey Cobra, or Snake, as the Bell AH-1 became known, was rushed into production and service, and the helicopters were delivered into Southeast Asia on small transports for local assembly and rapid deployment to units stationed in South Vietnam. The Cobra also pioneered a new concept of armament, with a gun turret under the chin controlled by the weapon officer, and 4 hardpoints under the stubbed wings for gun pods and rocket launchers controlled by either crew member. Both the weapon officer and the pilot possessed control capabilities of the aircraft, should one or the other become wounded during combat. The Cobra was designed to escort troop-carrying UH-1 Hueys, while using its superior airspeed to soften up landing zones prior to troop insertions. The Cobra was also instrumental in supplying close ground support to pin down American GIs in hot zones, where their lethal firepower could be called in by ground force commanders, delivering quick and highly accurate cover fire and enemy eradication. By using the established technology of the day, the Cobra was a simply maintained attack helicopter augmented by an easy-access engine hold, which allowed for routine maintenance procedures in the field. The Cobra's increased airspeed, maneuverability, and rate of climb, combined with a greatly reduced aerodynamic drag associated with its larger Huey cousin, permitting Cobra pilots to arrive over targets in advance of larger slicks, while engaging the enemy for longer periods of time and with larger loads of ordnance. After catastrophic anti-aircraft losses to American helicopters during the 1971 Lam Son offensive in Laos, Cobra pilots pivoted tactics to what became known as Map of the Earth Low-Altitude Terrain Following, which significantly reduced their exposure to inbound enemy fire. Combined with the Cobra's high airspeed and flight performance characteristics, Cobra pilots further developed a return-to-target maneuver, which became the helicopter's equivalent to fixed-wing acrobatics, making the Huey Cobra one of the greatest air assets ever deployed during the Vietnam War. And there you have it. The Huey Cobra snakes its way into aviation history. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the expensive flight of the Spruce Goose. During World War II, German U-boats wreaked havoc on Allied convoys as they ferried men and war material into the battlegrounds of Europe. As a result of these heavy losses, the U.S. government signed a contract with Hughes Aircraft Company to build a massive float plane that could carry 750 troops or two 30-ton M4 Sherman tanks over the Atlantic. The man contracted by the U.S. Department of Defense to design and build the H-4 Hercules was a larger-than-life figure named Howard Hughes, who was a pilot, plane maker, and film producer. While the contract was signed in November 1942, it wasn't until 1944 before construction began, almost a year after the U-boat threat had been largely eradicated and the plane no longer needed. Built entirely of wood due to wartime shortages of aluminum, Washington finally had enough and canceled the project, but Hughes's vigorous lobbying campaign reached an agreement with lawmakers that one airplane could be completed. 2 years later, parts of the massive plane were moved to an assembly site near Long Beach Harbor, where more delays in final assembly caused more rumblings in Washington. After the construction project had swallowed vast sums of public money, nearly $350 million in today's currency, Hughes was summoned to a Senate committee investigating the project. Its chairman, Senator Owen Brewster, was on an immediate warpath.
My answer is I don't remember. Now, the man is
Well,
taking
I'll
it
ask
down there.
you
Let's
again.
ask him. What?
Will you bring Mr. Mars in at the 2 o'clock session?
No, I don't think I will.
Will you try to bring him in?
No, I don't think I'll try. I've put the sweat of my life into this thing. I have my reputation rolled up in it. And I have stated several times that if it's a failure, I'll probably leave this country and never come back, and I mean it.
On November the 1st, 1947, the Spruce Goose, or Flying Lumber Yard as critics nicknamed the behemoth, conducted taxiing trials with approximately 40 reporters and engineers aboard. After several faster and faster taxi runs, with Hughes in the pilot's seat, he unexpectedly called for 15 degrees flaps down, throttling up the 8-engine plane for its only time aloft. The Spruce Goose never flew again, but it remains to this day the biggest aircraft ever built. At Hughes' insistence, the plane was stored in a specially built, climate-controlled hangar, entombed in mystery for the next 32 years, at an annual cost of $1 million. After Hughes passed away in 1976, the plane was put on display in Long Beach Harbor next to the Queen Mary, until she was moved to McMinnville, Oregon in 1993, where she resides at the Evergreen Aviation and Space Museum. And there you have it, the expensive flight of the Spruce Goose. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the New England heat wave of 1911. Throughout June of 1911, temperatures had been consistent with previous New England summers, but starting in July, dry air which originated from the southern Great Plains began to flow into Canada before sweeping south across the east coast of America. The hot wind extinguished cooler ocean breezes, causing temperatures to rise so abruptly and dramatically that in Providence, Rhode Island, there was an 11-degree rise in temperature in less than a half hour's time. Beginning on the 4th of July and lasting for the next 11 days, a punishing heat wave blanketed the East Coast from Pennsylvania to Maine. In Boston on the 4th, temperatures clocked in at 104 degrees, which stands as an all-time record high still to this day. The first day of the heat wave saw crowds in major cities form around thermometers so they could watch the rise in temperature. Pedestrians began to collapse from heat stroke as conditions worsened, and by nightfall, mothers walked the street with crying infants, fearing they would die in their cribs if not kept awake. The following day, 17 people died from drowning alone after trying to escape the heat in ponds and beaches, a total which would rise to over 200 lives before the heat wave was finally broken. By the time the sun had risen on July the 5th, industry had ground to a halt, closing factories for the safety of workers while suspending mail service throughout the region. Due to the sweltering temperatures inside homes, many began sleeping outside, either on apartment rooftops or sidewalks, while Boston Commons saw no less than 5,000 people sleeping on her grassy lawns each and every night. Besides more than 380 human deaths and over 600 equine fatalities, every major city in the affected heat wave reported that rising temperatures were driving many insane, while still others succumbed to suicidal urges in an effort to escape the heat. One such example, reported by the New London Day, was an elderly Bostonian named Jacob Seeger, who reportedly was driven so mad by the heat that he killed himself with a revolver in order to escape his temporary misery. The death toll and suffering continued to rise in an age before air conditioning, until a sudden thunderstorm brought a wave of welcome relief, ending a period of communal misery that people would remember for the rest of their lives. And there you have it, the New England heat wave of 1911, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Mosby's Rangers. Initially, John Singleton Mosby was opposed to the South's secession from the United States, but a sense of Southern homeland persuaded him to enlist in the Confederate Army as a private serving under William Grumble Jones. After serving with the Washington Mounted Rifles and later the Virginia Volunteers, General Jeb Stuart took notice of Mosby's aptitude for intelligence gathering. He promoted Mosby to first lieutenant and assigned him to the general's cavalry scouts, and in June of 1863, under the authority of General Robert E. Lee and the Partisan Ranger Act as enacted by the Confederate Congress, John Mosby formed and took command of the 43rd Battalion. Mosby's sole tactic involved executing small raiding parties of up to 150 men behind Union lines, relying heavily on stealth to enter target areas undetected, executing attacks on Union positions before scattering into the surrounding woods and dispersing the troops among local Southern sympathizers, literally and figuratively melting into the countryside. Mosby's attack-and-hide strategy operated mainly within the distance a horse could travel in a day's hard ride, which generally amounted to raids within a 25-mile radius of Middleburg, Virginia, although some raids went into Maryland after the battalion expanded to 6 cavalry companies and 1 artillery company by the summer of 1864. Mosby believed and repeatedly proved that, in his own words, a small force moving with celerity and threatening many points on a line can neutralize 100 times its own number. The Rangers' fast attack hit-and-run tactics were largely carried out with 2 pistols for each raider, since carbines proved to be unsuited for fighting on horseback. Speed, surprise, and shock represented the true secret weapon of Mosby's command, allowing a small, intrepid force to charge much larger lines of Union soldiers, representing one of the first unified displays of guerrilla warfare tactics in American military history. During the battalion's existence, Mosby's Rangers conducted a total of 33 major offensives, making the 43rd Battalion one of the most storied units in Civil War history. And there you have it, Mosby's Rangers, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, a tragic winter at Valley Forge. After the inconclusive Battle of White March between the Redcoats and the Continental Army, American politicians and military leaders began to appreciate the need to defend the greater Philadelphia area from further British incursions. Having already lost control of Philadelphia to superior British forces, General George Washington conducted his 12,000-man army to Valley Forge for their winter quarters. The location made perfect sense, providing Continental soldiers with ready defensive access to the countryside surrounding the city, while its proximity to the Schuylkill River made for an easy resupply route for food, ammunition, clothing, and medical supplies. While additional troops were quartered at 7 other locations, including Wilmington, Delaware, Trenton, New Jersey, and Radnor, Pennsylvania, Valley Forge would quarter the largest body of the Continental Army, as well as the place where winter misery and troop fatalities would reach their highest numbers. The march to Valley Forge alone was an agonizing experience for the Patriots, prompting Washington to write, "To see men without clothes to cover their nakedness, without blankets to lay on, without shoes by which their marches might be traced by the blood from their feet, and almost as often without provisions as with, marching through frost and snow and at Christmas taking up their winter quarters within a day's march of the enemy, without a house or hut to cover them, and submitting to this without a murmur is a mark of patience and obedience, which in my opinion can scarce be paralleled." While no adequate account exists for the number of log huts built at Valley Forge, most experts estimate a range between 1,300 to 1,600 structures. Yet housing alone failed to eradicate the communal misery faced at Valley Forge. Throughout the winter, Patriot commanders faced enormous supply line challenges at Valley Forge, which was in truth the size of an average colonial city, minus the necessary infrastructures. In large part, supplies dried up due to neglect by Congress, leaving Washington little resource to feed or to adequately clothe his soldiers. Soldiers and officers alike were put on half rations, while inbound perishable foods frequently rotted before reaching the troops due to poor storage, transportation snafus, and rampant logistical mismanagement. As a result, starvation and filth disease pandemics took the lives of more than 1,700 to 2,000 men, and perhaps as many as 1,500 horses. Years later, the Marquis de Lafayette recalled that the unfortunate soldiers were in want of everything. They had neither coats, hats, shirts, nor shoes. Their feet and legs froze till they became almost black, and it was often necessary to amputate them. By the spring of 1778, Valley Forge bore the dubious distinction of tallying up the highest mortality rate of all the Continental Army's winter encampments, including a higher death toll than nearly every military engagement fought during the Revolutionary War. And there you have it, a bad winter at Valley Forge. Today on the Daily Dose. Today in the Daily Dose, the Tuskegee Syphilis Experiment, a study in unethical medicine. From 1932 to 1972, the Tuskegee Syphilis Experiment was a study conducted by the U.S. Public Health Service, designed to study and observe the natural progression of humans infected with untreated syphilis. Conducted entirely on poor, uneducated African American men in and around Tuskegee, Alabama, the study was run in collaboration with Tuskegee University, then known as the Tuskegee Institute, which enrolled 600 African American sharecroppers from Macon County, Alabama, including 399 men with latent syphilis and a control group of 201 men who were syphilis-free. As an incentive for participation in the study, the men were promised free medical care, but were deceived by the U.S. Public Health Service, who disguised placebos, ineffective methods, and bogus diagnostic procedures as effective treatment options. The men who had syphilis were never informed about their diagnosis, despite the risk of infecting others, and they were never informed that the disease could lead to blindness deafness, mental illness, heart disease, bone deterioration, central nervous system failure, and death. Instead, the men were told they were being treated for bad blood, which was a Southern colloquialism used to describe anemia and fatigue. After the introduction of penicillin in 1947, now the standard treatment for syphilis, none of the study participants were given the antibiotic, while scientists further prevented study participants from accessing syphilis treatment programs available to other residents in Macon County. After the unethical study was exposed by Cub Associated Press reporter Gene Heller, the American public was outraged to learn about numerous syphilis-related deaths in the infected study group, along with 40 wives who contracted the disease and 19 children born with congenital syphilis. The egregious breach in ethical standards led to major changes in U.S. law and regulations concerning the protection of participants in clinical studies, as well as the establishment of the Office for Human Research Protection.
So today, America does remember the hundreds of men used in research without their knowledge and consent. We remember them and their family members. Men who were poor and African American, without resources and with few alternatives. They believed they had found hope when they were offered free medical care by the United States Public Health Service. They were betrayed.
And there you have it. A bad 40 years for American medical ethics. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Ellis Island. Between 1880 and 1924, nearly 25 million immigrants left their homelands for dreams of a better life in America. Coming mainly from northern, southern, and eastern Europe, nearly half of the sustained immigration wave came through Ellis Island. Of the 12 million who entered America through the island, tens of thousands were detained at Ellis Island hospitals for possible infectious diseases or other debilitating health concerns. With nearly 6,000 immigrants arriving at Ellis Island each and every day, the facility required a massive hospital infrastructure to keep up with the flow. A 120-bed general hospital was built first, which would eventually expand to 3 times that size. A second psychiatric hospital sported 50 beds and an equal number of isolation rooms, while a 450-bed contagious disease hospital became the island's flagship structure. The flood of immigrants through Ellis Island brought with them their deepest hopes for a better life, but many arrived with a wide variety of highly infectious diseases. In a time before antibiotics, contagions like cholera, diphtheria, typhus, tuberculosis, and polio could spread throughout communities with fatal consequence, which made Ellis Island a key barrier to the spread of infectious diseases into American cities. While wealthy first-class passengers were hardly given more than a glance before clearance, for those arriving in steerage class, a thorough medical examination stood between their freedom in America or a swift deportation back to where they came. Every arriving immigrant had to climb the large staircases that led to the Great Hall. At the top stood a line of uniformed public health officers who watched intently for signs of heart trouble from the climb, breathing difficulties, or any kind of physical or mental impairment. The immigrants would then be interrogated by members of the U.S. Immigration Bureau, asking each new arrival why they came to America and how they intended to support themselves. They were then herded past a dozen or so doctors working the line, as it was known, who had 30 seconds to determine whether the immigrant in front of them merited a more comprehensive medical exam. 1 in 5 immigrants received a chalk mark indicating a suspected condition, which would subsequently open them up for further testing and diagnosis in one of the 3 main hospitals. In use from 1892 to 1924, Ellis Island is now part of the Statue of Liberty National Monument. More than 350 babies were delivered on the island, many of the newborns named after the doctors and nurses who helped them into the world. On the downside, however, more than 3,500 arriving immigrants died on the island, making the 27-acre landmark a key focal point in the story of America. And there you have it, Ellis Island, today in the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Underground Railroad. Before America went to war with herself over the issue of slavery, freeborn blacks, white abolitionists, former slaves, and Native Americans created a system of safe houses and travel routes, which helped Southern blacks find freedom in northern free states, Canada, and Mexico. Using railroad terminology to further obscure the trail of escaping slaves, the Underground Railroad consisted of guides known as conductors, who helped passengers, as an escaping slave was known, travel from one station or safe house to the next. Enslaved people would obtain a ticket or entry nod into the system of safe houses, while station masters hid passengers in their homes. In keeping with the railroad terminology of the day, secret financial benefactors for the Underground Railroad were known as stockholders. The Underground Railroad lacked any notion of a headquarters, nor were there any published guides, maps, or pamphlets, just a series of meeting points, secret travel routes, transportation options, and stations. Every aspect of its operation communicated solely by word of mouth. Due to heavy lobbying by Southern politicians, the Compromise of 1850 included the stringent fugitive slave law, which compelled officials in free states to assist slave catchers. Because the law required sparse documentation to claim a person was a fugitive, slave catchers routinely kidnapped freed blacks, especially children, and sold them into slavery. The law deprived people suspected of being slaves the right to defend themselves in court, making it nearly impossible for freed blacks to prove their status. To make matters worse, crooked judges routinely profited from de facto bribes, receiving higher fees for a decision that confirmed a suspect as a runaway slave, and a lesser amount for a ruling that the suspected runaway was indeed a freed person. To reduce the risk of infiltration, many people associated with the Underground Railroad knew only their lone part of the operation and not the whole scheme. Passengers traveled at night station to station, which were usually spread out in 10 to 20-mile intervals. Passengers would then rest during the day in their given station, which were frequently located in barns, under church floors, caves and tunnels, and hollowed-out riverbanks. Over the course of the Underground Railroad's existence, widely varying estimates indicate that no less than 30,000 slaves were ushered north to freedom, while higher estimates put the number closer to 100,000. During its peak years of operation, numerous Black Canadian communities developed in southern Ontario, Toronto, and Windsor, making the Underground Railroad a well-traveled path to freedom for people escaping injustice. And there you have it, the Underground Railroad, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Roaring Twenties. Following the privations of World War I, the United States, like many Western powers, experienced a period of economic prosperity in the 1920s, along with a hefty rise in consumerism and industrial expansion, which created a decade-long run of cultural change. Known as the Roaring Twenties in the United States, the period was called Année Folle, or the Crazy Years in France, and the Golden Twenties in Germany. After the end of the First World War, more Americans were living in cities than on farms, while the nation's wealth more than doubled in the first half of the decade. American consumers bought the latest appliances and high-fashion clothing. They frequented movie theaters in response to Hollywood's production of nearly 800 films a year, creating silent movie stars like Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin. In a time before television, radios became more important than ever, creating a boom industry for manufacturers like RCA. Between 1923 and 1930, 60% of American families bought radios, listening intently to an ever-increasing catalog of shows, from high drama and suspense to comedy and live baseball broadcasts. Also known as the Jazz Age, big jazz bands were all the rage, while young people went to dance halls in Prohibition-era speakeasies to dance the Charleston, the Black Bottom, the Flea Hop, and the Cakewalk. Flappers came of age during the Roaring Twenties with their bobbed hair and slinky short skirts. They drank and smoked on par with their male counterparts, while exhibiting a relaxation of sexual mores that frequently shocked their parents' generation. Flappers indulged in petting parties, which proved to be the original Tinder of the Roaring Twenties generation. According to one study from the late 1920s, 92% of college students admitted to participating in petting parties, which went by other names such as snuggle parties, snuggle pupping, and necking, adding more relevance to the question, "Great-Grandma, what did you do when you were young?" After Henry Ford introduced the affordable Model T automobile in 1908, young people, particularly flappers, experienced a profound liberation behind the steering wheel, allowing them to travel unescorted to social events and speakeasies. By 1924, over 10 million Model Ts had been produced, which further brought about the birth of suburbs, allowing the upwardly mobile middle class to live farther and farther from their places of employment. As the decade of prosperity wore on, banks and Wall Street investment houses extended high levels of bank credit and margin loans, allowing inexperienced investors to buy stock without having enough money to cover the full face value of a given position. Bolstered by high consumer confidence, consumer debt nearly doubled, while stock prices became absurdly overvalued. In the fourth quarter of 1929, however, investor confidence disintegrated overnight, causing investors to sell their positions at heavy losses during the worst stock market crash in American history. The crash marked an abrupt end to the Roaring Twenties, sending America and the world into a Great Depression, not to be broken until the outbreak of World War II. And there you have it, the Roaring Twenties, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the early history of American immigration. During the last Ice Age, some 20,000 years ago, the first Native Americans crossed a narrow land bridge connecting Asia to North America, yet the Indians, named such by Christopher Columbus, who wrongly believed he had landed in India, would soon be overrun by a flood of European immigrants by the early 1600s. Spanish colonies dotted Florida, while the British settled in New England and Virginia. The Dutch took up residency in modern-day New York City, while the Swedes settled in Delaware, seeking both religious freedom and greater economic opportunity. Still others were brought to America against their will, including millions of Africans, plucked from their native soil. In March of 1790, Congress passed the Naturalization Act, which allowed free white persons of good character to apply for citizenship after 2 or more years of residency, which effectively garnered them with basic constitutional protections, including the right to vote, own property, and testify in court. Following the War of 1812, ending the final conflict between the United States and Britain, by 1815, immigration from Western Europe turned from a trickle to a dam burst, opening up the first major wave of immigration until the Civil War ended a nearly 40-year uptick in immigrant populations. Between 1820 and 1860, Irish Catholics accounted for 1/3 of all immigrants to the U.S., while some 5 million Germans settled mainly in Midwestern cities such as Milwaukee, St. Louis, and Cincinnati. Immigrants overwhelmed most major East Coast port cities, including New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and Charleston. Ethnic conflicts over a perceived scarcity of jobs brought about rising tensions in most East Coast cities, leading to the formation of one of the first nationalistic, anti-immigrant political groups, the Know Nothing Party. After many states passed their own selective immigration laws, in 1875, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that American immigration policy was the sole responsibility of the federal government, which in turn passed the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, putting an end to the steady influx of Chinese workers into the U.S. who were willing to perform backbreaking labor at extremely low wages. Following its grand opening in January 1892, Ellis Island would welcome some 12 million immigrants from its inception to 1954, despite occasional bouts of xenophobia, including the Immigration Act of 1917, which established literacy requirements for immigrants arriving from Asia, while the Immigration Act of 1924 established nationality quotas and limits on overall U.S. immigration by country. The act caused an uptick in illegal immigration crossing into the U.S. via the Mexican and Canadian borders, prompting federal authorities to establish the U.S. Border Patrol in an early attempt to stem the flow. And there you have it, the early history of American immigration. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Little Rock Nine.
What about you, sir? Do you think the colored students will show up?
If I got anything to do with it, they won't show up. Well, I think it's a breaking point of the school integration. I just don't feel that they have a right to go to school.
While racism remains an issue in America even to this day, it's important to note and comprehend that forward progress, particularly in the Jim Crow South of the 1950s, was the result of individuals who stood up for their constitutional rights, pushing through divisive barriers established by angry segregationists. In September of 1957, 9 black schoolchildren, the eldest only 17, stood up to angry backlash during a time of public school integration, seeking a better education for themselves while pursuing the American dream previously set aside for whites only in the segregated South.
This is Central High School, Little Rock, Arkansas. Troops, which for nearly 3 weeks lined the sidewalk here in front of the high school under orders to keep the colored students out, have been replaced now. And their orders to comply with the law, which means let the Negro students in if they come in.
They were Thelma Mothershed, Minnie Jean Brown, Jefferson Thomas, Terrence Roberts, Carlotta Walls, Gloria Ray, Ernest Green, Elizabeth Eckford, and Melba Patillo, known collectively as the Little Rock Nine. The 1954 Supreme Court ruling on Brown v. Board of Education found segregation of schools unconstitutional, but as the Little Rock Nine approached their newly integrated high school in Little Rock, segregationists stormed the campus in protest.
They got no business out here. This is our school, not theirs. They have their own.
As the violence escalated, Elizabeth Eckford was heckled by an angry mob who yelled, lynch her," as she walked calmly toward the entrance to the school. President Dwight D. Eisenhower soon intervened, setting a precedent for the nation as a whole.
Extreme situation has been created in Little Rock. This challenge must be met, and with such measures as will preserve to the people as a whole their lawfully protected rights in a climate permitting their free and fair exercise.
On September 25, 1957, the 101st Airborne Division and 10,000 National Guard troops escorted the Little Rock Nine as they walked bravely past screaming mobs of segregationist haters, boldly making their way into the classrooms of Little Rock Central High School.
You feel it's worth it going through this?
Yes, I do.
These 9 heroes were willing to step forward in the name of racial equality, not to mention a head-down chipping away at the oppression's pandemic in the Jim Crow South. And there you have it, the Little Rock 9, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the War of 1812. At the outset of the 19th century, Great Britain was locked in a long and bitter conflict with Napoleon Bonaparte's France. In an attempt to cut off supplies from reaching the enemy, both sides attempted to block the United States from trading with the other. The Royal Navy also outraged Americans by its practice of impressment, or removing seamen from U.S. merchant ships and forcing them to serve on behalf of the British. After Napoleon hinted to the Americans that he would stop restrictions, President James Madison blocked all trade with Britain that November. Meanwhile, new members of Congress elected that year, led by Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun, had begun to agitate for war, based on their indignation over British violations of maritime rights, as well as Britain's encouragement of Native American hostility against westward American expansion. By late 1811, the so-called war hawks in Congress kept the pressure on President Madison, who on June 18, 1812, signed a declaration of war against Britain. In order to strike at Great Britain, American forces attacked Canada, which was then a British colony. Battle outcomes remained mixed for both the Americans and the British until Napoleon's defeat in April of 1814 allowed the British to focus their full military attention on the U.S. As large numbers of troops arrived into North America, British forces raided the Chesapeake Bay, capturing Washington, D.C. on August 24, 1814, before burning down government buildings, including the Capitol and the White House. On September 11, 1814, at the Battle of Plattsburgh on Lake Champlain in New York, the American Navy soundly defeated the British fleet. And on September 13, 1814, Baltimore's Fort McHenry withstood 24 hours of bombardment by the British Navy. The following morning, the fort's soldiers hoisted an enormous American flag, a sight that inspired Francis Scott Key to write a poem that would later be set to music and become known as the Star-Spangled Banner. Set to the tune of an Old English drinking song, it would later be adopted as the U.S. national anthem. British forces subsequently left the Chesapeake Bay and began gathering their efforts for a campaign against New Orleans. After Britain's failure to take Baltimore, war ended with the signing of the Treaty of Ghent on December 24, 1814. However, on January 8, 1815, unaware that peace had been concluded, British forces mounted a major attack in the Battle of New Orleans, only to meet with defeat at the hands of future U.S. President Andrew Jackson's army. While the ratification of the Treaty of Ghent formally ended the war on February 17, 1815, many in the United States celebrated the War of 1812 as a second war of independence, beginning an era of partisan agreement and national pride. And there you have it, the War of 1812, today in the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Cleveland's burning river sparks an environmental revolution. During the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, fires were commonplace on rivers throughout the industrial heartland. Numerous rivers in Cleveland, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, and Detroit were seen as little more than dump sites for industrial waste, until a fire on the Cuyahoga River caught the nation's attention in a way that made it the last river fire in America. When the fire made the August 1, 1969 edition of Time magazine, the event acted as a tipping point for young activist Americans who became increasingly vocal about the cavalier manner in which corporate America treated the nation's environment. while the river fire of June 22, 1969, was extinguished in less than a half hour. The Time magazine picture that galvanized Americans had actually occurred 17 years earlier, which did require fireboats to put out a massive surface burn. Overlooking the inaccuracies of the Time article, the piece outraged Americans, who in turn inspired state and federal leaders to respond with resolute political will. In Washington, D.C., legislators passed the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, which President Richard Nixon signed into law on January 1, 1970. The act established the Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, which in its first year of existence had a budget of $1.4 billion and an employee roster of 5,800. The cleanup of America's waterways and air quality would take years of steady pressure and fines against offending corporations, who eventually responded with improved filtration technologies and smokestack scrubber systems to trap pollutants before they reach the environment. Today, air and water qualities have been largely restored to pre-industrial standards, although fossil fuel-inspired climate change continues to press humans for radical change. And there you have it. Cleveland's burning river sparks an environmental revolution. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, FDR and the New Deal. On March the 4th, 1933, during the bleakest days of the Great Depression, newly elected President Franklin D. Roosevelt delivered his first inaugural address before 100,000 people on Washington's Capitol Plaza.
Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
After assuring Americans that he would wage a war against the emergency, the following day, Roosevelt declared a 4-day bank holiday to stop people from withdrawing their money from teetering banks. And on March the 9th, Congress passed Roosevelt's Emergency Banking Act, which reorganized the banks and closed the ones that remained hopelessly insolvent. In his first fireside chat, Roosevelt urged Americans to put their savings back into banks, and by the end of the month, almost 3/4 of all American banks had reopened their doors. During the first 100 days of Roosevelt's first term in office, FDR moved decisively to end Prohibition by amendment to the U.S. Constitution, followed by the signing of the Tennessee Valley Authority Act, or TVA, which allowed the federal government to build dams along the Tennessee River for both flood control and the generation of inexpensive hydroelectric power. Simultaneously, Congress passed a bill that paid farmers to fallow their fields in order to end agricultural surpluses and boost food prices. The following month saw the enactment of the National Industrial Recovery Act, which guaranteed workers the right to unionize and negotiate for higher wages and better working conditions. Along with the passage of 12 other major laws, almost every American found something to be pleased about and something to complain about in FDR's robust collection of bills. But it was clear to everyone that FDR was engaging in the sort of direct and vigorous action he had promised in his inaugural address. Despite FDR's efforts to stimulate the economy, the Depression worsened with high unemployment and low wages, obliging Roosevelt to launch a second, more aggressive series of New Deal programs in the spring of 1935. Known as the Second New Deal, he created the Works Progress Administration, or WPA, providing federally funded jobs for the unemployed, which in turn improved the American infrastructure through the construction of post offices, bridges, schools, highways, and parks. Along with additional legislation to protect labor unions, in August of 1935, FDR signed the Social Security Act, which guaranteed pensions for working Americans, as well as unemployment insurance for workers laid off for reasons outside their own conduct or performance. Most historians concur that Roosevelt's New Deal era came to an abrupt end on December 8, 1941, when the United States entered World War II, just one day after the Japanese bombed American naval assets at Pearl Harbor. And there you have it, FDR and the New Deal, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Alien and Sedition Acts. In 1794, when Federalist President George Washington signed a proclamation of neutrality during a war between England and France, the Jay Treaty would improve relations with England while angering the French. When James Monroe and two other diplomats sailed to France to negotiate for peace, French politicians known as XYZ demanded a bribe before negotiations could begin, which infuriated the young American Republic to no end. By the time John Adams was sworn in as the second U.S. president in 1796, France had seized more than 300 American ships, leading many to believe or insist that war with France was imminent and unavoidable. Amid mounting fears of enemy spies infiltrating American society, the majority Federalist Party, who supported a strong central government, prevailed over the minority Republican or Jeffersonian Party in passing 4 new laws, which collectively became known as the Alien and Sedition Acts. Since many recent immigrants and new citizens favored the Republicans, and their insistence that power remain with the individual states, Congress passed the Naturalization Act, which increased residency requirements for U.S. citizenship from 5 years to 14. The Alien Enemies Act went on to permit the government to arrest and deport all male citizens of enemy nations in the event of war, while the Alien Friends Act allowed the president to deport any non-citizen suspected of plotting against the government, even if the country was not at war. The Sedition Act, on the other hand, took direct aim at anyone who spoke ill against President Adams or the Federalist-dominated government, effectively muzzling dissent from the Republican side of the aisle. While Republican lawmakers complained that the Sedition Act violated the First Amendment freedom of speech clause in the Constitution, the Federalists pushed the bill through Congress, which was signed into law by Adams on July 14, 1798, with an expiration date set for March 3, 1801, which was the last day of his term in office. By the law's expiration, U.S. federal courts prosecuted no less than 26 individuals under the Sedition Act, nearly all of them editors of Republican newspapers who opposed the Adams administration. The prosecutions fueled fierce debate over the definition and meaning of a free press, as well as the rights that should be afforded to political opposition parties in the United States. In the end, widespread anger over the Alien and Sedition Acts fueled Jefferson's victory over Adams in the bitterly contested presidential election of 1800, while their passage would go down in history as one of the biggest mistakes of the Adams presidency. By 1802, all of the Alien and Sedition Acts had either expired or been repealed, save for the Alien Enemies Act, which was amended by Congress in 1918 to include women. And there you have it, the Alien and Sedition Acts, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the marshmallow test. Thanks to platforms such as YouTube, the marshmallow test might be the most famous and broadly repeated experiment in the history of psychology. Based on a series of Stanford University studies undertaken in the 1960s and early 70s, the original premise was for a researcher to place a marshmallow in front of a seated nursery school child, telling the preschooler that if he or she could wait until the researcher returned to the room, instead of 1 marshmallow, the child would get 2. The children were not told how long the wait would be, generally 15 to 20 minutes dependent on the child's age, which forced the participant to hold out if they wanted the maximum reward resulting from successful delayed gratification. Stanford psychologist Walter Mischel Ebby Ebbison and their research team followed up with the original 32 children years later and found that the longer a child had been able to hold out, the more likely they were to have better life outcomes, as measured by SAT scores, educational attainment, body mass index, and other life trajectory measurements. While the marshmallow test became an instant scientific celebrity in human psychology, in more recent years, it has become a YouTube sensation as parents seek to replicate the study on their own children, eager to learn their child's destiny by posting do-it-yourself marshmallow tests online. And there you have it, torturing preschoolers for science. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Gilded Age. Epicentered in parts of the Northeast, Midwest, and West Coast of the United States, the Gilded Age embodied a period of rapid economic expansion that saw American wages grow faster than her industrialized counterpart nations in Western Europe. From the 1870s to the turn of the century, the Gilded Age witnessed an influx of millions of European immigrants into the United States, leading to a rapid increase in average industrial worker wages from $380 a year in 1880 to $564 a year in 1890. Despite these gains for industrial workers, many post-Civil War Americans and new arrivals alike lived through the Gilded Age in unrelenting poverty and need. The leading growth industries of the Gilded Age were railroads, assembly line-style factories, mining, and finance, while continued immigration from Europe led to the rapid population growth in western states and territories, fueled by farming, cattle ranching, and mining. Labor unions and labor disputes became increasingly volatile in almost every industrialized city across America, despite two major nationwide depressions, the Panic of 1873 and the Panic of 1894, which interrupted growth and caused social and political upheaval that lingered for years into the future. The South, however, failed to industrialize during the period of post-war Reconstruction, leaving its fate to the production of cotton and tobacco, which habitually suffered from low market prices. The term Gilded Age was derived from Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner's 1873 novel entitled The Gilded Age, A Tale of Today. The book satirized an era steeped in poverty, social problems, and gross income disparities between workers and their robber baron overlords, the latter displaying their wealth in Gilded Age mansions of great opulence and one-upsmanship grandeur. Men like oil tycoon John D. Rockefeller, steel magnate Andrew Carnegie, financier J.P. Morgan, and automaker Henry Ford, who made obscene fortunes at the expense of underpaid and overworked hourly wage earners. Looking back, the Gilded Age proved to be a period of grinding poverty, bloody racial hatred, and violent labor strikes, while Gilded Age robber barons justly, if not unfairly, lived up to the comedic adage, "It's good to be king." And there you have it, the Gilded Age, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Oakland firestorm of 1991. After firefighters snuffed out a 5-acre blaze on a steep hillside northeast of the Caldecott Tunnel's west portal, around 11 a.m. on Sunday, October 20th, 1991, a fierce Diablo wind had picked up in the Berkeley Hills and nearby Oakland Hills. Similar to Santa Ana winds that sometimes terrorize Southern Californians, the Diablo winds re-sparked Saturday's fire, quickly spreading the flames in gusting winds up to 70 miles an hour. Within 30 minutes, the fire had crossed both Highway 24, an 8-lane freeway, and Highway 13, a 4-lane freeway, eventually igniting hundreds of homes in the Forest Park neighborhood. By the end of the first hour, the escalating firestorm had destroyed nearly 790 structures, wiping out homes at a rate of 1 every 11 seconds. Local firefighters became quickly overwhelmed by the high winds, steep terrain, and rapid spread of the fire, and once firefighters had been called in from as far north as the Oregon border, and as far south as Bakersfield, outside fire teams face various equipment compatibility issues, such as hydrants having the wrong size outlets for the hoses used by neighboring counties. To make matters worse, flames took out power lines to 17 pumping stations in the Oakland water system, leaving the job of fire suppression largely up to air tankers and helicopters. In addition to the winds and high heat, an important factor in the rapid spread of the fire was that it had started in a remote area between developed and undeveloped land, thick with dry vegetation that set fire at the first touch of a flying ember. As nightfall descended, the firestorm threatened to destroy the historic Claremont Resort Hotel, where the media at first gathered to report on the fire until the approaching conflagration forced them to evacuate. Television crews trained their cameras on the dark hill immediately behind the hotel, as millions of viewers watched as the fire marched house to house toward the now evacuated hotel. When the Diablo winds finally diminished around sunset, the fire was stopped shortly before it reached the landmark hotel. All told, the Oakland firestorm of 1991 killed 25 people and injured 150 more. It burned 1,520 acres and destroyed 2,843 single-family homes and 437 apartment and condo units. Estimated losses stood at more than $1.5 billion, nearly twice that amount in today's inflated currency. And there you have it, the Oakland firestorm of 1991, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Great Boston Molasses Flood of 1919. Commonly used to make sugar or rum, in 1915 the Purity Distilling Company began using their molasses to make high-grade explosives by breaking down the sticky goo into its basic chemical components. With explosives in high demand during World War I, over the following 4 years, nearby neighbors in the crowded North End community to the 2.3 million gallon tank complained that molasses was leaking from the tank's many rivets, prompting the company to paint the tank brown in an effort to conceal the viscous ooze. On January 19, 1919, after workers pumped in a fresh shipment of warm molasses from Cuba atop frigidly cold molasses already stored in the tank exploded violently, sending a wall of molasses coursing through nearby streets at speeds upwards of 35 miles per hour. At first, eyewitnesses reported hearing machine gun fire, but in truth, it was rivets popping off the tank, followed by huge chunks of exploding sheet metal, which destroyed the elevated train line along Commercial Street, along with the complete destruction of the police fireboat station. The subsequent flood of molasses took the lives of 21 people and injured 150 others, while hundreds of injured horses would later be put down when they became trapped in the sticky torrent of goo. Initially, the Purity Distilling Company blamed the explosion on anarchists who had been sending the company letter bombs, but the real culprit was shoddy construction and fermentation in the tank. In an age when little government oversight or regulation was the rule of the day, the disaster would lead to a cascade of regulations imposed upon Boston industries. Once the mess had been cleaned up and the infrastructure rebuilt, the event became part of an already rich Boston folklore, while residents claimed for decades after the flood that on hot summer days, they could still smell the sweet odor of molasses throughout the entirety of the North End. And there you have it, the Great Boston Molasses Flood of 1919, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Rosa Parks and the Montgomery bus boycott of 1955. On December 1, 1955, Rosa Parks was commuting home after a long day as a working seamstress, seated in the front row of the segregated blacks-only back of the bus in Montgomery, Alabama. When the front of the bus filled up with too many white passengers, driver J. Fred Blake asked Parks and 3 others to vacate their seats. And while the other riders complied, Parks had reached a tipping point in the segregated South. Refusing to give up her seat, she was promptly arrested and fined $14. Her arrest would trigger a second tipping point when black civil rights leaders and black bus riders alike kicked off a bus boycott, demanding equal rights as American citizens. Upon her arrest, Parks phoned Edie Nixon, a prominent black leader, who bailed her out before convincing 26-year-old Martin Luther King Jr., the pastor of the Dexter Avenue Baptist Church, to lead and inspire the first major civil rights protest in America. Roughly 40,000 black bus riders boycotted the Montgomery bus system beginning on December 5th, which represented 75% of all bus riders in the southern city of 120,000 residents. Initially, the protesters' demands did not include changing the segregation laws, but rather, the group demanded courtesy, the hiring of black drivers, and a first-come, first-seated policy, with whites entering and filling the seats at the front of the bus, while blacks entered and sat in the rear. Ultimately, however, a group of 5 black Montgomery women affiliated with the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, sued the city, seeking to have busing segregation laws totally invalidated. As a result of Montgomery's bus boycott, on June 5, 1956, a Montgomery federal court ruled that any law requiring racially segregated seating violated the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which was adopted after the Civil War and guaranteed all Americans, regardless of race, equal rights and equal protection under state and federal laws. The city of Montgomery appealed the case to the U.S. Supreme Court, which upheld the lower court's decision on December 20, 1956. The boycott ended the following day, 381 days after it began. And there you have it, Rosa Parks and the Montgomery bus boycott of 1955. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the stock market crash of 1929. During the Roaring '20s, overconfidence in the U.S. economy and the stock market saw the Dow Jones Industrial Average shoot up to an all-time high on September 3, 1929, topping out at 381 points. To further set the stage for disaster, ordinary citizens with little financial acumen borrowed money from their stockbrokers by putting down as little as 10% of the share price, which artificially drove up stock values almost 20% annually from 1922 until the Great Crash. The perfect storm worsened in August of 1929, just weeks before disaster, when the Federal Reserve Bank of New York raised interest rates from 5% to 6%. Some economists believe this steep and quite sudden hike in interest rates cooled investor enthusiasm, which affected market stability and sharply reduced the economic expansion trends of the 1920s. Still considered the worst economic disaster in world history, the great stock market crash of 1929 began on Thursday, October 24th, when skittish investors began selling off 12.9 million shares of corporate equities. On October 28th, known as Black Monday, the Dow plunged 13%, followed by an additional 12% drop on Black Tuesday. The crash wiped out fortunes both great and small in one fell swoop, setting the stage for the Great Depression of the 1930s. Although the number of crash-inspired suicides has been exaggerated, to some, a quick death seemed like the only way out. People who had worked 30 and 40 years on Wall Street lost everything in a period of days. For example, a Wall Street worker wrote in a letter after the crash, "Conditions down in the financial neighborhood have been such that they keep us working. Yesterday, a woman jumped from the roof of our building, 44 floors, right past our window. I saw her body lying in the street, and the sight was so harrowing that I became half sick." The Wall Street crash soon rippled out across the nation, undermining Americans' faith in their fragile banking system, which at the time was made up of thousands of small-town banks that lacked the size and reputation to convince Americans that their money was safe. Ordinary citizens rushed to withdraw their money from these banks, soon discovering that their money had been lost on Wall Street. As confidence in the American economy eroded, by 1931, over 2,000 banks had failed. What little money Americans had left went into their mattresses instead of banks. While mass corporate bankruptcies soon followed, since businessmen could no longer procure the necessary credit that had fueled their cash flow needs during the boom years of the 20s. High unemployment and a worst hard time was to follow throughout most of the 1930s, not to be fully shaken off until America's entry into World War II. And there you have it, the stock market crash of 1929, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the Model T Ford. On October 1st, 1908, the first mass-produced Model T automobile drove off Henry Ford's Piquette Avenue assembly plant in Detroit, revolutionizing interchangeable parts production methods while delivering the first affordable automobile to road-hungry middle-class Americans. Colloquially known as the Tin Lizzie, when the Model T first hit the streets, American roads, or what at the time passed for roads, saw fewer than 200,000 cars across the entirety of the United States, limited exclusively to wealthy Americans who could afford such a luxury. While Henry Ford's first Model Ts off his assembly line were initially rather expensive, $825 or roughly $23,000 in today's money, by 1925, the cost per automobile had plummeted to $260 each. The Model T's 22-horsepower, four-cylinder engine was made of a new kind of heat-treated steel pioneered by French race car makers that reduced the car's overall weight to just under 1,200 pounds. By offering just one model and one color to the driving public, any customer can have a car painted any color that he wants, Ford used to joke, so long as it was black. Henry Ford employed a system of interchangeable parts and a moving assembly line that made it possible for unskilled laborers to crank out thousands of cars every week. By 1924, workers at the River Rouge Ford plant in Dearborn, Michigan, could cast more than 10,000 Model T cylinder blocks each and every day. As the 1920s roared to life with unabashed prosperity for most Americans, the car-buying public began to crave cars with more style and luxury and speed than the Model T could offer. And as tastes began to change, the era of the Model T came to an end when the last one rolled off Ford's assembly line on May 26, 1927. Between 1908 and 1927, however, Henry Ford produced some 15 million Model T cars, making it the longest production run of any automobile model in history, until the Volkswagen Beetle hit the streets in 1972. And there you have it, the Model T Ford, today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Operation Reunion. When the Soviets swept into Romania in late August 1944, the subsequent release of 1,162 captured Allied airmen sent a wave of optimism throughout the 15th Air Force in Italy, as well as a major morale boost for the American public back home. Operation Reunion stands to this day as one of the high-water feel-good moments of World War II. As the highest-ranking prisoner of war in Romania, Lieutenant Colonel James A. Gunn promptly received permission to organize the repatriation of Allied POWs to their British and Italian air bases. Gunn teamed up with Constantine Cantacuzino, a 38-year-old Romanian prince who commanded the 9th Fighter Group for the Romanian Air Force. Bazou, as he was known to his friends, cut a dashing figure with his movie star good looks and vibrant personality. Before the war, Bazou had captained the Romanian hockey team, broken an automobile speed record between Bucharest and Paris, and later won a national aerobatics championship that elevated him to superstar status in Romania. Adored by women, according to one of his friends, Bazou had his pick from countesses to cooks. With Gunn wedged into the cramped radio compartment of Bazou's German-built Messerschmitt 109, with American flags hastily painted on both sides of the fuselage, Bazou flew the pair into Gunn's home airbase at San Giovanni, Italy, delighting an audience of 15th Air Force personnel when the much-loved commanding officer emerged from the tiny single-seat fighter. 56 B-17s were mustered for the airlift of POWs, flying into Romania in 3 waves of 12 bombers each, timed to arrive in Bucharest at 1-hour intervals. A total of 739 POWs were repatriated on August 31st, while the remaining 393 prisoners would fly home on September 1st, including 12 ambulatory patients on stretchers. The final stragglers who had evaded capture in Romania would be flown home on September 3rd, closing out Operation Reunion with a total of 59 Fortress sorties, 94 Lightning sorties, 281 Mustang sorties, and 1 C-47 sortie, repatriating a total of 1,127 Americans, 31 British airmen, 2 Dutch naval officers, 1 French soldier, and a Romanian stowaway with shaky claims to American citizenship. Back at their respective bases, half-starved POWs slowly came back to life. And there you have it, a feel-good moment in World War II. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, Thomas Edison sees the light. Thomas Edison was hardly the first to develop an incandescent light bulb, which was originally patented in England in 1841 by Frederick de Molin. In the ensuing 4 decades, however, a steady succession of inventors failed to produce a safe, bright, affordable bulb that could stay lit for more than a few minutes at a time. When 31-year-old Thomas Edison threw himself into the challenge of developing a commercially viable, durable light bulb, the serial inventor sought to develop not only a working bulb, but an entire lighting grid powered by a dedicated generator. Well funded by the Edison Electric Light Company, Edison set to work inside his laboratory on his 34-acre research and development facility at Menlo Park, New Jersey. Together with a couple dozen young research assistants, the team succeeded in creating a vacuum tube with less than a 1/1,000,000th concentration of air, which embodied the required conditions for a platinum filament to light successfully without catching fire. After a number of positive tests, Edison relegated his platinum filament to what he referred to as his cemetery of inventions, since the metal proved to be too costly for commercial exploitation. Turning to cheaper carbon filaments, Edison experimented with raw silk, cork, and even beard hairs procured from 2 of his staff members, until on October 21, 1879, Edison and his team landed on a high-resistance carbon filament which burned continuously for more than 13 hours. Already hailed as the Wizard of Menlo Park for his inventions of the phonograph, telegraph, and telephone, on New Year's Eve, 1879, Thomas Edison displayed an impressive string of some 25 light bulbs on his generator grid, which would soon radically transform a nation reliant upon tallow candles, kerosene, whale oil, and gas lights for night vision. Illumination sources which blackened walls and furniture, reeked of sulfur and ammonia, and had a long pedigree of setting homes and businesses on fire. Of the visitors in attendance at Edison's New Year's Eve reveal, the only disappointed guests were the crestfallen representatives from the Brooklyn Gaslight Company, who, like everyone else in attendance, had just witnessed the dawn of the future. The fortunes would be reversed for the lucky stockholders of the Edison Electric Light Company, whose $100 initial public offering share price would soon explode to a high of $4,500 per share, which in today's money would cost an investor more than $115,000 for each and every share. And there you have it. Thomas Edison invents the incandescent light bulb. Today on the Daily Dose. Today on the Daily Dose, the assassination of President McKinley. Elected president in 1896 against Democratic rival William Jennings Bryan, William McKinley successfully led the nation back to prosperity after the Panic of 1893, as well as leading the military to victory in the Spanish-American War, which saw the Spanish colonies of Puerto Rico and the Philippines handed over to the United States. re-elected handily in a rematch against Bryan in 1900, McKinley was poised for another 4 years of high popularity, along with his second-term vice president, Theodore Roosevelt. Despite the assassinations of Abraham Lincoln in 1865 and James Garfield in 1881, McKinley frequently chose to sideline his security detail so that the president could mingle with the American people any chance he could get. During a long trip scheduled for the months following his second inauguration, McKinley scheduled major speeches intending to promote his plan for more protective tariffs on foreign goods, culminating with a speech at the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York. When McKinley's wife Ida became gravely ill on a cross-country train trip, McKinley postponed his visit to the exposition, finally making his way to Buffalo on September 5, 1901. On September 5th, while McKinley and his wife disembarked their private car at the Buffalo train station, anarchist George Chogas made his first secretive attempt on the president's life, but finding McKinley too well guarded, he dropped back for a second attempt on September 6. An immigrant from Poland, Chogas regarded McKinley as a symbol of wealth and oppression over the working man, and when McKinley reached to shake Chogas's hand in the reception line at the exposition, Chogas shot the president twice in the abdomen with a concealed pistol he kept wrapped in a linen napkin. In the days following his injuries, McKinley appeared to be recovering. However, he died of gangrene on September 14th, making him the third sitting American president to lose his life to an assassin's bullet. After Chogas was executed by means of electrocution, in 1906, Congress passed legislation designating the Secret Service as the agency in charge of all future presidential security. And there you have it, the assassination of President McKinley, today on the Daily Dose.